Hi guys. Hello my loves. My lovely people. I hope that you're doing so well. We are doing another All Signs. So yay. Good to be with you again. And there's been energies. There have been energies, I think it's safe to say. So excuse me, intense energies specifically. We've had some intense astrology the last little bit. Um, yeah. Plus the nodes have changed. Have you guys been feeling any shifts? I'm curious to know what's been going on with you and if you've been feeling or noticing even the collective energies shifting a little bit. Let me know how you've been while we give people a second to join the stream. Okay. Always the issue of the ring light and the glasses. We're gonna have to make do with it. But tonight, we are going to pull through some messages for you. And I was thinking the other day, I was inspired. Basically, what we're going to ask. How can I lead into this? I guess I should tell you a little bit of what I've been feeling with the energies, and then this topic will make a little bit more sense. But pretty much, I've been feeling like now is a time where we're being asked to have quite a bit of faith. And faith isn't always easy, right? But faith is required, like belief in what you are trying to manifest is somewhat required in order to receive it. It's difficult to be both like defensive or doubtful and also receptive simultaneously. So there's something that happens a lot, and this can happen a lot even through tarot when people just overconsume tarot, asking the same thing over and over again. I was basically thinking about how to continue asking something infuses doubt and insecurity into that, right? And it kind of insinuates a lack of belief in your own inner knowing, in the answers you've already received, sometimes in source or spirit. So what I'm going to do tonight in this All Signs is I'm going to look at what you keep on asking and what you already know, so that I can validate what you've already been knowing, and then you can have true faith in it and receive. But we're also going to look at why faith might feel scary or difficult surrounding this particular thing as well. Because, usually we keep checking on things that really matter to us, like things that are hard to just surrender can be because we care, right? Because it's not because we don't care, it's because we give a shit. And so I don't want you to be getting in the way of the things that you care most about. So basically, we're going to try to, validate what you've already been knowing. Well, we're going to look at specifically what it is that you keep on beating a dead horse about, what you keep on questioning and why, and what you already know, so that I can validate that for you. What's up, well, Trey? Hello. Good to see ya. So that's what we're doing, okay? So I'm just going to cleanse the energy a little bit, smoke cleanse here, before we really get into it. And then we will see what's going on, starting with Aries. So we always start at Aries and we go all the way through to Pisces. This reading is timeless as well, so you can watch it whenever you happen to stumble across it, if you feel called to it. You can also watch it and then come back to it at a later time and check for a different placement or a different energy. You can do whatever you want. I don't really put enforced rules upon you on this channel. It's about trusting your own discernment and your own intuition above everything always. So if you ever feel that the roles are reversed, if there's more than one person being strongly mentioned in a reading, then just take it how it resonates for you. I don't read for a particular placement in your chart either, which just means that you can watch for anywhere in your chart, any energy that you feel strongly connected to. Your sun, your moon, your rising, if you have a stellium, just do you, boo. Okay, so always trust yourself. What's up, Rochelle? Hi, lovely. It's good to see you. So yeah, trust yourself first and foremost, and let your own knowing be your guide. Okay. But what else? Okay, timestamps also, so that you can skip directly to the sign that you want to be at. Timestamps will be in the pinned comment down below, as well as the info box when the stream is over. So if you are not a super patient person, I recommend coming back at the end of the stream so that you can just click those nifty little timestamps and just buzz right on where you want to go. But if you do come in and you're vibing during the live, there will always be a little GIF up in the top right-hand corner here that will tell you what sign we're currently on, and you can check that out if you need to know where we're at, okay? Okay, babes. Well, let's see here. Let's see. It has been my nodal return for the last 2 years. I'm a North Node in Pisces. So, yeah, I was definitely ready for a change, you know? It's like, as much as I've loved just, you know, I'm as aligned with my dharma as I need to be for now, you know? I think we're good for a while. We're good with that. I do not need any more relationships coming in that are going to align me with my dharma. I don't need more lessons. Basically, I'm good for a while. So I passed the torch. I passed the torch to Aquarius. If anyone has their North Node in Aquarius, let me know. Are you feeling excited? What's up, la la love? Hi, babes. Are you feeling the vibes? It feels very revolutionary. Feels very like don't fuck with my heart as well, with like we ain't playing with our heart space, with our passions and convictions, with Leo South Node. I'm excited. I'm here for it. Okay, my hair is driving me crazy already. It's just driving me crazy. It's extremely hot here still. It's been really, really hot. Not in a fun, like, Missy Elliott kind of way either. Just fucking hot. So, too hot to even dance to Missy Elliott, even if one wanted to get jiggy with it. So, okay. Get my stuff together here. Let's put these here in case I need to reference these. Okay, so we are going to start with Aries. I'm not going to put the little thing up until I shuffle your deck a little bit. But let's see. Okay, where's this deck for you, Aries? Feels like the summer is going by very rapidly. For me, there's a lot of shit happening this summer. My little sister's getting married next weekend. So, and I'm the maid of honor. So there's a lot going on with that. Feels like everything's on fast forward, and then also on top of that, time and space is like not a thing. So it's been weird. It's been a weird summer so far. Let's see. I don't know if you guys are too close to me, if that shuffling is going to be a little jarring coming through the speakers. Try to push you back a bit. Okay. All right. Okay, so let's tune into Aries energy, my Aries collective that most need this message. My Aries collective that needs, it's time for them to have faith, to call in and receive. What is it that they're having a difficult time having faith around? Show me, what is it that Aries keeps revisiting? What they already know. What do my Aries? What's up, Kelly? Kelly in the house. What's going on? Okay. Let's see. You might be able to see me shuffling better that way. I have the fan on because it's really warm, but I might turn it off once the sun goes down. We don't have to hear it so much. Shit set up and somewhat together before I start really diving into this. Okay. Ooh, there we go. Okay. Aries. What does Aries already know? Whoa, okay. This looks like a lot here, Aries. Let me turn this down a slight amount. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Let's get some oracle cards to clarify as well. Get into it. Is this too... One second. Trying to make this so that my laptop again won't overheat. The forever struggle. Let me turn down my screen brightness. Okay. All right. That up there too. Okay, and anything for that why faith feels scary or hurt? Okay. What is going on with this, Aries? Push that back over there. Take a look here. Something. Okay. Let us timestamp you. 16 minutes, basically. Hi, Aries. All right, loves. Let's see what's going on. Specifically in this reading, we are going to look at something that you keep on revisiting, or you know, you ask, you get an answer, and then like the next day you're asking again, you're watching another tarot reading on it, whatever. We're gonna see what you keep asking, what you already know, and then why faith or why believing your knowing specifically feels scary or hard around this particular thing, okay? So you did get 3 major arcanas, darling. So what is this? Well, I can tell you right there that that's an element of why faith feels so hard surrounding this thing, because faith requires surrender in some cases, all the more so when you have major arcana cards, because major arcana cards represent, or they signify, events that are a little bit less in our control. Less like day-to-day things that we really determine through our own actions and decisions and behavior, right? And more things that the universe throws our way, or more just key moments for every human in, you know, the journey of life. But they're more universal or cosmic or collective things that we go through that we don't really have a choice whether we go through them or not. We just have a choice more so as to how it is that we respond to these things. So what you keep on asking, this is coming out as the High Priestess in reverse. This High Priestess is a badass. I'll show you her in the upright first here. Though she did come out in the reverse with this oracle card of structure. I'm just hearing prove it. Prove it. It's like you're asking the universe for undeniable proof of something to be uncovered. This could be someone revealing a secret. You could be trying to uncover, somebody, what someone is hiding, because the High Priestess, she's not always secretive, but she is the inward-facing feminine energy. So she's more likely to, kind of like the Hermit, right? Like keep things close to her chest, or reflect internally on things. She's more likely to tune into her emotional or intuitive body rather than like always speak first. But it feels like with the High Priestess in reverse, there's something that you want uncovered, and you don't want just like the Cole's notes. It's like, no, you want to understand the entire, like the details, the structure of the thing. Okay, how was it built? How did it fall apart? What are the pieces here? Like, how does this thing work? How does something tick? Or what is something really made of? It feels like that's kind of what you keep asking. It's like an unshakable understanding or verification of something, it feels like. What you already know is coming through as the Hanged Man with this concealed card. Okay. Well, a couple things. We'll clarify all of this as well. But it feels like you do know that there is more to be revealed, which is why you keep on asking. But with the Hanged Man, it's either that There needs to be a higher understanding or a fresh perspective, essentially a new way of approaching or looking at something in order to actually access what is not understood yet, right? Or it could also be that more time is just needed, you know, like things will essentially be revealed in due time. So let's clarify that a little bit and get more information, okay? But the Hanged Man it's giving me this energy with the Concealed card of like there's something that just needs to be worked out. It needs to like work itself out. It needs to find its way to the surface, something like that. The Hanged Man is Neptunian energy, and the High Priestess is the energy of the moon. Both of these planets, right, they talk about, well, they can talk about things being somewhat hidden or things being somewhat like only partially illuminated or just a little bit hazy, blurry, not really sure if something is just emotional or if it's just based on, I don't know, fantasy or illusion. But then there's also this strong sense with each of those tied to intuition and emotional understanding. So you could be really feeling something or knowing it intuitively, but I'm seeing you be like, that's not enough. I need to understand it logically, you know? Which isn't always it isn't always possible. Certain types of connections, dynamics, just like things that require, again, things that require an element of faith. You're not always going to have like all of the answers and inner workings of something exactly when you want it, maybe not even at all, right? So this is why this can be kind of frustrating. Okay, tell me more about the High Priestess in reverse. What is this? What is this that Aries keeps asking? Is this if you are seeing the structure of something correctly already? Is that what you keep on asking? Like if the true structure of something has already been revealed? Yeah, the Seven of Cups. There's a level of emotional confusion here. Potentially a little bit of paranoia that is coming from a place of feeling maybe a little insecure or disempowered. There you are, the Emperor in reverse. The King of Wands in reverse could be any fire sign, but I usually call the King's, well, I usually attribute this to being Leo energy prominently. And the Hermit is Virgo, so any of these might be significant. It's like you want to understand the structure of something so that you can understand why it's not working. Why it's not strong enough to push through something, why it's not at peace. Like what is stopping something basically is what you're showing me. You're trying to reconcile this. Tell me more about the Seven of Cups. It's almost like where's the imbalance? Like where's the broken piece in the structure that's making it fall apart? What is the source of confusion that is... Basically, what is the weak link here in the structure of things that is making something not work or come together? You're very focused on like the makeup of something though with this structure, what it's built on, what it's built of. What's the Seven of Cups? You could be asking, if you're asking about another person, well, is that part of this? Yeah. I think that you're asking if, for some of you, you're asking about a connection that feels very intense, and you haven't been able to control the direction or the way that things have unfolded with someone. Things have felt convoluted and difficult, and for some of you, you're asking if this person, like, what is throwing them off balance or out of moderation and preventing them from moving forwards with you. For some of you, you are wondering if they have options or where their emotional energy is going because it's not coming to you. And so, but the thing is, with the Two of Swords in reverse, it's either you're wondering what choices this person has made emotionally that has confused the situation, or you're asking, like, do they have other emotional influences? This could be romantic options or just things that are just, with the Seven of Cups, it's things that are throwing them off balance, things that are making them feel emotionally like confused or dysregulated, basically. For some of you, this person told you about a choice that they made, and you are wondering about, like, if that's the case, then why does Aries keep asking about? It looks like there's been a confusing choice made here on someone's behalf, or there's been really confusing behavior. Okay, so even if it wasn't just one choice, it's been behavior that you just don't understand. Specifically, there's an emotional element that makes no sense to you. It feels like you're looking at things structurally from a logical and analytical perspective, and you're like, make it make the fuck sense, like, make it make sense. It's almost like the more you uncover here, the less you feel like you actually know or see clearly. It feels like an energy that the more you dive into it, at least through this, like, structural sort of lens, the more confused you become. What is this choice with the Two of Swords in reverse? This decision. Okay, for some of you, this person, there's another person involved, and they reveal things to you, but then their actions are very confused, or their actions do not align with what they say to you or the promises that they make. But specifically, I'm seeing someone who's claiming to care deeply for you, love you, and they're saying that they want to move forwards with you. For some of you, this person came around during Cancer season or during that Mercury retrograde in Cancer, which was quite, like, emotionally charged, and it had a lot of nostalgic vibes to it for a lot of people. But this looks like someone saying, I love you and I want to move forwards with you, and I'm wanting that from a convicted place in my heart. Like, I have desire for you, I have conviction and love for you, I have faith, and I want to push things forward powerfully with you from that place. But then the Seven of Wands in reverse, the Star in reverse, the Four of Pentacles. They basically do or act the exact opposite of what it is that they say. The Seven of Wands in reverse is like there's no fight in them, though. Like, it's like, let's go on this beautiful road trip, and then you get in the car and there's no gas in the car. It's like, well, how far were you planning on getting? And for some of you, there's something with this person where they're not healed. So you could be wondering, like, why do you keep on coming back and trying to build a foundation when your foundation is not strong? Why are you holding on or trying to move forwards when it basically just doesn't make sense to you? What someone has revealed or stated as their intentions or desires, and then the way that they have made decisions that are very confusing or not congruent with what they say or claim to want. That's kind of what I'm seeing. So I feel like you keep on asking, like, what is making this person act the way that they do, or what is it that's getting in the way? Like, what is it that's causing this lack of alignment? It feels like between, not even just between you and someone else, but like with this person. It's like, you're like, what is throwing this person out of alignment with themselves and what they say they desire, and then their ability to actually like do what they say, or like follow through, or act like they want the things that they want. So it feels like you're kind of trying to pin down the internal mechanics or structure, the makeup of something, so that you can essentially make it make sense, because it doesn't make sense to you why someone is behaving the way that they are. This could even be you. If it's not involving another person, then you could feel really frustrated because like you're looking at like, where is the structural weak link that's throwing things off for me? Why do I feel love for someone and I want genuinely to push forwards towards them? And it doesn't have to be a romantic partner. It can be anyone that you feel very strongly for, that you want to either move closer to or move forwards with. But then you immediately like, it's like you have this ambition and feeling for it, and then you engage and you're immediately drained, or you're immediately scared, or you immediately just lose hope. And you kind of like, you know, go back to like, maybe I'll just actually stay where I've been and just hold on to what I have instead of moving forwards. But then you're asking yourself, like, what is it that is making you be so confused or unable to pick a path? Because it feels like whoever this is, they keep on choosing confusion. They keep on choosing a path that is convoluted, and it doesn't, it's like they want to move in the direction of clarity, of something maybe that feels structured, safe, secure, stable, a path that actually goes somewhere, you know, something that can be relied on. But I'm not seeing them really get too far with that, whether this is you and another person or just you with yourself. Is there anything else about, no, I don't feel like, I feel like they want to go to what you already know. So let's move over to that. Okay. So what you already know, which we already saw, being the Hanged Man and concealed. Tell me more about the Hanged Man. Let's see. I need to sit cross-legged because it's not, this isn't working for me. Okay. All right. Let's see. What does Aries already know about this? Well, the same cards just came out. The Seven of Wands in reverse and the Star in reverse. We'll get more clarifiers, but they're basically saying, you just told me, babes. Like, you already know that there's no actual, like, oomph behind this person's words or promises, or behind your own for some reason. And it's because with the Star in reverse, there's either a lack of hope that needs to be reinstated or healed, or there's just something that still needs to be healed before you actually feel safe, or before this person is able to truly like let go and start making genuinely empowered decisions. Not just talking the talk, but walking the walk, right? I feel like for a lot of you, this is you. There's not another person involved. I mean, you could be projecting also, or applying this to another person outside of yourself, but the Emperor is you. So take it how it resonates. But it's like, I'm seeing that this is, for most of you, this is you. And there's something you genuinely want to move towards. There's maybe someone you love, something you love, somewhere you love. You feel pulled to it from a genuinely convicted and passionate place deep inside of you. But then it's like, when push comes to shove, wah, wah, no gas in the tank. You know, like you show up and you're immediately, it's not uninspired. It's just like there's no true like fight in you. You're not willing to really, there's a lack of willingness to really put yourself out there and fight for something from that place of conviction. And with the star in reverse, again, it has something to do with either not having genuine hope enough to really put like the full force of your action, not just your words, behind something, right? But really like say you want it and then move towards it and claim it. Let go of the things that you would need to let go of in order to move in this new direction, and then reconcile something with strength. For some of you, there's something that is a little bit unhealthy that you know you would need to stop investing in. And that's just something that you haven't done yet. And it's something you're not totally willing to look at, because I feel like if that's the case, it's a coping mechanism for some of you. For some, it could be drinking or partying. It doesn't have to be, or just like socializing, like you're single, but then you want to move towards someone that you love, but then you'd have to give this up. But for some, I'm getting drinking more so, or partying, or just like escapist tendencies, maybe. Basically like an unseriousness. But they're showing me it's something that's a little bit like a toxic or an unhealthy attachment or investment that doesn't actually allow you to commit to or connect to the depths of your own heart in a way beyond just like dreaming, imagining, fantasizing. But then when you're, you know, you're not actually doing anything, right? So then it's just like, you could be happy fantasizing about being in a relationship or love, but then when push comes to shove, it's like there are too many things you already know, though. Like, this would be, you're pretending you've made the decision to be confused or weaponize incompetence, basically, like against yourself. You know what needs to change, but it feels overwhelming or it feels difficult. So there's a comfort in the confusion and continuing to choose that, because reality feels like it's going to be hard work, or like you're going to have to face some things that are uncomfortable to face, you know, or be honest maybe and vulnerable with someone about something you've been struggling with, something that has thrown your life a little bit off balance, some sort of vice maybe that you've been invested in and you feel insecure about it. It's something that stops you from reconciling something within, though, that you are ready to reconcile, or it stops this person. It keeps them acting a bit like immaturely or erratically, rather than just like clearly and directly looking at what needs to shift and then, you know, asserting oneself confidently to make that change. But what is the Hanged Man here? I'm hearing elevation. Elevation, an elevated way of using your imagination is what this is. I feel like, okay, so I'm going to talk as if like this is you, because I feel like it is with that Emperor card. However, if this is someone else, just again, take it how it resonates in that way, right? But basically, excuse me, my gosh. What I'm seeing is that your imagination, your higher intuition, even like when you daydream, you have a tendency to go to self-limiting places that become, you might have a tendency to dwell or ruminate on the worst case scenario or on what you don't want to happen, and then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. Some of you, you have escapist tendencies like partying, drinking, being like overly social or connected to a bunch of people as means of a distraction, because you overthink, you ruminate, and you think about things that like are based on deep fears and insecurities that you conceal. But the Hanged Man, Neptunian energy, it can easily slip into that, right? If you're daydreaming about like detrimental things, well, then you're going to get very confused and convoluted very quickly, because that's the nature of Neptune, Neptunian energy, right? You can spiral into an inspired sort of imaginative place where you're manifesting like what is best, what you truly hope for and desire. Or you can spiral into a place of shame, a place of doubt, a place of insecurity and fear and woundedness. And for whoever this is for, I'm seeing that either you're aware that this person does this or you're aware that you do this. And you keep asking why something's not working, but you know deep down what's keeping you where you are. You know deep down what needs to change. It's just scary. Let's talk about why it's especially scary or hard in this particular instance. Okay. The Sun. It's a classic case of, I found something that I'm pretty certain could be everything that I have asked for. Or, ooh, I manifested something that would genuinely bring me an insane amount of emotional fulfillment, and I want to run away from it. My immediate response is not to trust it, but to want to retreat. And us humans, you know, we have a great many reasons why we sometimes do this when we get everything we want, or when we have the potential to get something that we really want, right? We can be like, sounds like a good time to flee the scene, right? Because this can't be trusted, or I'm just gonna fuck it up, or I'm not ready yet. The thing is, you only manifest things that you're in alignment with, whether it is a lesson that you're meant to learn from, or whether it is like a blessing or a desire. So at some point when you called this towards you, my sweet Aries, your heart and soul was ready for it. That's why it came to you. That doesn't mean that adjustments may not be required to fully embrace and sustain it. That doesn't mean that you don't need to stay present with yourself, to stay in an energetic embodiment or alignment that matches the sun energy, right? Tell me a little bit more about the sun. But yeah, the sun is big. There's a lot of weight to it. It could be something that you feel like you've wanted your whole life, or I'm hearing something that has eluded you your whole life, something that maybe you almost even stopped believing was even possible or could be yours, or maybe even existed. But there's a fear, and you're overcomplicating something, or this person is overcomplicating something by trying to dig deeper into the details, the structure. But it's like, it's pretty much right on the surface what is actually like causing the issue and making things more confused and draining your energy, or this person's energy. It's that they are actively making choices to engage with things that are either distracting or confusing or not regulated, or or in a moderated state, right? That are throwing this person out of balance. And they're throwing them out of balance with themselves to the point that they're not trusting or following their own intuition. They can't hear their own inner voice clearly. So whether that's you or somebody else, you seem to already know what is required to leap into the existence in front of you that you've dreamed of. But now that it's in front of you, it feels like it's easier to dream of the ways that it will fall apart, or the things that you don't see on the surface about it that could be hidden and looming, that are just waiting to break your heart. You know, it's like with the sun, things are illuminated. The sun is not the moon. The moon is half illuminated things. The sun is the sun. You pretty much get what you see with the sun. It's pretty, you know, if it feels good, if it looks good, if it tastes good, smells good, you know, if it quacks like a duck, it's a duck, right? It's like one of those things. And with the sun, it's quite hard to miss, but it just feels like you have been coming from this place. It feels like you've been walking through, or this person has been coming through at this dark tunnel. And you've just been like looking at the light at the end of the tunnel, like, when are we going to get there? I feel like that's the sun. But then you get to the end of the tunnel and you're like, maybe we got to go back and go through that tunnel again. It's like, whoever this is, they got so comfortable being here that, and just comfortable wishing and dreaming for what they want, but not actually having it. Which sometimes that's the thing, right? We can be more comfortable hoping for something or wishing for it, but keeping ourselves, you know, not doing anything to actually have it, because doing something to bring ourselves into alignment or to embrace what we want requires courage. It requires us to evolve. It requires us to be our highest self. It requires us to be, you know, courageous or honest with other people about what we want, about our fears, about our hesitations and confusions. And sometimes these things can be difficult, right? Some people feel less vulnerable always just dreaming about the sun but never actually stepping into it, because they've never been happy truly, and they can't imagine what it would be like. They want it, maybe, but they're still more comfortable with what they've known. And sometimes, even when that's not where you ultimately want to be in life, change or a really big shift when you've known something else can be very difficult to fully commit to, I guess, or to just leap out into, right? It can feel unsafe, even though ultimately it's a lot safer maybe than where we currently are or have been. Or just a lot more fulfilling. Can you tell me more about the sun? There's also something coming through about okay. There's also something coming through about the sun shedding light on things that are hidden in the shadows for whoever this is, right? They feel like they have a lot of confusion, illusion, fears, woundedness, concealed stuff that hasn't been reconciled within them, right? And so when they get close to the sun, they feel the light on them. They feel seen in ways that maybe they haven't before. They feel like not under a spotlight, but they could feel like the warmth of this energy is brings certain things out of them, like their fears and insecurities, like their inability to truly be receptive rather than defensive, to be clear rather than confused, to be essentially assertive, sovereign, and in dominion of their own life in a confident kind of way, rather than just kind of like convincing themselves that they don't know what they want or that they need more information. But really, I'm just seeing it as an excuse to not grow, to not change, to not take a leap of faith. You're where you want to be because, or you're where you are because that's where you want to be ultimately, right? We all have the ability to change our circumstances in one way or another. But sometimes it's easier to convince ourselves that there's like so much standing in the way, or that there's definitely something hidden that needs to be uncovered or understood first. But I'm seeing here that this is just, yeah, it's, there's a lot of like extra confusion being projected onto a situation that's not very confusing, really. It's actually quite clear. And that's what actually makes it scary. Not that there's something hidden that still needs to be uncovered, or that could come from left field and totally blindside you. What actually is scaring either you or this person is how clear the thing that is right in front of them is. Because it's highlighting how much they want it. And it's also highlighting their tendency to be avoidant or to stay small, rather than go for what they claim to really want. Okay. So, yeah, for this person, it's safer to doubt than it is to have hope. They feel like hope is dangerous. And when they get close to something that brings that hope up in them, it feels scary, and so they retreat. It feels like connection and intimacy makes this person insecure. Being truly seen makes this person insecure. Getting what they want even makes this person feel insecure. Maybe they never really expected to get what they want, or maybe you didn't, right? And so now that it's here, it's like, oh shit. I've kind of started living my life from this comfort zone of really not anticipating or having a belief that my greatest wish would come true. Now that it's here, it feels overwhelming because I feel stuck in my own hopelessness. And it's almost like projecting that internal state of being more comfortable not having hope onto a situation that is just clear and hopeful, and then making it confusing or confusing yourself about it. And it's kind of coming through as like to buy yourself more time, whether that is like being done consciously or not, right? It's almost like making a situation confusing so that you have more time to work out your own internal state of confusion, which is kind of, yeah, it's confusing me just trying to track this. I'm like, what is happening right now with this? It's a little bit like going around in circles. Can you tell me about the sun for Aries, what this is? The Three of Pentacles. It's a very real opportunity. Babes, you're in your head and you're sabotaging. Or this person is. Someone is in their own mind and they are fucking shit up here. I gotta be real, okay? This is sabotage. Violent sabotage. And it's coming from a place of not feeling strong, not feeling clear enough to be brave. Feeling like if you were in a state of harmony within yourself, well then stepping towards this or entering into this would be totally doable. But it's almost like something has shown up on your front door and is offering itself to you. And now you're realizing, like, oh fuck, the whole structure or the whole like foundation is weak, or there's something foundationally or structurally speaking that needs to be revisited, reassessed, strengthened, switched out, torn down, put back up a different way, like whatever it is. It feels overwhelming, so it's easier to make it confusing and avoid it than it is to kind of just face the truth head on about what it is that needs to be done and then start tackling that thing to bring something together. But I think that there is room for avoidance, but not really, because like the avoidance feels dangerous as well, because a part of you does know, like the Sun and Justice, if this is the kind of thing that is like, this is karmic justice for the shit that you've been through that has sucked in your life. This is like the payoff to the difficult things that you've gone through. This is like the ultimate manifestation. The universe being like, we see you, you are worthy, and we're giving you everything that you've been asking for, and then choosing to run away from it. So, yeah. There's so many major arcanas. Like, it's not really even asking all that much of this person, just kind of like to be present and not like run away. Right? But with the Three of Pentacles, it is something that requires you to collaborate or cooperate with another person or another group of people to build something, to put something together. And I think that there's a fear of what that requires. What you might have to compromise to get that. Is there anything else for Aries before I let them go here? But that's why faith feels scary or hard, is because basically like you or someone else is getting everything that they asked for. It came to them because they are in alignment with it, or they were at some point when they manifested it. But then they started questioning themselves the second that it actually came to them. So, let's see. Is there any final advice that you have for Aries around this before I let them go? What is the most helpful way to approach this? The Eight of Cups in reverse. Literally, stop fucking walking away, buddy. Don't walk away from the thing that you want the most. It's gonna require some guts. It's gonna require some like self-leadership, some like taking charge of your own life. You're an Aries. Okay, so you totally have got this. Like, you are more capable than most of the zodiac to put on your bravery boots and get shit done. Kick down this door, you know? Even if it's kicking down the door within your own internal structures and being like, all right, it's literally a part of me. I don't need to be afraid of anything that is part of me. It's me, right? So let's dive to those deep spaces, kick down the door of what's concealed, be brave enough to look it straight in the face so that I stop running away from something that I want desperately just because it asks me to be the most empowered version of myself, to accept it. This opportunity came to you because it already knows who you are and what you're capable of, but you have to know who you are and what you're capable of. But yeah, your advice is there are some things that you don't have answers to. And rather than assume the worst and then grieve or ruminate on, you know, things that then become new fears, new insecurities, or self-fulfilling prophecies, don't turn away from this thing. Engage with it from a place of personal security and confidence, and clarity will come to you. There's nothing you can't work through and sort out, but not in isolation, under the cover of darkness, like afflicted by all of your own fears and insecurities. This is something that you're going to feel more liberated facing it head on, rather than like continuing to run away from it, because that feels disempowering. It never feels empowering running away from something, right? Yeah, the advice is very clear. Take time to look at this from different angles. Take time to get distance and new perspective of this. But that's not the same as like running away, escapism, numbing out your feelings around something, right? That's what you're being asked not to do. Okay. All right, Aries, that's what I see for you, boo. We are moving on to Taurus. Moving on to Taurus. Let's see. Oh, goodness. Okay. Yeah, it can be hard though, I know. I understand. What is up? What's up, Magnetic Magic? Okay, you'll come back for Gem and Leo. What's up, 80s? Oh, you're welcome. Hi, Christina. What's up, babe? You're making this live. Nice. I saw your comment about, or no, wait, was that you? No, that was someone else, I think, that posted on the last one about not making the live. Good to see you guys. Okay. Let's see what's going on for Taurus. What are my Taurians? What are my Taurians asking that they already know here? Yeah, so for Aries, I feel like it's, you just need to have faith in yourself. You need to stop asking, is this for me? Am I capable of being what is required of me to accept this, to embrace this, to honor this, to sustain it? It wouldn't have come to you otherwise. What you need to have faith in and stop doubting in order for this to come to you fully is yourself. Okay? because no outside validation will ever be strong enough to put your mind at ease when you don't believe in yourself. Trust me. Into Taurus. Taurian's energy. Show me what Taurus needs to be aware of here, specifically around the topic of what do they already know and they just need validated here. Okay. What do they already know? Does faith feel scary or hard? Okay. Okay. What do they already know? Just one at a time. Okay. Okay. All right. What's going down? What's going down here? Taurus. Hey Taurus. Hey, let's get into your reading. Let's see what you keep on asking, what you already know, why it feels difficult to have faith and to really like commit to the knowing that you have surrounding this particular thing. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so you are loud, proud, and in charge here in your own reading. The Hierophant is you. The Hierophant in reverse came out with the card Retreat for what you keep asking. Okay. Can something be trusted? Is something as solid as I am? Is something truly loyal and committed the way that I am? Are you with me or not? Is you with me or not, right? Are you with me, or are you just going to crumble and retreat at the first sign of struggle? Is this could be about a foundation, it could be about an opportunity, it could be about another person, a relationship, but the Hierophant is about a solid commitment, right? And yeah, so if it's a relationship, it's like, are you truly committed to me? Can I go all in with you? Can I trust you to be loyal, to be consistent, to be present, to to meet me halfway? All right, let's get a little bit more on that though. Like what is the Hierophant in reverse here? Or what is the, yeah, what is that? It feels like it's like, is this thing, are you gonna abandon me kind of thing? The Nine of Pentacles. It's like, am I better off on my own? I'm hearing that song. Who was this by? Alice DJ or something? It's a really old song. It's, well, from like the 90s, I think. It's called Better Off Alone. Do you think you're better off alone? Are they asking about themselves? Is Taurus asking about themselves? No, you're pretty sure about yourself and what you want. You're showing up as certain. Some of you are dealing with a frickin' Aries. Aries had a card from a totally different deck that also said retreat. So I'll just let you know. If you have Aries in your chart, if you're dealing with an Aries or something like that, you might want to watch that as well. But could just be two sides of the same coin, giving you more information or validation from different aspects or perspectives. You're asking about yourself. You're telling me that, or you're asking about someone else, sorry. You're telling me that you know what your capabilities are, what you bring to, what vibe you bring to the overall party, right? Like what you bring, what your capacity is, what you have in your toolbox, what you can be relied on for. You have this confidence, this certainty in yourself that allows you to be solid and relied upon and show up in a consistent, tangible way where something real can be built, something that will actually last, something where a foundation can be put down and then something expansive can be built on top of that, and you know that it's not just going to fall apart like a house of cards. You have a lot of faith, unlike Aries reading. It's showing me that you actually have a large amount of faith in yourself and your own abilities and how solid you are. You don't know if someone genuinely, it feels like, wants to be in a certain position, job, relationship, or if they think that they're better off doing their own thing or doing something else. But what you're really asking is like, do you really ride for me? Are you there? Can you be relied on when it matters, you know, when it counts? Or are you just going to retreat and be nowhere to be found? Like, are you committal, or are you only committed to yourself? This could be someone wanting a second chance with you, Taurus, if it is like a person that's indicated here. because the Five of Pentacles in reverse with the Eight of Swords in reverse is here, and the Moon with the, what is that? The Six of Cups? Yeah, Six of Cups in reverse. There's something you don't want to repeat. You already, I feel like, had to walk away from something and it required strength of you. And it feels like now there might be the potential or the opportunity to create something from a braver place, like come in from out of the cold, come back together, but overcoming old fears and insecurities to build something solid. So someone could have come and, you know, offered you something or spoken boldly and said, like, I want to get back together with you. I don't want to let the things that have held us apart, the fears, different things that may have gotten in the way, get in the way anymore. I want to overcome that. But you're wondering, like, under the Moon, though, is there still something being hidden? Can we truly move away from the past? Because it feels like in the past there was a lack of success, a lack of fulfillment, and you walked away feeling really sure that whatever happened, you weren't going to repeat what you just experienced, whether with this person or another person. It almost feels like there's this sense of like, was my time just wasted? You know, like, did I just put valuable time, energy, effort, attention, resources into something that just like gobbled that up and then bailed? And like, did that go nowhere? Was that a waste of time? So then naturally, if that's something you've already had to make a difficult judgment call on, then there's going to be insecurity most likely about letting something back in. So it looks like you're wondering, is something here to stay? And can it be relied on? Or is it committed only to itself and essentially not something that can match my freak or meet me, something that is not my equal, something that does not have the same intentions and capacity as I do to move forwards and build something really solid that can stand the test of time, or that will be genuinely loyal and committed, is what that kind of feels like. Okay. So what you already know about the situation is coming through as the Queen of Swords with abundance. Let's clarify a little bit more about that. Yeah. Let's look more into that. I think that you already know how you feel and function when you are in an opportunity that is clearly abundant and feels expansive, like feels like it has room to grow. That's the Queen of Swords. The Queen of Pentacles in reverse. Well, you pick up on things intuitively a lot in your physical body, Taurus. Your intuition comes through your physical body a lot. It feels like you're saying that when you're in a space where you are in an opportunity that is genuinely for you and abundant and meant to grow, your mind is at ease. You don't question it because you trust your own discernment. Things feel aligned in your body, in your nervous system, in your gut, you know. There isn't this nervousness. When things do not feel aligned, the Queen of Pentacles in reverse, you feel insecure in a way that you normally don't. Right? So the fact that you are continuing to ask is something truly here to stay, is something truly on my level, or where I am, like, are we on the same page with the same goals, moving at the same pace, equally invested? Is this balanced and trustworthy, right? It feels like you are already aware. If you keep asking, then you already know that you doubt that that is the case, right? And the Queen of Swords in the upright, she doesn't really doubt. She has been through a myriad of past experiences, a lot of them painful, and she's learned the hard way, and she has sharpened her discernment. She knows the questions to ask. She has strong, healthy boundaries to honor her own energy and protect herself from her time being wasted, right? She's on top of shit. She also knows when she's being made to feel insecure, or when something is destabilizing her rather than adding a sense of security, or just adding something to her life, right? It feels like there could be someone here who has a lot of like gusto, and they know how to talk a big game, right? They're like, you and me, babe, jump on my skeleton horse here and we're riding off into the sunset. But then it's like the Chariot in reverse, the Knight of Cups in reverse. Nothing goes anywhere because it's all desire, or it's all like inspired in the moment, but then there's nothing significant emotionally that's backing it up to like really keep it moving. Or there's desire and passion, but not like emotional intimacy or openness. Someone could have issues with vulnerability. They could be a little numbed out or disconnected from their heart. It just feels like you have been offered an opportunity a couple times here, and it has stolen your peace of mind a few times. And it just feels like you're not willing to go back. You've made the choice that you are not willing to go back into a place where you start getting in your head about something. So let's clarify a little bit more, though. What does Taurus already know about this abundance here? What do they know about this abundance? There's some sort of control or power dynamic at play here. And it could be that someone is acting a specific way because they're trying to control the speed that something moves at, because they're uncomfortable with it going quickly. Basically, someone is not comfortable with just allowing a situation to unfold. And so there's like hidden power dynamics and possibly games being played where one person, they feel more in control based on whatever it is that they're doing here in this situation. This particular Four of Pentacles has this like big person, right? Like fucking around with this smaller scene with all these other people. It's giving like puppet master, right? I want to build this foundation, but only on my terms because I have control issues, essentially, is what this is giving. And it looks like you are aware, you already know that an abundant foundation cannot be built or sustained that way, because a true abundant situation between you and something else, it requires you to come in, to bring yourself in, the other person to meet you on the same level, and then you create something together. Like what the sum of the parts, or the sum is its own thing. It's more than just the two separate parts, right? But you all come in and you create something together. It requires openness, collaboration, communication, and being like considering one another and being on the same level in order to build something that is uh, balanced. And you're telling me that there's something that is not right now. It doesn't feel in alignment. Specifically, I'm seeing that someone could be controlling like the physical circumstances between you as a means of not opening up or meeting you in an emotionally intimate space because they're scared of that. So they could like come in, make big promises, connect to you in the ways that they feel comfortable connecting to you, passionately, sexually, even just like something stimulating, like dreaming about the future, talking about promises, things like this. You're telling me that you believe that they're full of shit and that they're aware that they're full of shit. That they are actively making these choices from a closed down heart space to deceive you about what they're actually capable of investing, to keep access to you, maybe, or to continue having the dynamic the way that they're comfortable having it. So this could be someone that comes in and then they retreat, they cycle back, or they have some form of toxic kind of pattern here. It could be somewhat avoidant, or someone who doesn't want to put like a label on something, someone who won't fully commit to something so that they know that they can always have one foot out the door. And if they get afraid, they can just fall back on, you know, I don't know, hyper independence, or just retreat into their own, like, well, I heard selfish world, so I don't know. The thing is, like, living your life just for yourself isn't selfish unless you're stringing someone else along, right? So that you can have the best of both worlds. That's selfish as fuck. Just deciding you want to be single and focusing on yourself isn't selfish at all. But manipulating another person so that you can have everything that you want, you can be avoidant and have someone else's affections or whatever, like that is very toxic. But yeah, you're saying that you're already aware of what a truly abundant, like sustainably abundant situation feels like, and that this isn't it because there's deception, there are power dynamics, there is a lack of emotional alignment, there's a lack of consideration on both, like equal consideration for the other. And you're also saying that it has to be more than just like talking. Like if it's just words but nothing is actually being built tangibly, something like practical, physical, like if we're just saying we want to be together but we're not like making plans to make that happen, talking about like the details that need to be sorted out, well then it's a fantasy, right? It's just words. It's not real. So I think you're telling me that you keep on asking if someone is invested in you enough to stay, or if they're invested just in themselves and they're going to keep retreating. But I think you're telling me here that you already kind of know the answer based on the way that they continue to show up, even when they do show up, right? It's not in a way that makes you feel secure. And you're about security. So you know how you feel when you feel secure. You're fixed earth, right? Okay, so why faith feels scary or hard? Why believing what it is that you know feels difficult in this situation? You have the Tower in reverse with new beginnings. Okay. Let's see. Let's clarify that a little bit more. What is the Tower in reverse? The Hanged Man in reverse. You care about whatever this is, genuinely. You are invested in this. And you have shown up in a way where you've given of yourself, your time, your energy, your attention, your resources, your self, your heart even. You've given to something, and it's easier to be in your head playing mental gymnastics, trying to convince yourself that there's still something here to uncover, that, that there's something you're missing, maybe, than it is to just land on, to decide that if something is wishy-washy or back and forth, that's not the love you need. You need the love that's going to fight for you, that's going to close out toxic cycles or fears or old behavior patterns that are deteriorating the relationship or harming things rather than helping things. You need someone that will uncover where they've been, that will be humble and uncover their fears rather than be dishonest about them and try to manipulate the situation. You need someone that's going to pour heart into the 10 of Cups, because you can't have the 10 of Cups with an absence of, being emotionally present and invested. So it does feel like for a lot of you, this is talking about a relationship of some sort. The Hanged Man in reverse, the Tower in reverse, though, it's the reason it feels hard to trust what you already know is because it's not what you want to know. It's not the answer that you want. And that doesn't mean someone will never be ready. But I think that you're aware based on the way that they're acting and how this whole situation kind of feels, as well as just the proof is in the pudding, so to speak. I don't know. That's an old saying that my mom would always say. My grandma, my mom. But it basically is the proof is in the outcome, right? If you show up, you're invested, you put your time, energy, effort, if you put the best of yourself, or just if you put yourself consistently into something, it is going to grow. If something isn't growing in an abundant way, well, that's because there's a lack of alignment and control or power dynamic stuff going on that's throwing things off balance. But it's almost saying there's some form of new beginning that I think you would move in the direction of if and when you decide that this thing is not something suitable for you to truly deeply connect with or commit to at this time, because it just can't really meet you there. There's some other form of new beginning that wants to take place, and it feels like some form of personal transformation. What is that? What's the new beginning? The 10 of Swords in reverse. Yeah. For some of you, you have wounds around for some of you, you've been rejected, abandoned, betrayed, deceived by people in the past that straight up just did not give you, like, it wasn't reciprocated, it was not balanced. And there's still this wound in you that it makes it difficult then to admit, like, oh, this is part of that same freaking cycle, or it looks like this person that I have now formed feelings for, or whatever, is just another in a list of people who can't show up and like reciprocate, or is choosing not to act right, or is choosing not to, you know, have an equal sort of energetic exchange with me in this scenario. It feels like the new beginning of personal development that you're kind of being called out into to really trust yourself enough to step into is releasing difficult emotions or pain that you maybe have internalized around people who can't give back to you, or who don't have the capacity, or who are choosing not to meet you where you're at, that somehow reflecting on you. Because it doesn't. It's an indication of just where they are at. It doesn't have to do with you. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt, right? When we pour into someone and they maybe misrepresent themselves as being more like available or ready for something than they really are, or they get scared and back out, or whatever the case may be, right? They have some stuff that they still need to heal that comes up to the surface that they may be conscious of, or they may not be, right? A lot of people aren't conscious of their attachment styles or their patterns because it's their norm, it's their like thing that feels safe, even though it's toxic and detrimental to them and the people around them. It's just what they've known and what their nervous system clocks as like, this is normal, this is safe, this is where we're good, like let's stay here, right? But just because something feels safe does not mean that, like, we can be drawn to things because that's the norm or what we're used to, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that is what is best for us truly, right? Sometimes we have to use constructive thought, critical thought is what I'm trying to say, to question those things. But it feels like something here is kind of clear. It's just asking you to walk away, maybe, and maybe to walk away gently. Just admit that, like, you don't really need more information than what you already have. And you don't really need to project or expect that some, like, crazy, shocking thing is going to happen to bring something or someone suddenly into alignment. There's something that you're being asked to release, like to let go of. So that you can move forwards. What needs to be released? I think it's just the attachment to, what can't be in the sun with you right now. It feels like you carry the energy of abundance and fulfillment very much within you. It's just what can't or won't rise to step into the sun with you, right? What would rather stand at the crossroads and play games with you rather than just like see the value of what's right in front of them and step forwards with you, or be honest with themselves and you, right? What is that? Because if there's something that makes things more muddled, more unclear, more uncertain, then it's kind of just meant to be that simple, I think, right now. But that's why it does feel difficult to trust yourself, because you could have a lot of understanding for where someone's at or why they're afraid or even external circumstances that might be causing them difficulties or wearing them down or making it more difficult for them to show up. But at the end of the day, you're carrying a bunch more for this person. You're carrying the uncertainty of the relationship within their like hesitancy, and that feels heavy and burdensome. You're carrying like this question of, am I really in this? Am I in this alone? Like, are you going to be here in the morning, or when shit gets hard, are you just going to bail, you know? Like, you're that, when you have to keep questioning yourself or questioning a situation because it feels unstable and insecure, that mental rumination is extremely draining energetically. So it feels like you're not meant to be in this space of hesitancy because you are certain. You're certain about who you are, you're certain about what you're capable of and what you want. And it feels like you are more just, you're meant to trust yourself to the degree that you know that whatever is a part of this really abundant, you've already built the foundation for an abundant life. Whatever's meant to be built on top of that with you is not going to deteriorate at that foundation. It's going to add to it, period. That period. Okay? So I think that it's hard to have faith and trust yourself because it kind of is very black and white and clear, and it requires you to trust your discernment and what you feel. Okay. Is there anything else, any final advice for Taurus before I let them go? Yeah, anything you have to chase, anything you have to be constantly like pulling yourself out of a state of disappointment around just to like try to have hope, or try to believe them when they say that you can have hope, right? It's like if you're having to convince yourself, then that is already telling you that if you have to force yourself by trying to convince yourself in or out of something, you already know the answer. It's just not the answer that you want, right? And I totally understand how hard that, trust me, I absolutely understand how hard that is. It can be a lot easier to make excuses for someone and have hope in them, even when they don't have enough hope in themselves to sustain their own promises, right? But that ultimately doesn't actually help anything or anyone. It kind of just becomes, it's like you're, what is that word? It's like you're basically just giving someone a permission slip to stay the same and to continue repeating toxic cycles that are not only, they're not only affecting themselves, they're affecting you as well. So yeah, that is what I see for you, Taurus. I do think that if you honor yourself, that is the best way. Like, you can't control whether someone steps up or not, that's for sure. But usually the best possible way is to inspire others through embodying what it is that you seek, rather than trying to like lift them to where you are, or inspire them like directly, or talk them into it, or convince them, right? Or even hold space and wait patiently in a way that kind of just becomes enabling, you know? Yeah. I think that whoever this person is, they need to come to terms with their own fears, their own patterns, the ways that they seek to control through manipulation, and how harmful that is, how destabilizing that is, and how unfair that is. It's not, it doesn't allow for balance, and true reciprocation and understanding in a relationship. So That is what I see, though. It feels like they have things that they need to come to on their own. And I think that it will be easier for them to do that in your absence, even though that might be painful for you. Sometimes people need tough love, right? Doesn't mean you have to be a dick. But sometimes people need space to figure their own shit out. Sometimes what they don't need is like endless patience. It's like what they really need is to have some space and do the work so that they trust themselves and feel safe, so that they don't need to test partners to prove that they can trust someone else, or whatever the case may be for this person, right? They need to work through their own insecurities and realize that manipulating or having these weird power dynamics, or I don't know, anxious or avoidant kind of conditioning or patterning, that is the problem. That is like what needs to be addressed, that will bring more stability. Not, oh, well, maybe I can just continue working out of patterns, habits, and, you know, sabotaging kind of behaviors or manipulative tactics that make me feel safe, or that prove to me that something can be trusted. You'll trust things when you trust yourself, because you'll know that no matter what happens, it's not going to destroy you, right? So it feels like someone just kind of needs some time to potentially sort their own ish out a little bit and see things clearly in that situation. All right, what's going on over here? What's up, Pillow Talk? You like my readings? Coming back for Leo. Okay, we're gonna do Gemini. Gonna get to Gemini. Let's see. Tune me into Gemini's energy. My Gemini collective. What is it that they keep on returning to, keep ruminating on, or asking? What do my Geminis keep on questioning? Geminis. Let's see. I think it is overheating. Nice. I think that fan really helps with my laptop not overheating, which is awesome. So turning this down a little bit. Okay. Show me Gemini. They keep asking. Okay. What do they already know? I knew that card was going to come out. Okay. Why does it feel scary or hard? Get some oracle cards. Tell me about what Gemini keeps asking here. Okay. Is this the right card for here? Is this the right card for here? Okay. All right. Let me just close the curtains here, and then we will get started. It's a little dark now. Be lit up. Let's see what's going on here. What's happening for my gems? You're driving me crazy. Hi, gems. Hi. I hope you guys are doing awesome. Let's take a look here at what exactly it is that you keep on asking that you already know. We are notorious for this. I'm a Gemini moon, so I understand the struggle is a little bit real. We're gonna see what it is that you know, though, that you keep on revisiting, hesitating around, and re-questioning or bringing back into a space of like uncertainty, and why this particular thing feels scary or hard to just like trust what it is that you already know, essentially. Okay, so this feels like it goes kind of deep, not gonna lie. There could be some like ancestral or generational wounds or patterns or things here that you have been breaking, that you feel you are specifically here in this lifetime to break, and you take it seriously, you know, which is awesome. And it feels like whatever this is that you keep on questioning or asking about, it's in the vein of that. It's kind of like you want to see a change, you want to see a shift, you want to see, you're here to break certain patterns or break certain karma. And it feels like you've already done a lot of work in this area. It has something to do with looking at what needs to be uplifted and what needs to be, you know, like what needs to die here. What you really want to survive down this line. So whatever it is that you keep asking, you're asking if this is aligned with like with your ancestors, with the work that you've already done, with the healing that you've done, with the role that you play in your bloodline, it feels like, as someone who came here to change things. And if this isn't like your family specifically, then you just feel like you came here to help like humanity change, right? And you're trying to shift things on an individual or familial level or something like that to do your part, to be the change that you know needs to take place here to bring us into a more healthy space. But you have the Nine of Swords in reverse with this Ancestors card that says family, survival, death, and worship. I'm hearing like, is it okay to be drawn to this? Is it okay to be pulled to this? Or am I just playing into old patterns? Basically, is this thing part of the problem that I'm trying to break away from and solve and be different, like exist outside of? Or is this something that is outside of that pattern? Is something a test? Or is it for you? But you're asking specifically, the Nine of Swords in reverse, is it safe not to be anxious about this thing? Is it safe to stop asking if this is safe? But it feels like there's something quite like weighty or heavy, something that carries a lot of weight around this. Like the implications of you putting yourself into this. It could be something that would have implications around your family life, your parents, you know, like maybe you feel called to move towards something that feels very much aligned with you and like your personal energy, right? But it would be non-traditional, or it would break the way that things have been, you know? And that's not necessarily a bad thing. It just feels like you're questioning whether you are moving in the right direction with this, and whether it's worth like creating an upheaval or a change to the systematic way that things have been in order to bring this thing in. Because it would be something that's new. It feels like you are inspired to move towards whatever this is, and you have a lot of fiery, masculine, assertive energy that you want this for. But there's also something that you're protecting, whether you have a child or not. Your experience as a child and your inner child wounding could also have a lot to do with what initially led you to want to be the change in your family system, right? Like you could be the black sheep in your family. You could feel very misunderstood, or you could feel like you're the only one with like spiritual depth or emotional intelligence that can see the patterns and the conditioning well enough and has like the humility and spiritual knowledge or strength to change things, right? So that could be really frustrating for you. You can be gaslit a lot when you're that person in your family. You can just feel isolated and alone a lot. You can feel like you kind of have a target on your back, even around the people that are kind of meant to like love, support, and care for you the most. So there's something that you do want to go after, but you're asking, is it safe? You're also asking if some sort of like fundamental difference is going to be a hang up, or if it's something that you can actually move through with this situation. Can you tell me a little bit more about yeah, because, okay, so let's just look at what you already know, and then we will clarify all of it. But what you already know is coming through as the Three of Cups, and then this card, Secret Seances. It says Spirit World, Messages, Assistance, and Memories. I feel like you're very tuned in to your ancestors, to nature spirits, to your own intuition and inner knowing, but also the spirit realm, however that comes through for you, whether it is your guides, synchronicities that you get in nature, feelings that you feel that come from a spiritual place, like in your body, or just a knowing that you have through your gifts. But it feels like something has reached out to you spiritually and kind of given you like you've received messages, maybe even for some of you memories of past life, or like dreams of things that have been shared with you from either your own subconscious or the spirit realm to try to help not, well, validate you in a way, but just like give you more confidence or assist you, guide you really in moving forwards with something here. You already know that you want to come together with something here. The Three of Cups, this can be a community, just because of this card being a wedding, right? This is the zombie tarot, by the way. So that's why, you know, the bride is a zombie. But the zombie bride. It feels like there's something fundamentally kind of like different between you and someone, right? You, I think, know that there could still be celebration, or you feel, well, no, this is what you already know. So you already know that you want to reconcile with someone, come together with them, whether that's a community or a specific person relationally. I feel like it feels like someone that you want to enter into a relationship or a significant partnership with, because that would impact like your family, right? In some sort of way. Or at least that's what you're telling me. But there is a difference, or there's something that is not, there's something that's innovative or not traditional about this. And while it makes you happy, and maybe it makes both people happy, you're still questioning if it aligns with the bigger picture and the direction that you want to grow in. Or like, if you don't want your family, the family that you create, the relationship you create, to be the same as, like, to be modeled after, I don't know, like the way that you witnessed your parents' marriage being and the dynamics that they had there, or how your family has traditionally done things, right? I'm feeling like you are a trailblazer, and there's something that you know you're meant to do different. You're aware of this. You strongly feel that this person or this connection or community is a part of that. And I feel that you've received spiritual guidance and messages that are very clear around this. I think a part of you is still kind of seeking physical validation, because there's a fear around what your living family would think, or how they would react. I'm seeing like a ripple effect. Someone throwing a stone into a pond and then it like rippling out and affecting a lot around it, right? But essentially what you keep on asking is this in alignment with the family, the structures, the dynamics, the relationships, and the trajectory that I want to build, that does not fall in line with the way that things have been, that have not been, that I know are not fulfilling or healthy? And it seems like you already know very clearly that this aligns with you. But you're just giving quite a bit of It's interesting because you're kind of like saying, I know I'm here to do things differently than my family, but you're still putting a lot of weight on like, what will they think though about this? Which kind of contradicts directly, right? Like, you can't, if you know that you're here to shake shit up and do something differently than it has been done before, then you can pretty much expect pushback, right? You can pretty much expect that it's not going to be a smooth ride, because to change shit in an established system, you gotta like, ruffle some feathers. And with family stuff, with karmic stuff, it's even more so the case. Trust me. Trust me. So there's something that you want here to not be a source of anxiety, but I think the reason it is a source of anxiety is because you keep on asking what your family will think, or how an established system will be affected by this choice. When really, you can't really take that into consideration if you truly want to be the change here. And that doesn't mean doing things that will hurt other people. But it means if you want to shake shit up and change something and it's going to make other people uncomfortable, then you need to stop asking. Like, you need to stop thinking so much about what their opinion will be, what they'll think, what they'll say. And you just need to embrace the fact that you're here to be different, and all of the shit that comes along with that. People will talk. People will misunderstand you. People will project onto you. The only way to avoid that is by falling in line and carrying on what has already been, but you're showing me that you're not here to do that. So I think it's more about overcoming your own anxiety surrounding like being different, but that you're meant to be. So is there anything else about what Gemini keeps asking here? What about the family is coming up so strongly? The Empress in reverse, potentially something with your mother. Oh, I'm seeing interesting connections to both the mother and father here. Okay. It's showing me that your connection to your mother or maternal line is what's having more of an effect on you currently. It's still influencing you currently. I think that for the most part, you've already addressed the masculine side of things, like you've healed a father wound, or you've already broken out of some form of toxic dynamic, or you've empowered yourself in terms of your masculine energy, because the devil in reverse is here with the emperor in the upright, who can be the father, right? Since we're asking about your family. This looks like you've already, like, you're protecting your own inner child. You maybe have decided, like, if you're a masculine, you're like, look, I saw the way that my father modeled masculinity, and it was kind of toxic, and that's not who I want to be. I don't want to be my dad, right? So you've already decided that, and you've broken away from the things that would have tied you up in those patterns, or that conditioning is what that's showing me. But the Empress in reverse with the Five of Cups, it's looking like, well, I'm hearing coercive, which is a little bit intense, so only take that if it resonates. But it feels like there is a mother figure here, that there could be Scorpio strongly in her chart with the Five of Cups. It doesn't have to be, but, or Taurus with the Empress. It feels a little bit like a codependent relationship here, or a mother that is basically that you are afraid to disappoint. You're afraid to cause them grief here, or upset them, or be on the receiving end of harsh judgment or criticism, specifically from this feminine energy in your family. And it could be that you are choosing a wife, choosing a partner, something like that, and your mother would not approve. Maybe this person is nothing like your mother, right? And you don't want to be anything like your father. So when you bring someone that's nothing like your mother, And you not being like your father, together you have the change that you're here to create in your family or in your ancestral or generational pattern, right? This is ultimately what you are seeking, but I feel like you're a little bit hung up here on the grief that would potentially, the impact that this would have on the relationship with a feminine, specifically in your family. I'm just getting that you're afraid to disappoint them, or that maybe you feel like the only way to be fair is to just be alone, in a way, like to please everybody. But then there isn't hope around that. There isn't security around that. You know that, like, that's not really what you want to build in this life. But there are some sort of dynamic within your family that you, if this isn't specifically your mother, then it's just you feel like you have to sacrifice and limit yourself in order to fit inside some sort of box or standard or expectation of you. And this causes you a lot of grief. And you desire to break out of something that feels very restrictive and be your own person, but you're afraid of the fallout of that. Or if you're gonna choose something boldly that breaks away from the established way of doing things, it's something about it feels risky. Like, but what if I'm wrong? And then, like, I have to come crawling back and they're like, we told you so. You know what I mean? It's like, it feels like you just want, you keep asking about something if it's in alignment with your overall, like, role in this life and the change you're trying to create, who you're trying to be, the legacy you're trying to leave behind. You keep asking, like, is it okay to move towards this with certainty, with confidence, and to lay my anxieties around this to rest? Okay, let's clarify more about what you already know. What is this, So you know you want to come together with someone or something. You want to bring something together. You want to create a situation of celebration. Celebration and lightness relationally here. I want to know what this is, the messages from the spirit world that have been assisting you, or the memories that you've been tapping into that have been assisting you. What is that? The Four of Pentacles. Well, what is not growing? Like, what? There's something in your physical reality, a current foundation that's in place, like a current structure or foundation that is in place. And it's like, it's restrictive. Like, you know that you can only grow so much within it. It feels almost like gatekeepy or withholdy as well. Like, you know that you're going to stay small if you stay in this particular dynamic or under the thumb of this, like, maybe there's a sort of authority here that your parents or your relatives have over you. But there's something you want to break out of that makes you feel small, and you feel as though it's like something's always dangled in front of you, but you can never actually reach it. Like, oh, you believe that you're gonna grow, beyond something, but then the reciprocation or the prize never really comes in. It's like very much this feeling of believing that you're going somewhere, but then like you feel like the past continues repeating in a specific cycle. I think what you already know is that the reason this feels so scary to choose is because it upsets that cycle. It will upset that cycle. It will not be a repetition of the past, that's for sure, because something is totally different here from the way that things have been done. And it's meant to be. But it doesn't feel safe in terms of like the judgment and criticism of those around you, or you having the support of your family in some sort of way. You would essentially be like going at this boldly on your own. And that's why you're kind of looking for some extra validation around, can I lay my anxieties around this to rest and truly open myself to it and go for it and start building it in a tangible physical way. And I think that spirit has already been validating you in a lot of ways here. There could be something that you've been building on your own. You could be like building your savings. You could have different investments and things like that that you're actually keeping secret from maybe your family, or just keeping to yourself. Almost like you've started laying your own individual foundation, but you're not really sharing that. Or you've started making plans to move or to come together with something that you know wouldn't necessarily be approved of. I feel like you've received knowing and understanding and even like emotional validation in some sort of way. But you've received messages from spirit, from your own spirit, and from, you know, your guides around this, is what it's showing me. Is there anything else around what Gemini knows here? Okay. Let's see. I think for some of you, you're in a physical situation, like you might be in close vicinity to your family at this time, and for some of you, it's a bit triggering. Being like, you could live at home, or you could just even live like close to home, and like let's say your mom stops by all the time, or there's something about a lack of boundaries, and people, specifically, I'm seeing a motherly energy like imposing herself on you, her expectations, just assuming, well, what I expect of you is what you're going to do, clearly, with your life. You know, like the kind of girl that is a nice girl that I approve of is obviously the kind of girl you're going to marry, right? Or the kind of community and friends that you have are obviously going to be people that I would approve of. But no, that's not in alignment with you. It's also not healthy, because whatever past dynamic is here, you don't want to repeat it for a reason. It hurt you, I feel like, in some way. You don't fit into this. And it can be painful to break out of things, even if we don't fit within them, right? It's kind of like you get to the point, though, where when is it more painful to stay stuck inside of a structure that you don't fit in anymore than it is to break out of that structure? Are you at that point yet? Which is more painful? Why faith feels particularly scary or hard around this. You have the Seven of Wands in reverse with this Vervain Everlasting card. Spellbound, soul alignment, release, and protection. It's vulnerable because it requires faith. It makes you feel vulnerable because you have to believe in something bigger than you. You have to believe that you are protected to release what is not a fit in order for you to align with what is really aligned on a soul level with you. And at some points it could feel like it's just like wishful thinking, or like it's all just been a dream, or you've just been under a spell, or you're crazy or silly for thinking that you could do something different when these oppressive structures or patterns are so prevalent, right? It feels like it does require vulnerability with that Seven of Wands in reverse for you to stop fighting for things that you don't even want. Stop exerting energy showing up for things, like holding things together that you don't even want to carry forward in your own existence, right? And know that you are protected in doing that and moving towards personal soul alignment. But there's an element of the unknown, right? Because what is established, what has always been done, even though you know that that hasn't been fulfilling or maybe healthy, or it's not the what you want to carry forwards, it's still, you know, conditioning is conditioning, and it can be very difficult. It can feel very uncomfortable to break out of that. Tell me more. Well, is there any final advice you have for Gemini before I let them go? They don't want you to be conflicted about this. They don't want you to feel internal tension or confliction or conflict about making this change, about dropping your defenses, about being honest with yourself about what you really feel pulled to, and knowing that that desire, that pull is coming from something for a reason. There's an opportunity here that doesn't hold anything for you, and it's not going to work out. Maybe not because it is on paper like not abundant or not a good deal, right? The reason why it's not going to work out is because there is no internal it doesn't harmonize with you. This opportunity is not harmonized with you and who you are internally. It's not a match. And so it's not going to reciprocate or give you what you're truly seeking. It can't. It's not in alignment with you, and you know that. It hasn't felt safe or secure, or it hasn't brought joy or celebration. But this is also another card of like family, your home life, the Four of Wands. It's not what you want for your home, for your family, for your life moving forwards. And the King of Swords, you know what you want. Five of Swords in reverse. You know very clearly what you want. And it feels like you know what you want because you know what you don't want. The King of Wands in reverse. I think that you've already tried to build something, a future that is in alignment with what is expected or desired of you by others. And it did not fulfill you. You already had to move on from disappointment because you've been there, done that. You tried to do things the established way, and you were either bored or disappointed. It wasn't a fit for you. It wasn't aligned with you. You could have tried to fake it, right? But it killed something inside of you because it wasn't truly authentic to you. And so they don't want you to be conflicted about this. They're basically saying the more that you can tune into your own spirit, as well as your ancestors or your guides, because these energies are very heavily around you at this time. They know that you're close to breaking out of something and they want to support you. They're giving you messages of validation. You just need to listen. You need to quiet your anxiety enough so that you can hear what's truly coming through intuitively. because there actually is a lot of support and a lot of validation around you and within your own soul. But it feels like you're almost like right at that point where you're standing right on the edge, right on the threshold, right on the precipice of making this huge, bold change. And you know that there's no going back, right? You know that what you set in motion here is going to have an impact, but you also know that if you don't set it in motion now, you might lose the opportunity. So it feels like there's this sense of pressure, the old versus the new, and you're being beckoned to take that bold move and know that you are protected. You're protected because it feels like this is part of your purpose. If you know that you're here to be the black sheep, to do something different, to create a change, right? Then this is in alignment with that. So they want you to be able to trust that you're spiritually guided and protected as you make this move. Okay? So we're going to move on to Cancer now, but I love you, Gemini. All right. Let's see. Cancer. What's going on, homies? I love you. I want to brush all the annoying hairs off of your face. Thank you. The wind keeps like well, not the wind, but the fan that I have to cool me keeps like blowing random hairs, and I'm like, get off of me. Empress in reverse. Your maternal line. Curse is definitely overgiving. Motherhood has turned me into an overgiver, which you never were before. It doesn't match your aesthetic. Aww. Well, I know you've got a big, bold ass heart that wants to just give. Just got to find the places where you can also receive, so that your heart doth not run empty, my friend. What's up, luminary? All the energies at once. Yeah, it has been that way. It has felt that way. Because what, we had like the Pluto Mars opposition, we had the Pluto Chiron square. All of that shit was disgusting and gross and felt horrible and heavy. Felt real uncomfortable for like 2 to 3 days, a little bit. And then we had the nodal shift. We came out of the post shadow for Mercury retrograde, so things got super clear. Also, there's just a lot going on. We entered Leo season. There's a lot going on, you know? So for us energetically attuned and sensitive peeps, yeah, it's everything everywhere all at once, changing around. It has felt very much like a big phase of timeline shifting as well. I don't know if anyone has felt like what is time and space? That does not exist in a normal way anymore. It's felt like we're in a bit of this portal energy where it's possible for us to make changes now, like to commit to things that put us on a very bold, strong new trajectory, or crystallize a new timeline that is potentially really fucking abundant, right? Which is partially maybe why I felt called to do this topic for the reading tonight, because I know that sometimes the hardest point is when you're like right at the edge of the threshold, and all you have to do is like step off the ledge or step fully into that new trajectory or existence. Like, you know, sometimes doubt and fear becomes the absolute loudest right at the moment when we're at the very final moment, right? When push really comes to shove. So, but the thing is, by the time when you get to that point, you do be already knowing. Like, you've been knowing for some time, because your knowing got you to that point. You know what I'm saying? Like, you didn't just wind up where you are per chance. It's like, no, you've been moving in that direction because you do know. Your spirit does know. So, but sometimes taking that last step with courage and faith can be really challenging. So maybe that's why I felt a little bit called uh, to tune into the energies in that way for this reading. But let's see here, because that's been something that I've been personally feeling. So yeah, it's like real change can happen, the change that you've been wanting to happen for however long, right? But it still requires something of you, whether that is to continue moving on the same trajectory but drop like self-limiting beliefs or fears and step more fully into your faith so that you can truly be like open and receive what you have been moving towards, because what you seek is seeking you as well. What you desire also desires to align with you. Or whether there's like a final boss or challenge that you need to be facing, or a final lesson to integrate right at the very end there before you kind of like segue, whatever the case may be, it can be a difficult place to be in. So I do totally understand that. Okay. Let's see. I need to go to the washroom, Cancer. I'm going to go to the washroom really quickly and also grab a bottle of water, which I didn't happen to bring down here with me. And then I'm going to come back and do your reading. I'll use this deck for your reading. Okay, so just give me a few moments, okay? All right, I have water. Also, I pinned my hair back so that it wouldn't keep blowing in my face, because that was annoying. Okay. So we are moving on to Cancer. Ooh. Cancer. Let's see. Cancer, I bet you're glad that Mercury retrograde in your sign is done. At least I am, and everybody else that I know is also very glad that Cancer, or that Mercury retrograde is complete, because it was a bit of a butt head, if you will. Okay, I'm gonna close her and turn it in. All right, let's see. What deck are we using for you in that deck? Some glass on. Okay. I'm definitely grateful for the infusion of some fiery energy. And I am a water sign. Water, sun, and rising, actually, so I love me some water, but you know, ready for fire. Let's see. Okay, Cancers. My Cancerian collective. What is it that they need to know? Specifically, what is it that they keep hesitating on, even though they already know, even though they've been knowing? They have the information already to act in faith, but they keep questioning or asking. What is that? Clear and direct messages. Let me grab my water bottle because I forgot it in the washroom. Let it get less hot here, please. We've had like a heat streak thing And honestly, while I love warmth, it's been a bit much. Okay. Cover this up. Okay, show me Cancer. Just gonna move this back a tiny bit here. Okay, one at a time. One at a time, Cancer. Okay, what does Cancer keep asking? Okay, what do they already know? Okay, just one at a time. And yeah, why does it feel scary or hard? Okay. Well, okay. Okay, Cancer. Let's see. What does it say? Hello, my sweet and spicy little crabby cakes. Hi. How's it going, Cancer? I hope you're doing well. I always get like cute aggression with you, so just roll with it. You know that you're fucking adorable, okay? Just deal with it. The affliction that is being too adorable. Even energetically, I feel it. Okay, let's take a look here at what it is that you continue to question that you already know, and why having faith or trust in this feels particularly difficult. Okay, what you keep on asking is, this is an extra card in this particular deck, and it's the Shadow Work card. It came up with this oracle card here, clarifying it, the Joyous. Happiness, delight, interaction, open communication, goodwill, friendly persuasion, and self-expression. Okay. It feels like you keep on asking if you're ready to be happy. Like, have you done enough? Is there more work on yourself that is required at this time before you can embrace something that does make you really happy? This could even be, for some of you, a new way of embodying and expressing yourself or engaging with others, communicating with others. For some of you, you're coming out of a phase that's been a little dark and stormy. And I think you know that certain things came up for a reason to be worked through with that shadow work card. But it's almost like you want to make sure that that's done, so that you didn't, like, that all your, T's were crossed and I's were dotted, so that you don't have to go back. It's like, am I ready to move out of, is there something that I missed that needs to be integrated or addressed before I enter this new phase? And I don't know if it's so much that you're questioning the work that you've already done, because I'm seeing that you've already been in this, it feels like you've already been in this shadow work phase a little bit. It's almost like, is the work that I have done enough for me to feel, basically, am I genuinely prepared and ready to move into something that is going to be really fulfilling without old wounds, old patterns, old, stuff, fears, insecurities getting in the way of that, or influencing that happiness. Can you tell me more about what Cancer keeps asking here? Can you tell me what this joyful or happy situation is? The Six of Swords and strength. It's definitely a new way of perceiving and moving. And it feels like you're a lot more certain, you're a lot more sure of yourself in this way. It's almost like you've established and defined or redefined your own backbone, your own morals, beliefs, values, code of ethics. Essentially, you have a strong internal compass to guide you forwards, both in how you embody your own energy, the things that you align yourself with, to keep yourself in a state of personal integrity, the standards you uphold yourself to, basically, but also what you move towards in alignment with that conviction of heart and clarity, and how you think or perceive the world around you as well. There's something you've been unpacking, because you have the Six of Swords and strength, right? To move to the Six of Swords, we're coming from the Five of Swords. And the Five of Swords is a difficult energy. It's an energy of mental uncertainty, conflict, turmoil, tension. Sometimes we can be in it with other people, or we can just be in it with ourselves, and we're essentially like, wow, the Five of Swords is at the bottom of the deck. Okay. You can essentially feel very hedged in, backed into a corner, triggered, Like with the Five of Swords, we become very aware that our perspective needs to expand, or that we're ready to move in a different direction because this is no longer serving us anymore. Yeah, death in reverse, something that had not been changing, that started to feel very uncomfortable, as a means of, it feels like, bringing to your awareness that there's a transformation that is ready to take place in a particular area. It looks like what you're asking is, am I strong enough to really, like, have I integrated enough, and do I have enough of an understanding of where I'm coming from and where I want to go to truly, like, walk the talk, to really start interacting with life or engaging with others in this way, rather than it just being like a concept. Am I ready to put this in actual motion and start building my life around this, or start embodying and expressing myself from this place? Okay. It's like, are we out of the woods yet, right? The woods of our mind. Are we out of the woods? Have we put those triggers to rest? Have we done the work to sort of reset our nervous system, or whatever it is for you? Do we understand, like, when we are starting to spiral into rumination, anxiety, or unhelpful thinking? You know, do we know the ways that the thing about shadow work is that a lot of it is about awareness, just simple awareness, right? If you can just be present and aware, then when things start coming up, that's when you can choose what you want to do with them. Do you want to react the way you've always reacted? Do you want to respond consciously and intentionally in a new way? It's not always about, like, is the work done? Because the work is kind of never done, right? There's always more to become aware of and to integrate. There's always more growth that we can do if we want to. We're limitless, right? So that never ends. But it's not always about being in this phase of shadow work where we're assessing, like, whether it's good enough or what we've done so far. I think it's kind of about knowing that you are enough right where you are at to live the life that you want, to create a situation where there used to be grief, where there is now celebration, to feel hope where there was once an emphasis on fear or anxiety, right? But specifically here, there's something about, like, is my mind strong enough? Have I established enough of a new perspective? Well, it's two things playing off of each other. It's like, are my head and my heart in the same place? Is there cognitive dissonance that would prevent me from actually existing in alignment with my beliefs, my values, my morals, right? Or is there still something? It's like the two affect one another. One doesn't necessarily come first, they just kind of feed or bounce off of one another. How integrated your fresh perspective is, and then how strong your convictions are on a heart and soul level. Can both of them support one another as you move forwards tangibly? Have you gotten to a point where you're clear enough that that can happen without fear, triggers, ruminations, different things, anxiety coming in and throwing you off? Is what you keep asking, is showing me. Is there anything else about that? what you already know is the Seven of Wands with this card Grace. It says adornment, bring out beauty, elegance, the outer as a reflection of the inner, vanity, charisma, and self-expression. Both of these cards say self-expression on them, which is interesting. These cards don't have a lot of repeating keywords, so that's kind of notable. What you already know is that this is going to require, it's going to be revolutionary, right? It's going to be a shift that changes your life because you're changing yourself, and your dynamics with everything outside of you will respond to the energetic shifts that you're making internally, right? Or the perspective shifts that you're making. But so it feels like what you already know is that this is going to require a level of courage and bravery and effort to push in a new direction. Like you've done the internal work, but then there will still be effort required to like apply that internal work to like your habits, your routines, your relationships, basically to stand on business in tangible physical ways, right? But it's also telling me that you know that you can do this with grace. You have faith in yourself, that your intentions are good. You're not trying to implement something that is harmful to you or others. And that overall, you're telling me you generally move in somewhat of a graceful and elegant way. You've always had standards, even if those have changed, right? It's like you're telling me that there will be effort required, but you already know that you can handle this gracefully. That's coming through very clear. You could also be aware that there might be some defensiveness or pushback from like the established relationships around you, right? Because when we shift, like I said, our dynamics with other things that we're connected to, people included, also shift. You're half of that dynamic, right? So if you change, that dynamic is going to have to change and evolve as well. And sometimes people get used to, it's weird that this happens. I mean, I kind of get it, but it's weird because people are always changing. Life circumstances are always changing. Like the only constant is literally that things change. So I don't really know why we get so attached to, well, I'm used to relating to you in this one specific way, and so I'm going to push back if that dynamic shifts. We really should just expect it. You would think that we would, right? But we get comfortable with like knowing where we stand, I think, or feeling like we understand another person or see them very clearly, when really we're all pretty complex beings who can shift and change and do shift and change. So is there anything else about what Cancer already knows that wants to come through here? You know why there's been a lack of change, a lack of transformation. You already know. You truly and fully already know. This has already been revealed to you by your own subconscious, probably when you were doing this shadow work, right? Or going through a shadowy time. Maybe you weren't even like specifically consciously like focused on, let's sit down and do shadow work and integrate parts of my personality or whatever, but it could have just been that your circumstances for the last chunk of time were kind of forcing you to do some self-examination and like redefining of yourself, like looking at, okay, where have I come from, where am I now, what has changed, what do I want to change, just like a checking in with yourself, basically a check-in point. But it feels quite significant. Somewhere in this process, you already learned what was holding you back from deep transformation in this particular area. The Lovers and the Hermit. There could be something about you feeling in some ways more comfortable being on your own and going very deep into yourself. It's like you're not afraid to be with yourself. You're not afraid to look at yourself. But then there's something about letting someone else see you in those intimate spaces that it's like, you know that you can do it. It's just, do you want to do it? Right? I think you're aware that you're capable of doing something, but this is the reason why courage is required, right? Because if this is about like love or just allowing someone else close in an intimate sort of way, or even like moving in a way where you allow other people to be more significant in your life, to carry some of the load, to co-regulate things with you, to help support you rather than doing things all on your own or isolating yourself or being the one that's always there for others, but then not being comfortable asking for support or having people that see you as well, right? There's something about that you're aware is uncomfortable, and that discomfort in opening up in that specific way has been where you've struggled to transform. Why this feels especially scary or hard is the Queen of Cups in reverse with this oracle card before completion. Uncertainty, doubt and hesitation, loss of faith, unstable conditions, be extra cautious, and discord. Well, you're standing right on the edge there, right before completion. And it feels like there's an insecurity or a part of you that feels like you're not lovable, like you're not enough, or like maybe you're too much, or perhaps that what you have to give is so much that no one else could possibly truly meet you, like be your equal in that. So it's safer to just like give that love moderately on your own terms without opening yourself up that way. Gain a deep understanding of yourself without having to worry about being misunderstood in painful ways, something about that. But ultimately it feels like your doubts and hesitations, your insecurities, your greatest fears and internal conflicts are becoming extremely loud because you're right at the finish line, right? Sometimes when we're working through shadowy stuff, we're integrating, we're releasing insecurities, fears, limiting beliefs. They come up to be released and they get really loud on the way out. And it's not because they want us to spiral back into them or like continue to live under the weight of them, but that's part of the integration process. They just want to be witnessed and acknowledged on their way out, right? In sitting with them and acknowledging them, you're consciously saying, I see you, I hold space for you, but I also acknowledge that you want my attention because you're aware that I'm taking you out of the driver's seat, right? Like I'm taking fear out of the driver's seat or insecurity, and I'm putting hope, faith, and love behind the wheel. And that doesn't feel comfortable. So fear has something to say about it, right? You can listen to the concerns of your ego and then say, I hear you. However, it's time for a new phase. And there needs to be a new driver behind the wheel right now. So you can still witness and acknowledge something as it leaves without spiraling back into it. But it does feel like that's why faith at this specific point feels scary or hard for you. Because you are so close to completing whatever this cycle is. And it feels like you've done some really deep, like soul work on yourself. There's a lot of major arcana cards here, Cancer. There's Strength, which is Leo. There's the Shadow Work card, which is an extra one. The High Priestess, which is the Moon. Death, which is Scorpio. The Hermit and the Lovers, which is Virgo and Gemini. There's a lot. The universe, it feels like the timing is right. You are ready. Everything is aligning, and you can feel that. So it's almost like the moment right before you take that leap, right before you, I don't know, go on stage to perform, and your heart is pounding and you're like thinking about just pulling an Irish exit and running out the back door and being like, why did I ever decide to put myself out there in this way? Bye, you know? But it's just the moment right before completion where you're actually most susceptible to slipping backwards into uncertainty and a loss of faith or questioning yourself. But I think that this is coming up to say that's really normal. That's really human. Fear is really human, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that there's something that's still deeply unhealed within you that needs to be looked at, that's going to create disappointment or mar something that's actually meant to just be pretty freaking glorious and warm and abundant and bright. You are ultimately in control of how much power you give these fears, insecurities, doubts, hesitations, right? The more you feed them, the more unstable you feel. But you can still move forwards with, I wouldn't say caution, but healthy boundaries at a stable, steady pace that feels safe to you. But yeah, you're shifting something that runs deep. And so as you flush out the old things, as they come to the surface, those insecurities and fears and voices, ruminations, your ego, you know, these things, they want one last chance to say what they want to say, you know, in hopes that you will change your mind. And they can feel a little bit convincing, especially if they're playing on wounds that we have around our own self-worth, our own self-value, whether we are enough or too much, basically whether it's safe to just be us and whether who we are is lovable. Okay. Is there any final advice that you have for Cancer around this before I let them go? The Fool and the Ace of Cups. It's time, babes. It's time. It's time to leap out into love and know that you have a soft landing pad. The universe is backing you here. They are straight up saying, take this leap, reconcile that you've been at this crossroads and you needed to be there, right? To bring yourself into full alignment, heart, mind, body, spirit. But you can now reconcile and make the judgment call that it's time. The Wheel of Fortune. Something is in cosmic or dharmic alignment with you. One phase is ending and another is ready to begin, and you're not really meant to wait on it, because there is an opportunity that goes along with expressing and embodying yourself in this new way. that you're meant to be receptive to. And I think that it is bringing in some of this joy that you're ready to experience. But yeah, the Fool and the Ace of Cups is pretty clear. It's pretty clear advice. It's time to leap into happiness, specifically, you know, the heart, without worrying here if you're enough. You're established. They're saying that there's a level of security and clarity that is very real and grounded, that has been built over time, and that's the truth. There's something here about that will become clearer, though, the more that you move out into this new phase. There's something that as you move into it, it only validates and affirms who you are in the most beautiful way, but it requires that you take steps out into it for it to be able to start illuminating itself in that way to you. Okay? But basically they're saying go forth and prosper in love, because, you know, follow your heart and know that you are enough, because you're not going to become more hesitant as you move out into this. You're just going to be validated, and you're going to, you know, realize more and more that you're on the right track, that you are ready for this, that you're basically exactly where you're meant to be, in perfect timing and comfort and alignment. But you've reached the point now where you've gained enough certainty and security, or as much certainty and security around it as you can, without taking the next step and truly moving into this phase, without leaping out into it. The rest of the validation and certainty that you're going to get is going to happen the more that you move into this new way of being, or this opportunity. So that's what they are advising you to do, okay? All right, we're moving on to Leo. We're moving on to Leo. The Lions. What's up? What's up, Nicolina? Hello. Hi, Yair. What's up, bestie? Hi, Jean. How's it going? What is up? What is up? Okay. Leo. My Leos. It's your birthday. We gonna party like it's your birthday. Gonna sip a Bacardi like it's your birthday. Okay. Okay, yeah, this is the deck we're using for you. I know you guys you're my party people. Where are you at? Come through. Come through like the royalty that you are. Okay. I am doing okay. I'm holding on for dear life as much shifts around me. But yeah. You're doing excellent. Wonderful, darling. Wonderful. Let's tune into Leo's energy. Leo's energy. Saturn is in retrograde. Yup. Yup. Yes, there is a lot going on. There's a lot going on. I've just been trying to stay grounded, mostly. I'm a sensitive little fishy. Okay. All right. Show me Leo. Show me Leo. Sorry, excuse my extremely white legs and body overall. It's, okay. This is the couch being squeaky and creaky and all the things, by the way. All right. Show me Leo. I know I need to freely flow, but I need to be grounded in my flow or in my own waters or something. Otherwise, I just get sucked out into the ethereal realms and lost forevermore. Let's see. Okay, what is it that Leo keeps asking or revisiting? Okay. What do they already know? Why does it feel difficult or heavy or hard? Interesting. Your fixedness is showing, Leo. The stubbornness of the fixed sign in you is showing. I'm not mad about it. I mean, I love fixed energy. That needs to be slightly lower. It's distracting me. However, are we a rebel with a cause here, or are we just rebelling just because it's cool and fun? What's the deal here? Do we have a legitimate reason? Let's see. Let's get some oracle cards. Your top 4 is all fixed. My goodness. Okay, well. The math is mathing here. Yeah. Okay. One more. Aw, you're still hurting. Aw, I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry, bestie. I hope that you start feeling better. I love you. Sending you lots of love and healing energy. But yeah, rest if you can. Okay. This is quite interesting. Okay. Okay. Timestamp, yeah. Okay. Hello, Leo, my darlings, and happy birthday season. Happy 2-year-ish time frame of having the South Node in your sign. That is going to be fun. That's going to, well, it's going to challenge you, but it's going to align you and clear a lot up for you. I feel like it's probably going to embolden you even more than you already are. So I think that it's going to bring its specific set of gifts to you. But yes, if you are a Leo sun, or if you just have a lot of Leo, well, if you're a Leo sun, happy birthday, and I hope you have the most incredible birthday and beautiful season. And if you just have a lot of Leo energy, then I hope that you soak up the energy and you make the most of the season and just feel very alive and in your element and just glowing as you do. So let's take a look here at what you keep on returning to ask that you already know, and why it feels hard to trust yourself in this particular area. Okay, so what you keep on asking is coming through as Temperance with the 9 of Swords, and it came out with this oracle card, Grief. Okay. Yes. Well, there's something that is a gift, it feels like, in your life here. Temperance. It's either it brings you closer to yourself, like it brings you into a state of more personal alignment when you are invested or involved in this thing, or it just feels like a gift, like it enriches and expands your world in some sort of way. But this thing also stresses you out. It causes you anxiety, and I'm seeing that that is because of past grief that you're still taking into consideration when you think about this thing. So this could be something that you just haven't fully embraced yet, or this could also be something that requires healing and balancing. It's like a current situation that requires tempering or moderation. It can be brought into a harmonious state. It can be healed, right? But it still stresses you out. And I think that you keep asking, is this going to cause me grief? Is this going to end in pain? You know, whatever this expansion or opportunity is that is offering you something that it feels like you haven't experienced before in your life, a certain form of harmony, internal happiness, harmony, and expansion that you feel a lot of potential around, or else you wouldn't be considering it so heavily. Can you tell me what this Temperance represents here? It could be specifically something that feels a little bit like complementary to you, but it could contrast you at the same time. Like with Temperance, there's on the Rider-Waite card, that interpretation has an angel pouring like fire and water back and forth, two different elements, two contrasting elements, and they're mixing them and regulating them and keeping them balanced and harmonized, right? Even though they are opposites, they're dualities. And that's what temperance is about in a lot of ways. It's about the balance, the internal balance and harmony required to keep us stable when we are pushed into a state of expansion, so that we don't just fall apart, lose ourselves, you know, become imbalanced, or whatever the case may be. So what is this temperance? The Two of Swords in reverse. Okay. And the Ace of Swords. There's a decision that is required that it demands the truth be brought and clearly expressed to offset any anxiety or dysregulation that's currently there. It might actually require you to share your fears and anxieties, your woundedness, you know, the stuff that is hard to face and hard to talk about. But the question you keep asking is, do I make the decision to share my truth and bring something into a state of balance so that it can heal and expand? Is that something I'm ready to do? Is that something that I want to do? Okay. What you already know is the Star, Aquarian energy with vulnerability. Yeah. You already know that you can heal this situation, whatever it is. You just know that in order to do so, it's going to require a level of vulnerability and openness. It requires you to share your truth. And I feel very heavily that it is your truth around like what it is that stresses you out, causes you anxiety, throws you off balance, or grief maybe that you're still carrying. It could be like, hey, I still have these triggers and it's because of this past experience where I really went through some shit, right? So sharing something that feels vulnerable with another person in order to bring, or with yourself even, to be honest about fears and insecurities that are still affecting you mentally. It's like, in order to bring yourself into balance, if this doesn't include anyone outside of yourself, then that requires that you make the solid choice to be really clear and honest with yourself about what is still affecting you. What heavy emotions, pain, insecurity, doubt, anxieties are throwing you off rather than trying to avoid or escape them. Because there could be some shame or insecurity around even having, like, even carrying these energies or allowing them to still impact you, right? But in order to bring yourself into a state of harmony, you kind of have to get to where you want to be, you have to be really honest about where you're currently at, right? You have to acknowledge these things. So if it's with someone else, then there's a vulnerable truth that needs to be shared and spoken with someone else. And you're asking, should I do this? Should I share this intimate, vulnerable part of myself to bring something into balance? And if no one else is included, then it's, should I Am I ready to really face these things within myself, to bring myself into a deeper state of internal balance and harmony so that I can move forwards and expand my life in exciting and abundant ways that I may have held myself back unconsciously from doing, or subconsciously, because of these anxieties and fears, or grief of the past, fear of something repeating, fear of being hurt in the same way maybe as you already have been. The star in vulnerability, you're very aware that something can heal in a really tangible, I heard like bright and enlightening way, which is interesting. Yeah, there can be hope and expansion and healing in a situation, either just inside yourself or with someone else. And you're fully aware of this, but you also know what it requires. What is the vulnerability here that Leo is aware of is needed to heal? The Six of Cups. I think for a lot of you, there's potentially someone that you feel very connected to. You don't have to have a history with them, but like an extensive history with them, but you feel, if you don't have a history with someone, then there's someone that you still have a great deal of like affection for and consideration for, and the relationship was impactful and influential on you in really deep ways. I see that it already has pushed you in the direction of healing and knowing yourself more, which is really beautiful. It's already gifted you that, but it also has already made you face things within yourself that make you feel vulnerable, and you could be a little bit tired, or you could feel exposed in that, right? And not know if you want to continue pushing forwards down that path. But for others of you, this is just there's something about the past that you would need to reconcile, that it's been valid for you to struggle to have hope in a specific area because some form of injustice was done to you in the past, I feel like. Someone could have lied, deceived you, made you an option. There's something that you needed to walk away from, though. And it took you a while to close out this cycle of processing that pain. So essentially, in order to move forwards and heal and, become more intimately connected with yourself or another, there's something vulnerable from the past that needs to be addressed with clarity and directness. It can't be like avoided, danced around, told in a half, partially told or partially addressed. This is something that is really asking to be brought to the forefront, to be looked at, acknowledged, and reconciled, because it's ready to be laid to rest. Something else wants to come in and take the space, fill the space that this grief and anxiety has been taking up inside of you. But it feels vulnerable to release that, to really look at it and let it go. It could feel like letting it go makes you susceptible to being blindsided and hurt in the same way. Like if you don't hold this pain at the forefront, essentially if you let yourself forget about this pain, then you could be fooled or hurt in the same way as you were before. Ironically, holding that pain in your consciousness, you're more likely to attract that because you're giving energy to it still, right? So you're more likely to manifest more of that because that's what you're feeding. But letting it go and investing in something that is more, that feels softer, while it might feel more vulnerable, you have more of a chance of not repeating a painful past moving in that direction, right? And I think you know this. You know that you were vulnerable in the past in a way that you aren't anymore because you've already done some work and balancing out internally, either with just yourself or with another. But there is something here about a connection, I think, for some of you, that you're very aware that it's something special and that there needs to be a judgment call made, or else there's something that needs to be addressed and balanced, or else it's going to deteriorate the connection or make it harder to heal the longer that you wait, right? Generally, that's how it is. Like when things go unaddressed, they eat away at us from the inside, because that energy doesn't just go away just because we're not looking at it. It very much stays there. Energy only transforms when we acknowledge it and we move through it. So is there anything else here that Leo already knows that wants to come up? You're aware that, like, pointing this, you can either continue to make yourself vulnerable by feeding an insecurity that then becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Because you feed an insecurity or a fear and it creates emotional confusion, which creates more insecurity, and then it makes it very difficult for you to open and offer the fullness of your heart when you're feeling that way, right? Because when we feel vulnerable, we're more likely to be defensive, to try to protect our vulnerability, rather than opening up to something that could actually heal and move us forwards. But why trusting this or having faith feels scary or hard is the Two of Cups with these two cards, connection and gifts. Well, it requires you to be okay leaning on someone other than just yourself. That doesn't mean that you have to be reliant on someone else in a codependent kind of way, but there's something about this connection where you both, again, like, you may mirror one another in certain ways, but you're still different. You complement each other. You're not the exact same. And when you come together, there's an overlap, but each of you have your own unique gifts to offer, right? I think that you're somewhat torn about this because you know that whatever this is, it does complement you, balance you out, and gift you with something that you don't give yourself. You can't just give yourself, right? Temperance, the Six of Cups, the Two of Cups, connection and gifts all sort of say this. Because these are energies of, like, we're made of the same stuff, but we both have something valuable to bring or to offer that creates ease and healing for the other. Temperance, this adds to my internal state of harmony, potentially through bringing in something complementary but dualistic that adds balance, though, right? It doesn't throw me off. It adds balance by bringing in something that maybe isn't like my natural strength or way of doing things. And the Two of Cups is like, yeah, there's alignment. We feel seen by one another. We co-regulate. We move through life together so that the burden doesn't need to be all on your shoulders by yourself. It's okay to trust another person and take life on together, right? But that's why it feels especially difficult or scary. You're very independent. You're fixed fire, you know? You're leaders. You're a very intelligent, passionate, convicted people. And I think sometimes when you are those things and you're very confident with yourself and what works for you, it can be difficult to, well, for any fixed energy, it can be difficult to change, but it can be hard specifically to bring another person into the equation because it can feel like a bit of a liability. Like you have full control when it's just you, right? Which is not even true because, uh, we only have control over so much in life. There's a lot in life that is outside of our control. We choose how we can handle it or respond to it, but there's stuff that happens every day that we don't choose consciously, right? So control is somewhat of an illusion. Whether you're alone or in a partnership, there's still a lot of stuff that is outside of our control. I think it comes down to how much you trust yourself. Do you trust the strength of your own heart enough to open it up and see vulnerability as a strength that, as something that is a glue and a connective element that enriches your life rather than weakening you? Because the Two of Cups, the Star, Temperance, the Six of Cups, this is beautiful. This is beautiful. This is gorgeous heart and soul alignment. It's healing. It's gentle. It feels like somewhere you belong. It might feel like somewhat wish fulfillment, but it almost feels like that makes the stakes are higher with things like that because we're aware of how much value they hold. The Seven of Swords. Okay. Why did that want to come out? The King of Wands in reverse. Why you lying? Why you fucking lying, though? Do I need to come in with the spanking here? Because I'll do it. A Scorpio rising is one of the few people that can spank a Leo because, I got that fixed intensity of my own, baby, and I will bring it if that is what is required. The King of Wands is you. The Seven of Swords is a lie, is illusion. Why are you speaking to yourself in a disempowering way, or you're telling yourself that something is going to lessen your strength, or it's going to deteriorate who you are rather than adding to who you are or supporting who you are? Why? It's because of your... There's something you've gotten comfortable being up in the air about, or feeling even like a level of confusion about. And it could be like romantic or emotional in nature. Is there anything else about this Seven of Swords here? I think there's a particular insecurity that's been revealed to you, and you get in your head about whether someone can give back to you what you can give because you're very aware that you are the sun, right? That you have a lot to give. And you get in your head in some sort of way. What do you get in your head most about here? Well, I think it's if someone's going to offer stability but then create grief and anxiety that actually dampens your glow, or prohibits you from shining in the way that you naturally do. But the thing is, I think that happened to you in the past, and so I understand your fears are valid, but you see whatever this thing is very clearly, and I think that that it's not the same thing that you experienced in the past. It's almost like you're afraid to lose yourself, but that is an illusion. The possibility of that even happening is an illusion. because you're already in this personal state of harmony and strength. Choosing to give hope to something and invest in something and expand with another person is not taking away from that in any way. As long as you sustain that, right? Maintain your own healthy boundaries, your own standards, all of these things, then nothing can truly pull you out of that. And you will know if something, you know, crosses a boundary. You'll be able to pull yourself out before you lose yourself. Like, you're already in this very strong space. There's a lie about you being able to, like, lose yourself, lose your power. By opening up to someone else. Is there anything else? I think that that's residue from the past, babes. I think that it's just... I think that it's a trigger, a fear, a grief, a heaviness, a remorse, maybe even a resentment or a bit of bitterness that is not based on what you're currently considering putting yourself into. It's based on something you've already experienced in the past that wants to be released. It's ready to be released. You are strong enough to release it. But strength can be used in it can be used many ways, but it can be used to push ourselves towards that which we desire with conviction of the heart, or it can be used to push away things to protect ourselves. And that comes more from the ego. How are you using your strength? Because you are in a position of power. But to be in a position of true power and really have faith and believe that is to know that that can't be lost. That's a strength of spirit and heart, and nothing can steal that from you unless you let it. Right? It's an internal state of being, which you are in complete control over. Okay, is there any final advice you have for Leo before I let them go? You're in alignment with this. I think that it will help you to be really honest with yourself about your anxieties and the origin of them, to look at this old grief and become really clear before you open that to someone else. But that doesn't mean putting it off forever until you feel perfectly safe or until the time feels perfectly right. It just means be really honest with yourself so that you have a better understanding of where this is coming from, and you can keep an eye on it and open it up to others, or open up to others with more clarity, because you have already taken the time to really gain that clarity yourself. I think that's going to help. There are some things that, well, to some level, I think connection always feels vulnerable if you go deep enough. Intimacy does not feel safe, you know? It does. You're opening up in depth to another person. It doesn't feel safe, but not opening up to intimacy and vulnerability also doesn't feel safe. You're just at risk of something different. Instead of being hurt or rejected by another person, you're at risk of rejecting a genuine desire or a fulfilling and substantial connection in your life because you're afraid or insecure. There's always risks on either side. But that is what I see for you, Leo. So we are going to move on to Virgo now. I love you. Seems like your birthday season is asking you to be extra brave. I know that you've got it under control. If anyone does, it's you, darling. Okay. Okay, this is too bright. Okay. Virgo. What's going on over here? How dare I catch on to this connection? Ah, you're a Scorpio rising too. Nice. Nice. Okay. Let's see. Why does my screen look so blurry? You are welcome, my love. You are welcome. Okay. Virgo. Ugh. What's going on here for you? Okay. Don't want to overheat, but I'm also really sick of that fan being on, blowing my hair in my face in an annoying way. And I'm probably going to turn it off for a little bit because it is, in fact, annoying me. I'm also getting a headache from having my hair pinned back because... Is there anyone else out there that has this where you put your hair in a ponytail and, or like pull your hair back and you get a headache, like it creates scalp tension? Or do I just have the most sensitive scalp in the world? Is this a problem that anybody else has? Because I have this problem. Like, tell me why I'm getting a headache, and I've literally had... No, it's not because it's not because I feel like it's too loud. It's just annoying me personally. Or maybe just like, maybe it is not the source of the annoyance. Maybe I'm just getting a headache and that's annoying me. It's possible that it has to do with my hair being pulled back in these clips and nothing to do with the fan at all. Maybe I can just move it so that it doesn't blow on me in the same way. Well, I have a water bottle here that I got. I have drank that much of it, so I should probably hydrate some more. Good call, Jean. Good call. Bringing a certain practicality to the chat that I really appreciate. Who's this? Who's saying hi? What's up, Dana? Hi. It's good to see you too. I drank so much. I know. You know what? I had this one before. It's almost gone. Okay. I can finish this one too. It's just, I put some electrolyte stuff in here, so it has electrolyte stuff in it. It tastes like mango pineapple, and I was like, I just want normal water, but I'll finish this first. I'll hydrate. I feel like I can't hydrate enough because there has been a heat wave and it's been intense. Okay. We're gonna just put this up here. I feel like moving it so that it's not going directly on my level will help. There can still be air flow. It just doesn't need to hit me directly in the face. And gonna have to deal with. I feel like that won't blow my hair in such a way. That was giving me a headache, so I'm just gonna have to I'm gonna have to deal with my hair being annoying. What's up, Tanya? Hi. This isn't air conditioning, it's literally just a fan blowing the air. It's just blowing the air. Aw, well, I'm sorry that I made you cry, but I'm glad that it was helpful. Ugh. But yeah, someone tell me how you can put your hair in a ponytail and not immediately get a headache, or like pin your hair back and not get a headache, because it always gives me like a tension headache almost immediately. It's not the most great thing. Okay. It's 1:11 your time. It's almost 12:12 my time. Oh, this is better because it's blowing like up here. It's still moving the air. It's just not blowing my hair directly into my face. Potentially a solution has been reached. Could also have to do with a bra. I'm not a big fan of them these days, and I don't wear them very often, to be honest. Too much information? Too bad. But, you know, it could be that. That also sometimes gives me a headache. Why does everything give me a headache? Okay. Virgo. What does Virgo keep asking or returning to? Oh. You always take yours off when you get home. I know. I know. Virgo. What are you? Okay. Okay, what does Virgo already know? Well, okay. Why does faith feel scary or hard here? Make it make sense, bud. Okay. You haven't healed from something. Okay. Well, there's a lot of stagnancy here, my friends. Okay, we've got to get some oracle cards and see what's going down with this. Whoa. Okay, where did that go? What card is that? That was violent. Oh, you mad, huh? Mad, huh? Don't point it at me, babes. I'm just reading the cards. You're mad at yourself, mostly, though. Well, this feels relatable. Okay, tell me about this. One more. Okay. Let's see. Where are we at here? Hi, Virgo. Let's get into your reading. Let's look at what it is that you keep on asking, even though you already know, or a part of you already knows, and why it is so particularly difficult to trust yourself or have faith to move forwards in this specific area. Okay. All of your tarot cards came out in the reverse, okay? This is not like the end of the world by any means. However, it does signify to me that there is a stuckness here. There is like a very tangible, real sort of stagnancy and energy that is wanting to be shifted. Oftentimes when a lot of cards are in reverse, it just talks about like there's a natural like the only constant in life is change, right? Things like to move and shift and change. Everything is kind of like cyclical, or everything has its season, right? And this is kind of just indicating to me that something about the natural organic timing of things is being thrown off, or because you're delaying something here, essentially. So there's this energy that really wants to move, and there could be this feeling of like pressure that is, to be quite frank, pissing you the fuck off. You could feel kind of like personally attacked by this energetic pressure, or even your own knowing that it's time to move. And that's because you haven't forgiven and processed and released something from the past that you're still carrying with you. And it's got you kind of like big mad at, well, a lot of things, potentially. But what you keep on asking is the Seven of Pentacles in reverse with the Knight of Wands in reverse and anger. Okay. Okay. These. Anger card. Goals, potential, and success is what the Seven of Pentacles says. And the Knight of Wands says flow, fire, and intuition. Cool. So they're both in reverse here. Okay. I feel like you keep angrily asking why certain things have not been a success, why you haven't reached your potential or specific goals that you've wanted, and why you felt out of alignment with your own state of flow, your own fire, your own inner knowing, right? You have a very clear awareness that something has not been flowing. You have not been attuned to yourself the way that feels normal for you. You haven't been yourself, essentially. You've also probably been drained or acting in ways that are erratic or just unlike you, unpredictable, even to you, which feels a little bit destabilizing, right? But there's a potential that you know that you can reach if you just, invest in yourself from this place of personal calibration and flowing with your own energy and intuition. You normally trust yourself in this way, is what you're kind of showing me. And you're wondering what has thrown that off. And you keep on asking this. And it feels like there's this deep frustration or anger because it keeps feeling like a slap in the face, or it keeps on feeling like you keep getting stung, or salt gets like rubbed in an open wound. Like you keep becoming more and more uncomfortably aware that you're out of sync with yourself, or you're not achieving something that you very much know that you're capable of achieving. You may even feel like you've been incapable of actually showing up consistently and investing in something that you really want, a particular goal that you know holds a lot of potential, because you've been disconnected from yourself. Specifically, it's showing me you've been disconnected somewhat spiritually, and that's affecting your physical output. So you could feel like your life force energy has been drained. You could feel like your desire is either is out of whack, like there's a lot of it towards things that you shouldn't feel drawn towards, or things that are not healthy for you, I should say, or you're disconnected from your desire and your internal fire, or you haven't been able to trust your intuition, or you feel as though your intuition has been, you don't feel in this calibrated easy flow with yourself, so then you're having trouble trusting instead of questioning your own inner knowing. The interesting thing is that it's the anger that's actually throwing things off, and the anger is just a byproduct of an unhealed wound that wants to be addressed. That unhealed wound and the energetic residue around it is what is throwing you out of sync with yourself and standing in the way of you moving forwards in the ways that you want, is what this is showing me. You could even be asking yourself why you feel so angry lately, why you are so defensive, or why you feel this this need this defensiveness towards a specific investment or goal, like why you push back against it defensively, or why you continue showing up in an inconsistent or unstable way and expecting something to change. Because it feels like you've made up your mind already. You've already made the choice that there is something that kind of symbolizes like pure, raw potential and desire. And you want to move in the direction of it. It might feel slightly risky, but the potential outweighs the risk. And you're telling me all of your desire is pointing you in this direction, and you've already made the choice. Like, the decision internally has been made. You've already decided. But there's some form of injustice where you feel like something was not equal or balanced. There may have been like a lack of truth around the completion of something. I feel like some sort of injustice that threw you off balance is still pissing you off under the surface. You haven't been totally honest with yourself about how this injustice affected your ambition, how it made you feel insecure or weak in ways that you previously hadn't questioned yourself. How something shitty that happened in your past, it's like you haven't wanted to fully admit the way that it has affected you. But in not admitting it, it's just been throwing you off still in different ways. It's almost like by not admitting the hurt or the way that a boundary was overstepped or you were exploited or taken advantage of, something like this, right? You're just not addressing the wound, like the painful part of it, but it still exists. It's just that now there's like a defensiveness and anger and inconsistency, an avoidance, a lack of completion around this cycle, right? Like you haven't been able to truly let go of the injustice because you're still in your head about it. There's something that you're not conflicted about, but it feels like there's shadow, obsession, fear surrounding it and moving towards it. And I think that that is not so much tied to the current situation as it is this unaddressed thing from the past. So it might be making it difficult for you to know, like, what is it? Is it something from the past that's currently affecting you and influencing the way that you're acting and, you know, skewing your intuition, throwing you out of your own organic flow, draining your energy because you're ruminating on it, or because you have trust issues, or because you're fearful or feel insecure or vulnerable, right? Something did have an impact on you. It did throw you off balance, and it was something that was an injustice in the past. It's almost like by not admitting it, you are like, I'm not giving it power over me. But really, by not admitting it, it has more power over you because you're not able to create closure around it by ignoring it. And so you're carrying this thing forward with you, and it's fucking with your flow, and it's also aggravating you. It's bringing a lot of like anger and frustration up for you, like tension. Is there anything else about that? What Virgo keeps asking? There's something about like, you're also questioning something deeper that wants to be addressed here, but you have to like get to the root of the actual thing and look at the circumstances for what they really were, rather than just like being angry and defensive about it, because you're not gaining any clarity that way. There's a part of you that's wondering if you actually have the right to be hurt and angry about something, if it really was an injustice. Like there's a confusion about maybe someone gaslit you, but it's like you're questioning, did I throw away something that was actually secure and stable, that was meant to be a foundation, that would have benefited me? Because you're like, I haven't been worried about it, but you have been in a state of defensiveness about it. So I don't really know if you're recognizing that that's tied to this thing from the past. You could be projecting it onto your present circumstances because you're not looking at the past, right? Is there anything else about that? No. Okay, so what you already know is the Eight of Pentacles in reverse and divine timing. The Eight of Pentacles says education, achievement, hard work, and results. You already know that something just didn't work. Straight up. Something was not for you. You put yourself into it. It didn't work. You gave it your best shot. You achieved something, but it wasn't the success of this past endeavor. You didn't get the results that you wanted. It just didn't work. And you're aware that there was something very divine about this, that it was aligned for it not to work, right? Because it maybe brought up other things in you that you needed to see. Like, for instance, maybe something in the past was not meant to last. It was meant to activate you. It was meant to show you woundedness that needed to be addressed and healed within yourself so that you could be open to receiving something or manifest something that actually is in alignment with you or does work for you, right? But it's like there's this, it's like there's this questioning of it, of the past experience. Was it really as bad as I remember it? I don't know what it is exactly that you know that there's divine timing at play around something coming together and something not coming together. You know that something didn't work because it wasn't meant to, and that there's nothing that you could have done to make it work. And you know that there was a divine reason for that thing still coming into your life, that it gifted you something. But I think that you're also pissed off and more focused on like what you feel that it stole from you, or you're hurt deep down about that, but because you haven't directly looked at that and been like, no, you haven't validated your own experience. It feels like, no, this happened. I'm not crazy. I did show up and give my best to this, or this person was manipulative, or this person gaslit my experience, or whatever the case may be. I feel like there's something that you are questioning whether your reality is real. But what you truly know, like whether you have the right to be mad, to rebel, to invest in something else. But first, there needs to be the release of like this energetic and emotional residue so that this cycle can fully reach completion. Because there is success and a huge reward, a huge karmic reward that is meant to come in and balance the scales. Something wasn't for you, and it may have hurt and pissed you off, but that was paving the way for something that is for you. And I think that you know that you're in alignment with what is for you. Divine timing is still at play and at work here. I think that you also have this awareness that something currently, presently might not be working out for you because you're now fighting divine timing. There's something that is asking you to open up your empathetic side, your intuitive side, the depth of your heart. But heavy emotions like resentment, bitterness, anger around a past situation keeps getting in the way of you doing that, it feels like. You know what isn't working, though, and you know what needs to be released. The Three of Swords in reverse, the Page of Wands in reverse. There's something here that is preventing. It's an old pain that you're ready to let go of, but until you let go, it prevents you from fully believing that something good can come in, or communicating from a genuine place of hope. Because you're still fixated on, or there's still something living inside of you that is perpetuating these feelings around a situation that didn't work out and was painful for you. What's the Eight of Pentacles in reverse? The King of Wands in reverse. Whoa. Honor, standards, wisdom, motivation. Okay. This is why I said at the very beginning that the person, you might be directing your anger outwards, but really you're becoming more angry and frustrated with yourself here. Because there's something you know that you're not honoring. There's something that, there's a standard you have that you haven't been motivated enough to like reach. There's wisdom that you have that you haven't been allowing to empower you. You've been continuing to let it deteriorate at your confidence and your belief in yourself and your emotional clarity. You know deeply that something was extremely disappointing. You know that there was disillusion and apathy around a particular investment that at one point you felt really certain of. I think there's something that, yeah, you opened up to, and it didn't bring out the best in you. It could have made you feel like incapable in a lot of places where you were really confident previously, because it feels like you did give it all that you had. You did put in hard work. You did yearn or like reach for the optimal results to achieve something. You could have even poured a lot of energy into trying to understand it or educate yourself so that you could show up and make something work or make it a success. And whatever this is, it left you feeling like unmotivated, like you didn't honor your own energy, like you overgave, like your standards were not met, you know? You have a lot of emotional clarity about this. In a way, it feels more empowering for you to be perpetually pissed off about it than to admit your own disappointment around it. It's like you're showing me that anger feels more empowering than admitting that underneath the anger, there's legitimate pain. But this anger is fucking up good things for you that want to happen now. This anger is keeping you living in a past that has already fallen apart, and it wasn't for you. It was there at the right time to show you what it needed to show you, but it wasn't meant for you, or it would be yours. Period. We don't lose things that are for us unless we actively choose to fuck them up, right? And push them away. But what is fucking with your own intuition, your own flow, what is draining your energy is that you're living in a painful past and you're allowing it to continue to anger you. And anything that can anger you has control over you. Anything that you permit to anger you, you are allowing it to continue to affect you. And when something affects you, it has a level of control over you. Now, that's not always negative. We can be influenced and affected in positive ways, but you're being influenced by pain and anger of the past. And maybe not being able to forgive yourself for putting so much into something that wasn't for you, or for not being able to read a situation clearly. I don't know. There's something that you're being very hard on yourself about, and you're like refusing to move beyond it here. But it's keeping you incredibly stuck. And the frustration is just like getting more intense here. It's coming through as anger now. Okay. What else? Yeah, you're aware that existing within this energy is not doing anything for you. It's not allowing you to get the results or to achieve the things you want now. It's throwing you out of alignment with well, what's this divine timing in the present here? What is this divine timing that Virgo is aware of? The Magician in reverse. Death in reverse. Babe, you're killing me. You're killing me here. Every card is still in reverse, even the clarifiers. Yeah, there's a stagnancy that would piss anyone off. But a mutable sign? Yeah, this would... not moving, but being fixated and hung up on something that is disempowering you. It's like you're allowing it to continue stealing from you. You're angry and hurt by what you already perceive this thing took from you, but by staying in the energy of it, it's taking more from you. Like it's only hurting you, right? But the Magician, Mercury, that's your ruler. Power, action, skill. And then death, that is scorpionic energy, new beginnings, transformation, change, endings, begin again. You're telling me that you're aware that this is disempowering you on a very fundamental level. Normally, you're saying, this is normally you. This is what you're telling me. This is who I normally am, Lisa. Normally, I know my own standards. I know my integrity. I know that I am powerful, confident, and capable, and that I can make shit happen when I invest my energy into those things. You're saying even beyond that, you trust very much that you're a powerful manifester, that you are a magician, that you can bring things into being when you put your mind to it. That's a skill of yours. You can deeply and profoundly create meaningful transformation in your life that doesn't feel scary always. It feels empowering because you are the one calling it into being. Is it worth it to give that up to stay mad? Because I don't think it is. I don't think anything is worth giving up this much of your personal power and forward progress. I can't think of a single fucking thing in existence that is worth it. Because the cost is really high with whatever this is. So, why faith or forward motion here feels particularly hard or scary? The star in reverse. It's Aquarian energy, guiding light, inspiration, faith, hope, miracles, and infinite energy. And it's with these two cards, retreat and changes. Okay. Well, you've been in a phase or a state that's quite natural to you. You've been in a state of the hermit, it feels like. It seems like there was a period where, in order to process or just to get yourself back on solid ground in some form of way, you did need to retreat and somewhat, keep to yourself to process your experience, But now something wants to change. Now you feel disconnected from your own guiding light. You feel uninspired. You feel like you're losing hope. You're losing faith. You're drained. And you're having a more difficult time believing that good things are possible. That's because you were never meant to stay in this isolated, pulled back, retreated state forever. And the energy is trying to push you to let go of something so that change can happen. You can integrate the lesson instead of holding on to the pain. And you can move forwards. But essentially, it's hard to get out of your head about this because you've been focused on the loss and the conflict as a means of, self-protection, I think, for some time. There's something you really want here, and it requires you to get out of your head. There's either a partnership or plans that you want to make around something that's influencing you. And it's making it very loud and clear to you that now you're in alignment with divine timing to make this shift, to let go of the past and move into something that is expansive, hopeful, fulfilling, abundant, right? You're not meant to stay where you've been. But the Ace of Swords in reverse, action, decisions, success, and change. Well, you haven't been honest with yourself in some sort of way. About what's really required to bring you the things that you're angry that are eluding you. You're saying that you want to succeed in your endeavors, your goals, to fulfill your potential, to be in flow with your desire and your intuition. But it feels like where those things are beckoning you. The Lovers, Justice, Strength, and the Fool. That's pretty clear. It's pretty strong. It's bigger than you. It's pulling you towards it. But you haven't felt ready to let go of whatever you're still hung up on, and that needs to be released before you can actually move into whatever this other thing is. Otherwise, you'll carry the baggage of it, and it will mess up something that is not meant to have that weight put on it. Specifically for some of you, there's meant to be a loving and harmonious union here that is balanced and equal and, you know, is able to match you and give back to you in the way that something in the past didn't. But because you're still mad about the past, it's affecting your ability to have the courage and strength and, you know, personal control needed, self-mastery needed to clearly read the potential of this situation and trust your desire and conviction to move towards it. It's basically the past is influencing the future in a really detrimental, or the present in a detrimental way. But it's kind of like the perfect storm where things are reaching a boiling point here. And that's why it actually feels especially difficult, is because things are coming to a head. There's anger and discomfort and frustration about being stuck and not feeling yourself, not meeting your potential, not being inspired by the things that you're invested in, not seeing those things progress the way that you know that they could, right? So you're being pushed to release the things that are preventing that from happening. At the same time, you're being pulled towards something else very strongly, that as long as you're holding on to these old, like, heavy emotions and energies from the past, trusting this new thing feels even more impossible. Because you're not able to actually see it clearly or feel like yourself moving into it. Like you don't feel like you have the energy, the intuitive clarity to take that new thing on. But it's because of the impact that this thing that has been avoided from the past has, you know, it's not weak to admit how much something has affected you and to admit that it still is affecting you. What you're really being asked to lean into is self-love surrounding your inner journey. You never made mistakes in the past. You went through something that sucked and it showed you something. It brought you closer to your authentic self in some sort of way, and that's meant to be the focus. Not the injustice. Okay? But there needs to be like an acceptance of your desire, your feelings around things, so that you can really clear up, so that you can have a clear perspective and intention, and you can move things in the way that you want to create movement and in the way that the energy really wants to move as well. It feels like you really can't stay where you are. Something has got to give. And you're picking up on that. It's just, yeah. It feels scary. Getting in touch with this part of yourself again that has been wounded. Trusting that part of yourself again. Seeing it from the perspective that it didn't misguide you previously. You were still in alignment with your soul's journey, with your own path and the things that you needed to learn. You know, for instance, let's say you had a really like a karmic type of experience or relationship. You can stay hung up on how crappy that was right? That someone couldn't meet you, or that there was constant, like where you were at couldn't receive or reciprocate, or that there was injustice or deception or betrayal, pain, right? That you couldn't like understand each other, something. There could be lots of frustration, right? But what did you learn and integrate, and how did you learn more about what your needs really are, what your standards really are? Like what did that situation teach you? And how did learning that actually align you more with yourself in a way that maybe aligned you with the right person, right? But as long as you're fixated, or if you stay stuck looking at the thing that didn't work out, then you might miss the thing that was preparing you for. Do you know what I'm saying? Whatever that is for you. So that is what I see for you, Virgo. Okay? I feel like for you, it's like it feels heavy because you really know. You really already know that something feels incredibly stuck, that you don't feel empowered, that you're confused in ways that you normally trust yourself. And you're aware that something is having an impact on you and affecting you. It's like you've done your best to not admit that because it makes you mad to admit that something affected you in the first place, that it still might have power over you. But the way to overcome that is to address it head on so that it doesn't keep having control over you. That's how you break that cycle. And you free yourself when you acknowledge that, release it, and open yourself to embrace or receive more than what you previously experienced, because you know that you're worth more. And that past experience allowed you to clear that up and define that, right? So that is what I see for you. Okay, my loves? But we're moving on to Libra now. Okay. Let's see what's going on for my Libras. Why does this feel so weirdly, like, is my screen? Hold on, I'm just gonna wipe this a little bit. I don't know if it's just on my behalf. Maybe my glasses are just dirty, but it looks like not. It looks like blurry on my end. Can you see me clearly? Is it blurry for you? Okay. I don't know if that's better or not. Maybe it's just the soft light that I have going on is making it look that way. Okay, Libra. What do we have for Libra? Okay. Let's turn this down. I need this to be higher though, this fan. Ugh. Why is it so hot? Even in the middle of the night. It's dark out. Should be cold. Why is it not cold? Petition for it to be colder. Really appreciate that, to be honest. Okay. Would really love that. Okay, let's see. What's going on for Libra? revisiting that they already know. They're just struggling to have faith in. Let's see. Some more cards. Okay. Let's see what's going on. I'm gonna take an Advil because my head still hurts. Okay. What is good, Libra? Hello, darling. You just subscribed? How are you able to send a thing? Thank you. I love your energy. You have a gorgeous soul. Thank you for being on. Thanks, Sprinkle? I can't read what that says. Thank you, love. I can see your comment. Well, I can see your super chat. I very much appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Hi, Libra. Okay, we are going to get into your reading here, my loves, and we're just going to see, what it is that you continue to hesitate on, what it is that you keep returning to and asking about. what you're having trouble essentially trusting, right? And you already know, but why does faith in what you know, why does it feel so difficult to trust what you know in this particular with this particular thing, right? Okay, so let's see here. That was a really nice comment. That made me, my heart, my feelings, my Piscean heart. Okay. What you keep on asking is the Eight of Swords in reverse with this card, Ancient Amulets, Fortune, Protection, Skills, and Possessions. Okay. It feels like you're asking, am I safe to fearlessly claim something? Specifically, can I say, fuck fear, and not be stupid, but can I trust that what I am looking at, that I feel called to fully embrace, engage with, or claim, right? It's like you see something that is fortunate, you see something that is calling to you, and it feels like yours. In a way, it feels like I am protected, like this thing has been protected or preserved for me. I have, like, the things that I've experienced so far in life have given me a specific skill set to engage with this thing or to be successful at this thing. Basically, there's something here you feel like is for you, is yours. So pretty much you feel like it's a divine gift or it's destined for you is what you're saying. However, you keep on asking, am I safe to fearlessly, can I be at ease going all in and claiming this thing? Can you? What's preventing you from that other than yourself? Let's see. Tell me more about what Libra keeps asking. The Five of Pentacles. But what if I claim it and then I lose it? What if I claim it and it rejects me? What if I claim it and something takes it away? What if it ends, right? Is that a good enough reason to not embrace something that represents fortune and well-being, something that your soul feels called to? The fact that everything is transient and eventually ends, right? Is fear of something being lost or ending a good enough reason to forego the gift of that thing altogether? Something was revealed to you, either in communication directly with another person or intuitively, came up from your subconscious. This could have been revealed to you in a dream, maybe. But I think that you gained some clarity around an insecurity, fear, or paranoia that you have kind of like adopted around boldly making a decision with the absence of anxiety there. Like casting out fear and anxiety from your mind to make a choice, to embrace or receive something that you feel is for you. There's something that you fear gaining because your fear of losing it is greater. Or your fear of being rejected, abandoned, left out in the cold. That's what keeps pulling you back to asking this question: do I claim what I feel is mine? Okay. What you already know is the Fool with levitation, higher ground, belief, mastery, and meditation. Well, you already know that this is yours, right? You know that this new chapter, new era, new beginning is calling to you. And from a higher vantage point, from somewhere up above the fears and the ruminations and the self-limiting kind of belief of the mind, right? Way up above that, in a peaceful space where you can hear your inner voice clearly, you know that this is for you. You have belief in it and yourself. You know that you're capable of embracing this, and you believe that you can continue bettering yourself and mastering yourself in the way that is required to sustain whatever this is, right? It's saying that you already know that. Tell me more about what Libra already knows here. Yeah, they're saying that, yeah, you have these moments of genuine, like, levity, right? Lightness, where you're at peace. You're in tune with yourself, your higher self. You have this transcended vantage point or feeling, and you're tuning in that place to your worth, your value. That's you being aware of your innate worth and value is what gives you this supply of belief in yourself, right? But it feels like then you go back to questioning. Can I claim this without fear, without indecision, without anxiety, without having all of the answers as to how something will play out? You already know, though, that you can. You just have to keep in alignment with your awareness of this, of your own worth. You just have to continue perceiving yourself in a way that you have this healthy belief in yourself. That's what this investment requires of you. It's like you can embrace something that's very fortunate. You just have to believe that you're worthy of it, and keep believing that. So it feels like you also know that there's a level of self-mastery and like a stabilization of internal truth that keeps you in a place of peace of mind, right? It keeps you functioning in that higher ground where you're rooted and anchored in the truth of who you are, and that is not dependent on your performance, your achievements, what you have to give. It just means you have to love yourself, show up as your authentic self, and give of your authentic self. That's it. The requirement is that you are present and you bring your being to the table. That's it. You don't have to embody and express yourself in one specific way all the time. You don't have to fulfill a specific expectation, obligation, you know, to be worthy. You just are worthy. You just are capable. It's just holding that belief is required to hold this thing that wants to come to you as well. Okay. Why trusting this or having faith in this feels particularly difficult or scary? Is the Tower in reverse? Wouldn't it be nice? Yeah. You're trying to avoid a Tower moment. You're trying to avoid pain, destruction, unpredictability, you know, a shakeup that would destabilize you. And then you have these cards. Drawing down the sun, it says wildfire, divine masculine, magnificence, and witness. The truth is, right? Influence, willpower, control, and obstacles. Some things are in your control. Some things you can handle via free will, agency, the assertion of your personal power and magnificence. Some things you can influence and you have control over. Drawing down the moon, divine feminine, source, channel, and stillness. Other things you can't. Other things are a mystery. Other things are beyond you. Other things require surrender. But life is about finding the balance that feels empowering between knowing what you can control and what you can't. And not allowing yourself to limit your life or make yourself small just because there are certain things that you can't control. That's life, babes, right? That's life. But it's hard because there's something that you really want. You feel that it's yours. You feel that it's aligned with you, that you have the skills, that you've been sort of like forged or prepared, even protected in certain ways to embrace this opportunity. It feels big, and it feels bigger than you even. While it feels like it's for you, it also feels greater than you. It feels very dharmic, destined in a way. It feels like the beginning of a whole new, you know, way of being in the world, way of existing, way of experiencing, way of being fulfilled. And it does require some surrender to be fully in it, right? What else wants to come through about why this feels scary or hard? You feel the pressure of the amount of influence that you actually do have. Specifically, as much as you have the power to possess, to claim, to embrace this thing, right? To pull it towards you, you have just as much power or influence to say no. You don't have to accept this thing. You still have free will at the end of the day. You can still deny whatever it is that you want that comes your way, however aligned it is for you, however abundant it is for you. You always still have a choice, right? But it feels like there's something a little bit deeper here where it feels safe to hold on to being more distrustful or lacking hope or almost anticipating the worst as a form of, as a self-protection mechanism, basically. But by holding on to that, you know that while you can still enjoy and bask in the beauty of your own heart, while you can still enjoy your own love and know your own worth on your own, there's something intuitively that you know you want that would bring you a lot of joy and abundance and expansion that you would be missing out on by denying yourself this. But it does require you to find this balance between knowing the influence you have over something and choosing clearly, right, to point your energy, to direct your energy and your influence in a specific way, but also understanding that as powerful as that is, there's still a line where you need to know where that ends, where you need to know what is out of your control and what is in your control, right? So that certain points within this experience might cause you or ask of you to step back and just bear witness to the experience, or bear witness to the magnificence of what someone or something else brings into the experience. To know that you don't need to be in control all of the time. That would actually be kind of exhausting, right? That there will be obstacles, that's normal, but that you, as long as you stay balanced and in flow with yourself, you can handle and move through anything that does come your way. You just need to be honest with yourself about it. Is there anything else, any other advice that you have around this for Libra? For some of you, this is like an abundant work opportunity. It's a move. It's taking on a level of responsibility for something. For others of you, it's a relationship. It's something that does require you to know your own worth and bring your heart and soul to the table, though. Nothing less. But there's some form of illusion that keeps pulling you back into this state of questioning or hesitation. There's an illusion that you haven't expanded your mind out of a place of insecurity and doubt enough to build something solid, that you're just going to flip-flop or go back into a space of fear that then undermines you and this opportunity, and that you'll end up losing it, that you will not be able to hold this faith in yourself enough to ground something and practically move it forwards and sustain it. And it's a lie. It's a lie. And if you keep on telling yourself that you don't have this internal state of temperance and harmony, then it's you creating this injustice for yourself. It's you throwing yourself off balance, right? So I think the reason why this is hard, Libra, is because you know your own power. You know specifically the power of your mind. And you know, a lot of the reason that you know the power of your mind is because of how big of an influence your mind has on you, right? And I think that both, it can either scare or inspire you, right? Depending on how you focus that, depending on how you frame it. You can see that your mind is you can see it through the lens of my mind is very powerful, and it, I flip-flop back and forth. I'm these scales that are constantly moving, and so how can I show up consistently and ground a very expansive or fortunate situation or relationship or opportunity, right? Or you can see it as you are the scales and you are constantly able to reestablish balance within yourself and harmony within yourself. And that is a flex. That's a strength, not a weakness. You influence your own scales. Your mind doesn't control you. But the way that you see your own mind that way, as a strength rather than a weakness, right? The way that you trust it, your own nature, is by finding this balance that includes, your physical body, your emotional body, your spiritual, and your mental body. I think it will help you to take all of that into consideration and to balance out all of those levels, right? And then just try your best to hold that state of equilibrium. But you do have a powerful influence. And that is what is in your control. Where you point your attention, how you direct your own will and agency. So don't assume the worst. Don't assume that you're going to, fall out of balance and throw things off and, lose things or not be able to sustain them. If something is for you, then it's gonna grow and evolve with you, It's very difficult to truly fuck up something that is for you. It's just our egos that try to convince us that that's going to happen. Especially, the more that we desire or care about something, the more that the ego is going to get involved, because our greatest fears and our greatest desires or hopes and dreams are always intricately connected and tied together, right? The things that we want most or care the most about are likely going to be the things that we have the deepest fear of losing or not getting, not being enough for, being too much for. But the way that we lay those fears to rest is by moving forwards despite them and proving ourselves wrong. Where you point your attention is what is going to grow, because that's energy. You're feeding that belief. So believe that something has come to you because it is for you and because you are extremely well equipped to embrace it, and choose to point your belief and that the influence of your mind in continuing to validate and just re-outline your own mastery, your own capacity to bring yourself into alignment again and again, to better yourself. Point the power of your mind in the direction of self-mastery and belief, because that's going to pull you through. Because you do have a very powerful mind. It's how you choose to use and direct it that either throws you off balance and keeps you insecure and undecided about things, or makes you a powerful force to be reckoned with, that can bring balance to basically any circumstance, that can hold peace through chaos and change. You know? You're the one that determines it. Cardinal air. You determine the direction of your mind. So don't ever forget that. Your mind can be so powerful that sometimes I think you give it too much credit. You forget that there are a lot of other working parts of your being that are just as valuable and strong as well, honestly, right? It sometimes helps me, because this is somewhat relatable. In Vedic, I'm a Libra rising, but I'm also a Gemini moon and Chiron in the 8th house with an Aquarius Mercury in this life. And so I understand how the power of the mind, like, we can kind of weaponize it against us, against ourselves. But it sometimes helps me when my mind is kind of taking over, or I'm essentially like, what is the word? Why can't I think of the words that I want right now? It's like I'm identifying so much with my thoughts that I start believing that my thoughts are who I am, right? But no, you are the consciousness. Sometimes I like literally see myself stepping back and seeing all of my bodies, right? Like, you can visualize, there's my mental body, there's my emotional body, my physical body, my spiritual body, however you want to see it, right? But the important part to remember is that you are the all-encompassing consciousness and being that holds all of that. None of those things define you. Your emotions are not who you are. Your thoughts are not who you are. You are the architect of your destiny that holds all of those working parts. They're all part of you and they're all equal, but you determine with your free will and agency how to direct your energy. It doesn't control you. So sometimes it's helpful to remind yourself of that in that way, right? Okay. So that's what I see for you, Libra. And yes, we're going to move on to Scorpio now. But I love you very much. Okay. Let's see what's going on for our Scorpies, our Scorp fam. My nose is itchy all of a sudden. Don't mind me. Let's see what's going on for Scorp. Happening for you. Yeah, I think it's really easy for us to overemphasize, especially the energies that are really strong naturally to us. Like, for instance, it's very easy for me to give a disproportionate amount of power or influence to my emotions, being a Pisces sun in the 4th house with a Scorpio rising, and just a lot of water in my chart. my emotions are intense, my emotions are powerful, and they are a natural sort of, like, I live there naturally, but I am not my feelings, right? I'm a lot more than that. My feelings are just messengers that are telling me about my current experience, helping me know myself more, helping to guide me, but they are not who I am. Just as much as your thoughts are not, they don't determine who you are. Whatever you give the power to determine who you are is what will determine who you are. But it is really easy to fall into that. So I totally get it. When your mind is really strong and powerful, it's easy to slip into this way of thinking of like, well, my mind is my strongest like power or skill or faculty, and so I should put all of my trust in that. But no, you're a whole, complete, complex, beautiful human being. You're all of it. And you can choose to embody and express and give any part of yourself less or more power or influence as you see fit, when you see fit. So just remember that. Because you're doing yourself a disservice if you know, just limit yourself to really trusting one aspect of yourself, or allow yourself to be hedged in by that, right? Okay. I need to shuffle this a little bit more. Oh, I need to just, hold on 1 second. I just need to like pressure pinpoint the back of my neck a little bit. I can feel there's pressure that needs to be released, and it's giving me. Maybe some of you guys want to do a little tension release and deep breathing here with me for a minute. Just let go of any extra shit that you're carrying that you don't need to carry. Let it go. Okay. That's better. There's so much tension. Why? Scorpios, my Scorpios. Show me what's going on for my beautiful Scorpios. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Scorpio. Okay, babes. Yeah, these readings feel slightly tender tonight. I think that the current energy is, I think I was correct in what I felt when I felt that this reading topic was suitable for tonight. I think that these energies are challenging us. And I think that the places that we're being challenged are not just like little surface level, like truth or dare kind of challenges. No, it's like our soul is being challenged. It's like where we've been ready for a revolution, that what is required to truly call in the revolution that we have been wanting, that we've been preparing ourselves for, you know, that we've been feeling coming, that we've been anticipating. It's time to step up now into that, because the revolution's here, babes, you know. But what does it require of you? It feels like the places where we are most likely to doubt ourselves, criticize ourselves, make ourselves small, second guess ourselves. This is choking me. That is the place that we are meant to, that's where we're kind of being forced to look, right? At this time. I feel like it's that time of the live and the night to remove a necklace and potentially a bra, because I think that's what's actually giving me a tension headache now. So, yes. I'm pretty sure that's gonna happen. In a moment. Let's see. Let's finish pulling your cards first. Okay, tell me about this thing Scorpio keeps on asking or hesitating about. Okay. Mm-hmm. How about this that they already know? Okay. All right. You kind of spit out a lot. You know a lot. There's a lot that you know. Okay. Okay. Is all of that why faith feels scary, though, specifically these? Okay. Yeah. Okay. I see. My Scorpio sees your Scorpio. So let's get all scorpionic together here. Because you know that I love to. Okay. Give me 1 second, though. Because honestly, this is really hurting me, and I just need to say, fuck this, honestly. This being the bra. Okay. That is much better, honestly. Okay. Don't know why I even put one on to begin with, to be honest with you. So unnecessary. What is your timestamp? Hello, Scorpio. I hope that you're doing wonderful, my darlings, and let's get into your reading. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, because there's things that need to be talked about, and you spit out many cards to let me know. So let's just get into it here. Okay, so what you keep on returning to, what is the question that you keep on asking, or what is it that you keep on doubting, essentially here, that you already know? Okay, so what you keep on questioning or asking is coming out as the Two of Pentacles with dispersion, which says diffuse negativity, restore harmony, circulate, revitalize, dissolve divisions, and lighten up. Okay. Well, you are asking whether making a particular choice, basically whether you have the power to influence a particular situation, specifically to restore harmony to something that's been thrown off balance, to breathe life back into something that has grown stagnant or dull, to dissolve divisions and bring lightness to something where maybe there are barriers, walls, defenses. But essentially there is some form of heaviness or negativity around a situation that you are asking, you keep on asking yourself, is it possible to move past this? Is it possible to diffuse this darkness and bring new life and lightness into something? That's what I see you asking. Okay. Well, let's see. Let's clarify a little bit more about this. Okay. You're on to your own bullshit here, my darling. Yeah. It's hard to outsmart yourself when you're really smart, you know? Especially when your intelligence is emotional and psychological. It's hard to the affliction is real. Sometimes you're like, I wish I was dumber, you know? So self-aware that it's ruining my life. That's like scorpionic catchphrase, right? But the Knight of Swords in reverse. You know that even the question is bullshit. Like, it's like this sheepishness around asking the question, because you're like, in asking the question, I would have to admit that I don't know the answer. But I do. So you could even be asking yourself, like, why am I so unsure? Why do I keep on questioning this? Why do I keep questioning this? Why do I feel extra weight around this decision despite my knowing? Why do I keep on returning to it? Why does this keep on, like, afflicting me? It's because there is a weight to it. Mm-hmm. You feel some level of responsibility to whatever this is. But you also have been a part of something else for a long time that you have also had responsibility or obligation towards, right? That's closing out now. It's closing out naturally. I think you feel it closing out. Something that used to align with you, you now feel on the outside looking in, like you don't fit here anymore. Maybe a group, a community, a way of being, a functioning. You feel like you've grown beyond it spiritually, intuitively. There's actually something that to exist within it makes you feel quite insecure and misunderstood because you don't fit there anymore, right? It's like you don't relate to this the way that you used to because you've grown. And so the reflection back at you from it is that you don't feel belonging there anymore, or you don't feel safe there anymore, or like satisfied within something that you used to feel satisfied within. But also it feels like a big thing to close out or walk away from. And then on the other hand, it's almost like closing something out, which you have this awareness there will be, like, not necessarily negativity, but like anytime we close something out, then there's a level of tension, conflict that just comes with change naturally, right? It doesn't have to be crazy. But you're almost showing me that in order to bring harmony to one situation and breathe life into something that has become heavy or stagnant, you have to kind of create upheaval in another area of your life through ending something that is naturally closing anyways, right? But there's this part of you that wants to hold on because it feels comfortable. And it feels like you're doing that by not totally listening to the power of your intuition and your inner voice around this. Because it feels more comfortable to stay in a space of indecision. I don't think you're actually undecided. I think that you just haven't taken action, physical action, to move on what you know and have decided yet. Is there anything else about this? I don't know why I feel really called to clarify this, the tribe, the world there. What is this tribe that's closing out for Scorpio? What is this thing that they no longer resonate with? The Four of Pentacles in reverse. It's an insecure or unstable foundation. And it feels like a foundation that you can't actually build on because you don't resonate with it, right? It's like something that is not true to you. Something that does not feel stable, secure, or fulfilling in a tangible, physical kind of way. It could even be something that kind of like you used to feel fulfilled, or you used to get like a sense of, I don't know, satisfaction through showing up for this. And now it drains you, or it makes you feel further from the truth of who you are. It makes you feel more indecisive and confused about what you want. And it's because you keep trying to hold something together that is naturally, it's reached its expiration date. Anything else about that? There could have been it's like something is naturally falling apart, and I think that you have this understanding that like you couldn't save it or keep it, sustain it, hold it on, like hold on to it without abandoning yourself, essentially. It's like this foundation that once felt stable or safe or aligned, it now feels very shaky. And so you're looking at where you feel called to put your energy, or the direction you feel called to move in, but the thing you keep returning to is questioning whether or not there is like hope and potential for true fulfillment and harmony there, because it feels as though something that once did hold a lot of possibility, you feel as though something was thrown off balance there as well. That's why restoring harmony and diffusing negativity is needed, right? It's interesting. What's closing out, I think, has caused you to not be totally authentic to yourself surrounding this new opportunity that you're questioning if you can, save now. It feels like being a part of this thing that's been crumbling or falling apart. It's been naturally reaching its end for you, phasing out of your life. Staying within that has kind of thrown you out of a state of internal calibration or alignment with yourself, because continuing to show up for something that you don't resonate with is going to throw you out of personal alignment, right? You're not honoring your truth by continuing to show up for something that you don't resonate with, essentially. And so you're showing me that you've taken action or communicated from a place where you weren't really in alignment with yourself, and you didn't, for that reason, you either didn't state, claim, have faith or belief in a dream that you very much have that includes deep emotional fulfillment and feeling this sense of success and belonging and accomplishment that you really desire. I think that you're saying that you weren't really seeing how holding on to something that has reached its expiry date has been pulling you out of alignment with yourself, and then deteriorating another situation that is in alignment with you. So essentially, like, there's been harm or a woundedness that's been occurring a little bit. And that's what you're now looking at and kind of wondering if you can heal, right? Can you dissolve the division that has come up? Can you breathe life back into something? Can you move the energy and transmute things to restore a sense of balance and harmony and peace, and push out the confusion or the shadow or negativity that is formed around something? So what you already know is the Emperor, the protector in reverse, with development, which says gradual progress, continuity, slowly but surely, adaptability, and a time-honored approach. Okay. Well, in order to continue aligning, right, with one thing, it required you, like, there was a sacrifice for that, and you know that. Specifically, there's something that was wounded because it wasn't protected, right? Because you chose something else potentially over this other thing, and this other thing suffered as a result, right? Like, there's something that you tried to continue adapting to in order to stay within it. But that thing was always dying. That thing was always going to close out because you've grown beyond it. The thing is that by staying within it, you might have initially perceived like, oh, staying here is not costing me anything. But now you're seeing that there's something you didn't claim, protect, stand up for, or assert yourself in the direction of. And that is what created, or that's part of why you now feel the need to, like, fix it. Or show up in a different way to heal it. Like you're aware that what you haven't offered is what would need to be offered now to claim something before it's too late, that you had been prioritizing something else over, even though this other thing doesn't serve you anymore. There's also this energy of feeling, I feel a lot of like shame and insecurity around not showing up for something that you actually really care deeply about. Oh, I feel it in my solar plexus, like right, like a knot of energy right in my solar plexus. Yeah, there's something you feel guilty or a shame around not showing up for, something you feel like it was your job to protect, that you allowed harm. Take that how you will, but something was harmed. And you feel as though you're telling me that the truth that you know is that something was harmed because you didn't stand up to choose it or to protect it, that you didn't prioritize it. And you're now aware that there's some form of development that needs to happen as well within you for you to bring yourself into a space where you feel confident that you can make something right, basically. Okay. Can you tell me more about what Scorpio knows here? Like, my love, it feels like you're being unnecessarily hard on yourself here. It feels like you're taking the full blame or putting the heaviness, the weight of how something has been wounded or how something has stagnated or, you know, become, there's a distance or division between yourself and someone or something. But this is what you know. It just feels really heavy to me. Like, does this completely fall on you? Maybe it does, but it feels heavy. So I would say that even if this is the truth that you know, right, that something hasn't developed in a healthy way or flourished because of your lack of ability to really show up and be present with it and protect it. Let's just clarify that a little more. I just don't want you to shame spiral, you know? Yeah. The Alchemist, Temperance. And the Rebel, Justice in reverse. Okay. You know your own transformative alchemical power. You know that you can pretty much take any energy, maybe especially the dark and heavy energies, right? You can take the poison and you can transmute it into power. You can transmute it into beauty. You can transmute your own defenses and maybe fatalistic kind of perspective into harmony, hope, conviction, desire, passion, and bravery. And the kind of vulnerability and openness that, well, is the key to doing that. You hold that capacity inside of you. But yeah, you definitely have this awareness that there has been an injustice. And you're telling me that the truth that you know is that there's something that you feel that you should have rebelled against or broken out of. Because I think that you haven't felt resonant with something for a while. And now it's closing out on its own anyways. And you're kind of realizing, why did I try to uphold that thing or continue to develop something that I already knew was intuitively, I knew I wasn't aligned with it anymore. And I attempted to hold on to that thing that I don't even want to the detriment or injustice of something that I do really care about. It feels like you are carrying the weight of this injustice on your back, though. You feel like this falls on you. Maybe it does. I mean, it's coming up in your truth, but the more important thing that you're aware of, I think, is that you have the power to transform this. It might not happen overnight. It might require, gradual progress, a time-honored approach, continuity, showing up and watching something change or transform slowly but surely. It might not just be like, boom, everything is healed. Everything is changed. Everything is aligned and better, and all of the weight is lifted immediately. But You do know that you can do it. With the alchemist there, you know that with temperance there, yes, you know that you can restore harmony and balance to this. That's literally what temperance is. Okay. So it just feels like the weight actually is around, you recognize that something was harmed because, well, you feel like you didn't protect it or do it justice. You feel as though you didn't act fairly in a specific situation. However, along with that, maybe difficult truth that you're very aware of, right? You also know that you had the power to throw something off, and you also have the power to heal it. But it requires you to invest in the way that you were not before. It requires you to claim and protect and do right by something in a way that you didn't before. It requires humility, it requires vulnerability, and investment. It requires you to put your power into it, you know? And you're very capable of doing that. But I think that what might be holding you back, and we'll get to this, because we're going to look next at why faith or trusting this and moving forward feels particularly scary or hard. But I think part of it is just this, you need to forgive yourself. There's something you were meant to learn here through the choices that you made. Even if something was damaged or thrown off balance or stagnated due to those choices, something was also gained through those choices, you know? Sometimes we have to learn the hard way, especially fixed signs, right? It's like sometimes we have to push something past the expiry date to learn, next time I should just trust when I feel that something has fallen out of resonance with me and instigate the change rather than resisting it. Maybe this is a hard Saturnian lesson that you just needed to learn, right? But you won't have to relearn it. And there's no real good that comes from beating yourself up or ripping yourself to shreds about it. Everything still unfolded the way that it did for a reason. And nothing is beyond healing. Nothing is hopeless here. Nothing has truly been lost. You're telling me that you know that. Okay, so why this feels scary or hard. The Page of Swords in reverse. Okay. Then all of these came out. So I just want to I want to clarify this Page of Swords in reverse first. Tell me more about that. Is this, what is this? Is this, a lie that was told? This could be something that wasn't spoken at all, that was just withheld altogether. This could be an incorrect assumption that was doubled down on, that needs to be looked at and corrected or admitted. Or this could be a lie that was told. So let's see what that is. It's something that requires a new way of thinking, yeah. You're really struggling to expand your mind in a particular way. You're afraid that even though you know that you have the power to do this, to create justice and to balance something out, to show up in the full strength and power of yourself and to bring that influence to a situation in a positive way, right? To create positive change and development rather than allowing it to deteriorate. There's a way of thinking that you're struggling to expand out of or beyond. Specifically, you keep falling back on a fear-based assumption that is not true. And you're telling me that this assumption is, if I choose to completely open up, be vulnerable, and reveal how I really feel, what I really desire, and what I want out of this investment, then I would say I don't want to wait to pour my time, energy, and effort to be all into something. I don't want to put it off anymore. I want to invest in this and be all in. I want to drop my guards and be vulnerable and open about what it is that I desire, which is something that I can see would bring me profound emotional fulfillment, emotional and spiritual expansion in a way that I really long for. But you're saying that you're afraid that if you do that, it still won't bring something truly back into a state of alignment. Basically, you're scared that the damage has been done, and that even if you commit to something, your whole self to it, it won't be able to bring it back from its current state. That's the negative assumption that you keep replaying. That's making it really, really difficult to trust what you already know. Okay, so what cards do we have here? We have decrease, influence, duration, waiting, retreat, and difficulty in the beginning. Okay. You're showing me, this feels really vulnerable and tender. So if this isn't your reading, by all means, do not internalize it or take it personally. I feel like you will know very specifically if this is for you, because it's very specific. And you're actually being incredibly vulnerable with me because you're telling me exactly how you feel you fucked shit up. And why you're struggling to believe that something can be repaired. Okay. Decrease. You're telling me that you let something go or you sacrificed something that that you were deeply attracted to, but it wasn't just one way. There was a mutual attraction. There was maybe genuine affection or love and care and a magnetism, a stimulation, or a very influential connection that you had to someone or something here. And you sacrificed it. You sacrificed it to, continue something else that you were deeply committed to. And that created basically you put something on hold for a very long time. It's like you were like, just wait, you know? But ultimately, you're saying you sacrificed something by maintaining something else. You may have retreated or let go or withdrawn from something. Maybe once, maybe over and over again. But you're basically saying that the thing that you should have held on to, you know, where your heart really was, you didn't hesitate to sacrifice that and walk away from it to uphold something else that you're not aligned with. You didn't protect or prioritize something that really mattered to you. But this is the reason why. And this is also the reason why it's hard to move back towards it, because you know that there is going to be growing pains. You know that the way that something has gone so far has actually instilled doubt and fear, that there's a little bit of there's going to be a bit of an awkward phase where you strengthen something that had become weak, right? It's like something that had a lot of potential to be strong has become vulnerable, and you can still bring that back, but it might be a little bit difficult in the beginning, because there is a hurdle to overcome, right? If you have a plant that you haven't watered or given sun to in like, you know, a month, and that thing is still hanging on by a thread miraculously, you can probably still save it, but you're going to have to give it extra care and attention. You're going to have to be committed to it. You know, you're going to have to give it maybe extra care in order to bring it back to health or something like that. And you have to be honest with yourself about where it's at and what is needed to make something healthy again, right? So that could feel a little bit overwhelming, or like there's I don't know, like it's going to be difficult to face that, or like it's going to be, there's going to be a difficulty restoring harmony there. But I think that this card kind of does lay it out. It's like, yes, there might be that phase in the beginning where you have to basically like be accountable and own the consequences of your actions, right? But when you do that, you'll actually become stronger through moving through these growing pains. You'll be stronger for growing through these doubts and fears and facing them. And you'll gain a lot of experience through putting yourself out there in this way. And you will breathe life back into something and restore the harmony, but there is going to potentially be that little phase that requires humility and commitment to the investment, right? So, is there anything else that wants to come through about this right now for advice? The Queen of Pentacles. Bring yourself back into a state of internal harmony and balance first before you think about moving towards something else. You can state an intention and invest in something and be intentional about it, but it's showing me that first there's whatever prevented you from really giving to this or showing up for this, doing the like right thing according to you, right? to begin with, whatever that was inside of you, that needs to be alchemized and balanced out first. Essentially, if you're at war with yourself, you're not going to be able to bring peace to another situation, right? So create within yourself first what you want to instill in something else, and then trust yourself from that place to move towards it, okay? That's what I see. So we're going to move on to Sagittarius now. Let's see. What's going on? Scorpio. Scorpio. Don't be a masochist, says the masochist. It's really easy to focus on the dark, twisty, heavy, like, sometimes we're a little too comfortable diving into those elements, right? The thing is, you can't like really hate yourself into positive growth, into like a better version of yourself. You kind of have to like love yourself into that for it to be truly like sustainable and healthy, right? So can feel the regret, feel how you feel about showing up, not showing up the way that you wanted to, how things have gone so far, the mistakes that you feel that you've made. Be honest with yourself about that, but don't stay in a space of punishing yourself and continuing to allow something that you desire or care about to slip further away from you while you do that, because you're just digging yourself deeper into a hole that you're going to feel even less capable of pulling yourself out of, when really you're very capable. Maybe I need to have the chat with you that I had with Libra. Your feelings do not define you. They might be very strong and intense, but your emotional body is just one part of yourself, right? You are like the expansive, complex consciousness and being that your thoughts are not you, your emotions are not you. None of this defines you, and you don't need to get stuck within any of it. You just need to acknowledge where you're at and then be able to move through it and understand kind of like what is it trying to tell you, what is it trying to show you? Because your thoughts or your feelings are messengers. They want to bring something to your awareness. Once they communicate that message, or you become aware of what that is trying to show you, right? Then you just move through it. You transmute it. It shifts into something else. So allow that to happen. It's this natural, transformative process that you go through. And it is this thing that's constantly happening. So just kind of like, don't throw off, I guess, the natural process of transformation here that you're going through by staying fixated in or spiraling out of balance into a space of shame, guilt, just being hard on yourself. It's not necessary. Okay? I adore you. You know that I do. Okay, let's see. What's going on for Sag? What's up, Fib? No, I just wasn't looking at the chat while I was reading. Hi, Yasmina. What's up? What's up, babes? I saw your comment last time that you were like, I missed the live. You made this one, though. Yay. I'm glad that you're here. Okay. Guys, I need to run to the washroom, but then I'm going to come back for the last 4 signs, but I definitely have got to pee before that. So give me a few moments if you would be so kind. And then we're going to come back and we're going to dive in. I'm also going to just cleanse a little tiny bit and just kind of like, it's not that the energy needs to be lifted, it's just that we've covered a lot of ground so far. And so we're just gonna refresh the energy a little bit here by doing that. Where is that Palo Santo that I brought? It's here under the table somewhere. Okay. We'll do that. We'll just take a beat here to renew our energy, refresh our energy, and then we'll come back. So give me 1 second here, and I will be back with you in a moment, okay? Okay. Hello, I have returned. I need to stretch my leg while doing this because when I got up to walk, I almost fell over because my knee. I'm getting old, guys. I've got joint pains and it's just not because I'm old. It's because I've been sitting for 6.5 hours. That's why. So let's just stick with that, okay? Okay. It's more comfortable to believe that. Let's see here. Let's see. Let's do this. Okay. Want a little smoke bath? Here you go. Here you go. I love watching smoke. Like, is that not just so... Maybe I'm weird, but I feel like it's very hypnotic watching smoke like this. Little cleansing action. Are you guys talking? I can see the chat moving. For the in-depth reading, you're here for Saggy. You're still here. You were the first one to pop into the chat. I'm impressed, Trey. I'm impressed. You have my respect. Let's see. You are welcome as well. I'm glad that you're patient enough to appreciate the in-depth readings rather than, you know, be infuriated and frustrated by it. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to clear some space for me to stretch my leg here because that is required for me to not die. Okay. You guys hanging in there? You doing okay? Doing okay out there, wherever you are in this big bad world? Just want to tell me where you're tuning in from? I like to know. For those of you that don't know, I'm in Canada. Alberta, specifically. Where are you at? Where are you at? New Zealand. Woo! Cool. So it's tomorrow for you. It's not even today. It's tomorrow. Or it's Wednesday for you. Okay. Yes. My leg is just like propped up like I have a broken leg. It's just... sitting propped up here. All right. Oh, that feels so good to stretch that way. Hell yeah. That's everything I needed. Didn't even know I needed. All right. Let's see. That is so much better. Okay. All right. What's going on? Let's tune into Sag. Sagittarian energy. What's going on? My Sages. Oh, you're gonna bring the fire? Bring the heat? Let's see. Bring in the heat. I guess it's not even summer for you guys, is it? It's winter over there on that side of the planet. You don't gotta worry. Shauna! What's up, babes? I didn't even know you were here. How's it going, my love? Okay. Freezing over there? Do you guys use Celsius or do you use Fahrenheit? What is freezing for New Zealand? I need to know. Because here, when we say we're freezing, you went for a swim in the ocean. Okay. Can't be that cold then. It gets like minus 40 degrees Celsius here sometimes in the winter. It's like, why do I live somewhere that it hurts to breathe the air outside? Why is that a thing? Why is my place of residence attacking me physically? You just popped in? Well, hi. Okay. Sagittarius. Let's see. It's ready. Are you ready to chat? 0 degrees. Fahrenheit or Celsius? Still, it's freezing. So, yeah, that's pretty cold. That's pretty cold to be jumping in the ocean, 0 degrees. I hope it was invigorating. Celsius? Okay, yeah. That's nippy. That's a wee bit nippy to be jumping in the ocean. It was amazing. Nice. I also, if I was surrounded by ocean, would probably not give up jumping into it just because of a little coldness. You cannot deter me from the ocean. I'm a fish. Okay. Let's see what's going on here. Nipply. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Okay. What do you already know? Well. Headlights were on, yes. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Why does faith feel scary? Okay. What is this? Some more cards here. It's okay. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out together. Okay. Tell me about this. What they keep asking. Clarify that. Can't tell if you want to move towards that or away from it, but I'm hoping that it's away. Okay, tell me more about this. Scorpio read was deadly, was it? Sometimes I gotta call us out just like everybody else, you know? It might even be the better at Scorpio reads, might be more, you know, deadly because I'm better. I'm even more well equipped at calling us out because I know us. It's like I got that in. I'm gonna use it with surgical precision when I need to. Just know that it's for your own good, and I'm one of you, so I'm also calling myself out whenever I'm calling you out. Just know and trust that. Okay. Well, this is not feeling overly Sagittarian to me, but where's that hair? Let's see. Okay, tell me about this. Where is that? Why is it driving me in? Oh, I found you. Okay. Tell me this. Mm. What needs to be this? Excuse me. My throat's a little dry. Okay. Let's see what's going on with this, okay? Let us see what's going on. All right. Let's put this here. Okay. What's going on, Sag? How's it going? Let's see what's going on here. You have Taurus and Scorpio placements. Yeah. Welcome to the club. Okay. So, let's take a look. So we're going to look first at something that you keep on, like, asking or hesitating on. And then we're going to look at what you already know around that and why trusting what you know or moving forwards in faith around this particular thing feels difficult, heavy, scary for you specifically, okay? Okay. So we're gonna have to clarify this, but what you keep asking, it came out as the Chariot, which is Cancerian energy, with attachment. Okay. So, I need to clarify, but this could be something that you are asking, can I continue forwards and still hold on to something that I have an attachment to, despite knowing that this thing is not really serving me, it's kind of hurting me, right? Or it's you keep asking yourself, can I move confidently with conviction away from something that I have had an unhealthy or restrictive or painful attachment to? Okay. Let's see. What is the attachment? What does this attachment represent for Sagittarius? Okay. All right. This is very Sagittarian coded here. Okay. Are you ready? So it is something that you want to release, that you have felt attached to, that maybe was not always suffocating or unhealthy. However, it has become so. And I asked what that attachment is to, and you said the Eight of Wands movement, which is Mercury in Sagittarius, with the Knight of Wands instigation in reverse, which is also Sagittarian energy. All right. That's pointed. That's a little bit loud. So the attachment is to be constantly moving, to be constantly moving on in somewhat of an erratic way where you are free spirited and, you know, not tied down by anything, but you're also not truly able to instigate and invest in something that will stand the test of time or something that requires a level of perseverance and security to the way that you show up for it. There's been an attachment to moving, to movement, to not slowing down, or to maybe not allowing yourself to be committed to anything so that you can stay open to everything, right? But there's something that requires more of a like convicted, directed, powerful, and intentional choice and, you know, investment to move towards. And you can't instigate that or set that into motion the way that it requires without detaching from this this need to constantly be moving on to the next thing, or to not stay in one place, to not settle, essentially. Okay. Where is the Chariot leading? Or, yeah, what does the Chariot lead to? What direction is Sagittarius feeling convicted and pulled towards here? It's something connected to your heart. It makes you want to be more balanced. The Eight of Pentacles, dedication, with the Seven of Cups in reverse, choices at the bottom of the deck, with the Ace of Wands energy. Okay, this reading might not be overly long because it is extremely clear. Okay, that's not a bad thing. Yeah, there's something you have to choose, and it requires dedicated, disciplined, consistent effort. It requires that you direct your energy fully, that you be honest with yourself about, you know, is it necessary to have all these options? What is in all of these cups? Would I actually even be interested in drinking what is in all of these cups? You know, is there poison in one of these cups? Is there my least favorite? Is there like diet soda in one of these cups? No offense to people who drink diet soda. It's just disgusting. But, you know, it's asking you to choose, because it's kind of saying here that whatever like the Chariot is pulling you towards, it's pulling you from the core of yourself, from like a convicted heart space. And it's not meant to be half-assed. You're not meant to move in a particular direction half-assed, or like with your attention and your energy divided in a bunch of different directions. You won't do this thing justice or get the success and power that it could actually bring you if you move towards it in that way. And you intuitively know this. It feels like you've been meditating or like thinking, reflecting a lot lately on what you actually want to establish in your life long term, like what you want to build, and what has not been fulfilling that you've kept the door open to, or not retreated or pulled your energy back from, that prevents you from giving fully to something that you actually do want, or that you feel really called to. You're gaining perspective here on what truly aligns and empowers you in a way that makes you feel expansive and free. And I think that you're being asked to challenge whether or not it's what you have thought that it is, right? Because it feels like for a period here, what felt inspiring and liberating to you was knowing that you were free to choose anything, go anywhere, anytime, basically just not be tied down, be able to do whatever you wanted whenever you wanted. And that was like ultimate freedom. But it's not anymore. It's not satiating the way that it did. You want to be pulled. It's like you want to find your place of belonging. You want to settle down. And it feels like your heart and soul kind of like you're inspired or you're passionate or convicted in moving in a particular direction, and you know what it was that, or what it is that you want to choose and dedicate yourself to. You're just asking if it's possible for you to detach from this previous way of being and truly choose something fully. And do it justice. Okay, so what you already know is the Nine of Swords, fear in reverse with blocked. Okay. Okay. It feels like what you know is that staying the way that you have been, or functioning, continuing to function that way, it doesn't require you to challenge yourself. It doesn't require you to face fears and insecurities to expand. It doesn't stress you out because it's complacent and comfortable, right? However, the cost of that is blocking yourself from something else that you want, right? Like, to stay comfortable, yes, you avoid anxiety and fear. However, you also deny yourself or sacrifice whatever this is that you feel called to for the sake of something that no longer fulfills you but feels safe. So you already know this. Let's see. What else is known about this? Basically, where you are requires nothing of you. It doesn't challenge you. It doesn't require you to grow or to really push yourself, right? Perspective, though, that's the Hanged Man. You are seeing, the truth is that right now you're clearly seeing both sides of something. But with the Hanged Man, you're also seeing something in a completely new way. Like, you've gained perspective, or you're seeing something with context that you didn't have previously. I think before, if someone would have asked you, or if you even asked yourself if you were fulfilled living life this way, you would have said, hell yeah, no regrets, you know? I'm free-spirited. That is my very nature. I go where the wind blows me. It's liberating. It's exciting. And I love the way I am and the way my life is. And I don't think that you ever would have considered, like, what... You didn't feel like you were giving anything up for that. You were only seeing the positive side, what that life was giving to you. But now you want something different. And you're seeing, you know, the cost of choosing what has been. Now you're seeing, what you do have to sacrifice to stay the same, basically. You're seeing that where you would have had no problem with that previously, there is something creating tension there Now there's something that's bringing your awareness to, yeah, the Wheel of Fortune. There's something very fortunate that lands. It requires you to expand. This is Jupiter energy, your ruler. It requires you to take the independence that you've gained from the way that you have functioned so far, which has been beautiful for you. You shouldn't have any regrets. This served a time and purpose. It was a very valuable phase of your life, right? You explored freely, you learned who you are, you gained independence, you built a beautiful life and confidence around yourself, your sense of self, what you like, what you don't like, you know. It served you in many ways. However, now you're being called to expand beyond that. And you are very clear on this truth. It's like you're saying that you're really clear that however you've been doing things, you've reached the limit of like what that can give you. What you want to reach for next, you can't reach the culmination of that. You can't reach that peak. Approaching life the way that you have, it's going to require more grounded, consistent dedication and discipline. It's going to require you to settle down and settle into something, right? So why this feels particularly scary or hard is judgment. This is Plutonian energy, well, because it's not just a little tiny tweak like, I'm going to change one habit about my daily existence. It's not that. It's Plutonian energy, so it's change at the most profound, deepest level, basically. This change, this shift requires you to reconcile, like to make a judgment call that, okay, this phase served me and now it doesn't anymore. Now it is something that is an attachment that restricts me from actually moving towards this thing that is pulling me, that inspires me, that I'm convicted about, that lights me up, right? It's requiring you to make that judgment call. And it also came out with renewal and harmony, which is interesting. I think that you're comfortable where you've been comfortable where you're at, right? And you are temperance. So when something is working for you, you're in your mutable fire flow. And it's very positive, right? You can expand from that place that works for you until you can't anymore. But when you're in a space that has been working for you for a long time and it's reaching its natural close, or it wants to be evolved or shifted out of, right? You are aware then that temporarily your state of temperance, balance, harmony is going to be thrown off because you're changing something at a very deep level. So there's going to be tension, energetic tension, conflict, things that need to be reconciled. You're going to be temporarily thrown off balance just because that is the very nature of change, right? And so it's like part of why it feels scary to leap out into this is because you are reconciling that by creating this change, you're going to have to, momentarily sort of give up this sense of comfort, security, harmony, and that will have to be renewed. That will have to be built back up when after you embrace a new way of doing things. You'll have to essentially learn how to function in a new way and build a sense of harmony and security in that new way of existing. So it feels a little bit daunting because, again, it's not just like one little shift in your habit, in your routine, in your preferences. It's deeper than that. It feels like a shift in your priorities on a really deep level, though. Specifically prioritizing, it's not deprioritizing your independence, it's letting your independence evolve and expand and transform. Specifically, you're being asked to trust the independence and sense of self that you've built in this last phase enough to believe that you're not going to lose that sense of self or independence through settling down and truly committing to something. You need to know that you know your standards, your boundaries, your beliefs, values. You're secure enough essentially in your own strength that you're not going to lose your sense of independence, and the right investment will also, or the right relationship or whatever, will also not take that from you. It's just asking you to exercise your independence and your curiosity, your exploration, all of these beautiful strengths that you possess in a different way. And that's only evolving you. It's not taking anything from you. It's not asking you to actually sacrifice anything except for, for the time being, for that little transitional phase. It will ask you to sacrifice like the security that comes from doing things a known way for a long period of time. Essentially, you're going to have to upset the status quo, and you'll be able to, recalibrate into a state of harmony. You'll be able to renew that. But there will be that phase where things are shifting, where you're having to reconcile stuff and allow things to close out and something new to come in. There's going to be like a bit of a learning curve, essentially, right? So, is there anything else that wants to come through as advice for Sagittarius? There's something that wants to give back to you very generously if you do invest in it. It has a lot to offer you. But the 6 plus the 1 of Pentacles is the 7. It requires investment. You have to put some seeds in the ground and, show up every day, water them, give them the sun they need, nurture this thing so that it can grow. I think that the underlying message is just that trust that your way of functioning and existing up until this point has given you all of the tools and skills and knowledge that you need to show up in the way that you want to, or the way that this new thing would require. You are capable. The way that you functioned up until this point doesn't make you less capable or prepared. In its own way, it makes you the perfect candidate because this opportunity is for you. Will it require a little bit of adaptability? Yes. Are you mutable? Yes. I see no problem here, You've got this. I don't think anything else wants to come out. I think it's pretty clear. Oh. Determination to overcome injustice. What's the injustice? What's this? What's the justice in reverse? the Hermit. Oh, babe. You have manifested this new beginning, because the truth is that while it was liberating, it was exciting, it was inspiring, it taught you a lot, this old way of being, it kind of was, it made it hard to really connect to others in a deep way. It was kind of isolating, right? When you're always on the go, when you're always moving, when you're not tied down to anything, it can feel kind of isolating. And Spirit is saying here, justice in reverse with the Hermit. You're meant for more than that. You're not meant to be alone forever. And committing to the right thing, again, is not going to hold you back from experiencing any of the beautiful possibilities that are open to you now. It's just you won't be experiencing those things alone. You'll have something or someone beside you sharing that with you. So you're being asked to know with determination that there's more meant for you than just this like solo dolo existence. And that the right thing won't hold you down or hold you back in any way. It will just enrich the experiences that you would have been having on your own. There's something here. There's a quote that's coming to mind, and I'm pretty sure it's by Bukowski. Let me try to find it. He says something like, when you... Where is it? I know I have it here. Oh, turns out I have a lot of Bukowski quotes on my phone. That tracks. Let me just see here. There's something where he said, was it him who said this? Oh yeah, here it is. Okay, there's this quote. He said, and when nobody wakes you up in the morning, and when nobody waits for you at night, and when you can do whatever you want, what do you call it? Freedom or loneliness? Only you can answer that, because there's a time in your life when it does feel like freedom, and then there's a time when you've outgrown that phase and it feels like loneliness and you want more. You just need to be able to admit to yourself when that time comes, when you're ready for more, and when existing the way that you have doesn't feel free anymore. It feels like you're missing out on something that you really want to experience, right? And it's okay to change and evolve in that way. It's okay to want something new. But also understand you're not really sacrificing or giving up anything of true value to move into this new phase of your life. The right thing, the right connection will meet you where you're at, and you won't actually really need to give up what you've gained. You'll just be expanding and building on top of it. Okay, so that is what I see. That's what I see. What is up? You guys are talking. Attachment to tarot. Don't give that up. I want you to stay. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. What's up, Yair? You're awake again. What's up, homie? What does this say? Light horse, dark horse. Yeah, it's Saggy. It resonates, yeah. You feel personally attacked right off the bat. Oh, I always forget that you have Mercury and Sag, because you're actually like empowered in your Mercury and Sag placement, which is amazing. What's up, Andrea? Hi, love. Did I personalize the reading? Did I? Oh yeah. Now that I'm thinking about the themes, that actually really does fit you, doesn't it? In fact, we somewhat talked about this recently, did we not? Okay, well, the cards came for you. I did not. Or I did, but it was unintentional. When Sag evolves into a Capricorn, yeah. You are welcome. Okay. Speaking of Capricorns, let's evolve in that direction. Let's see what's going on with that. With you. Okay. Ugh, my neck is very sore. I don't know why. Oh, pressure. Pressure is real. Why does it hurt? Okay. Let's see what's going on for Capricorn. What is going on? Let's see. Maybe the Cappy read will explain what the fuck is going on with your body. Maybe, but the question is what you keep asking and what you already know. Maybe it will answer that, though. That's fair. Kind of fits. Only if you already know what the issue is and you're just denying it. Or you keep asking. What's up? It's another Trey. What's up? Good morning. Where are you signing in from that it is morning? Okay, let's see. Maybe you do. I guess we're about to find out. Well, maybe. If it comes through. Okay. Boston. What's up? I am in Alberta, Canada. Shout out to Boston. All right. Let's see. Okay, show me Capricorn. What's going on with Capricorn? My zodiac sign, I am Pisces sun, Gemini moon, Scorpio rising. Yes, that is me. Okay, let's see. Show me Capricorn. What do they keep asking? Okay. Okay. What do they already know? Why does it feel scary or hard? Hmm. All right. What is up, Red Magnetic Serpent? Hello, you're gonna get your morning coffee? Nice. Enjoy that for me. I feel like I'm having coffee with you this fine morning. My pleasure. Okay. Let's get some oracle cards and get into this. This may indeed be addressing. You're from Croatia? Really? Have you ever mentioned that before? I don't think you have. Wow, that's cool. I love hearing where you guys are from. Makes me feel like the world is big but also so small at once, and I like that. Okay. Tell me about this. What is this? Okay. Let's get one more. Last one. Okay. All right, let's see. Let's timestamp ya. Get into this. Okay. Capricorn. What's up? How are my goats doing? You doing okay out there? I hope you're doing well, kicking ass, taking names, all the things. Okay, so let's get into this. There's something that wants to be spoken on here. So we're looking at what you keep returning to and asking over and over again, even though some part of you, whether that is a subtle or an obvious part, already knows, and why trusting your knowing around something feels particularly challenging, okay? So let's see. Okay, so what you keep asking is coming out as the Ace of Swords in reverse. You're like, I keep asking what I don't know. And it's here with psychic development. Okay. But you do know, don't you? Okay. Well, you keep on, it feels like you think that you're missing some vital piece of information here. It's like you keep asking, what am I missing? What don't I see? What is hidden to me? What is, yeah, what is being hidden here? What am I missing? What am I not seeing? Let's clarify this a bit, though, and get more information on that. I think that you've developed in a way that you don't fully either recognize yet, or you are not feeling stabilized and integrated enough into to like really trust it. Specifically, your gifts have opened up, or your ability to really tune into your intuition, your inner knowing, a knowing that comes from a different place than maybe you're used to seeking the truth or like trusting that information comes from, right? You might be used to seeking very practical answers that come through, you know, someone logically or analytically breaking something down for you. But what you need to know now that you're asking about is wanting to, it comes from a completely different place, which is why maybe you keep asking, because you're wanting the answer to present itself in the known way that you're used to answers coming to you, and it's not going to come that way. Okay. Let's see. What specifically does Capricorn feel like they don't have information or truth around? Like, what are they asking? What do they feel like they don't see? The Hierophant in reverse, why something has not stabilized or become secure in your life. Why have you not been able to build something? Or the Hierophant can also be like a commitment as well, like relationally. So for some of you, that could be something, that could be the thing that you've been trying to stabilize or build in your life. Can you tell me more about the Hierophant in reverse? Yeah, the Ace of Pentacles in reverse, the Sun. Whoa. Okay. That escalated quickly. There's a very particular there's a particular opportunity that you want. It feels like something hasn't like stabilized or grown in a significant and secure kind of way in your life, not because you've had the opportunity and it just hasn't grown the way you wanted, but with the Ace of Pentacles in reverse, it also, it feels like you're asking, like, why has this opportunity not even come to me? The opportunity for something in particular that would bring you a lot of joy and fulfillment. It's like, why has this not been offered to me? What am I doing wrong? Where am I getting in my own way? What am I not seeing? What am I missing here? Why is this eluding me? That's what it feels like you keep on asking. I think it's because your awareness on a deeper level has been deepening, expanding, growing, developing. And your understanding around what it is that you truly want to build, that will bring you belonging and fulfillment and, you know, joy as your baseline. I think that your understanding around that has changed, or it's been developing in a deeper way. Is there anything else around that? No. Okay. So what you already know here is the Nine of Pentacles with this card that says New Day. Okay. New Day. Well, you have the 9 already nailed down, and the ace is what you're asking, like, where is this final ace, right? It's like It's almost like you feel good within yourself. You've established a lot and accomplished a lot on an individual level, right? You've maybe built a lot. You could have a solid financial foundation. Your health could be good. Um, it doesn't have to be all of those areas, but there's something that you do feel like you've accomplished on a personal, individual sort of level. And now something else is required here, something new, a new way of doing things is needed to actually bring that final piece in. This is what you know. You know that you're secure. You know your worth. You know your value. You know that you're solid and you're aware of what it is that you have to offer and bring to the table. Yeah, you know you. You know you. So, okay, tell me more about this. You're still stressing about something, though. Despite knowing yourself and everything that you offer, there's something that you're not at ease about in your own mind. It's almost like because you haven't achieved one particular thing that you place a great amount of emphasis on, right? You're kind of like downplaying, or not downplaying, but you're throwing into question this very strong truth that you have about yourself. Like, you know that this is true, right? But then it's almost like, well, if this is true, you know, if I'm this high value person that knows themselves, cares for themselves, is fully established and ready to build on top of that and enrich my existence by expanding, by creating a family or a relationship, or, you know, creating something new that I haven't experienced yet. Why has that not come to me if all of these things that I know about myself are actually true? If I'm really this ready and valuable, then why hasn't it come to me? And so it's almost like you question then, or you get thrown into a space of doubt, or not really being at rest in the truth of who you are. But the thing is here that I want to ask you is why, okay, how do I frame this? How do I say this? Yeah, okay. If you genuinely, stick with me here, okay? This might be kind of hard to hear. If you genuinely believe this about yourself and know this about yourself, you know your worth, you know your value, you know what you have to offer, you know that you are a prize, you know everything that you've built so far in your life, why do you still think you're not enough? Why is that not enough for you to be at rest in your mind, knowing that you are enough, that you've done enough, that you don't need to do more? I think that what wants to be revealed here is kind of a deep-seated fear or insecurity. It could be something that was formed in childhood, maybe. You know, you guys are ruled by Saturn. You tend to take on the burden of responsibility or just learn a lot of heavy lessons. Usually it starts early in life for you, right? You can feel a lot of Capricornian people or people with strong Cap in their chart. I have a Cap stellium, so I understand. They feel like they had to grow up really like young or early in life. They may feel as though because this weight of responsibility or obligation, right, was put on them at a young age, that they got locked into this idea that their worth is not something that is innate, it's something that needs to be earned. It's something that needs to be proven. It's something that needs to be strived for, you know? But it's not. Just because you can do a lot doesn't mean that you have to in order for you to be valuable and worthy. That just is who you are. But it feels a little bit like there's this, you're so capable and you're so used to achieving that which you desire. You're very powerful people, right? And you can accomplish a lot through will and effort alone, discipline and hard work alone. And you know that. It's why you have accomplished so much in your life. However, certain things don't come to you through giving more, through draining yourself, through just applying more effort. Certain things don't come to you until you're at ease and at rest in the fact that you are everything. You are complete within yourself. You are powerful when you are asserting yourself through masculine action and like going after your goals and making shit happen. And you are just as worthy and abundant when you are in your Empress energy, sitting back and saying, I know that I'm all of this. I know that I am emotionally fulfilled and that I have created an abundant and enriching life that's satisfying and fulfilling to me on my own, right? So when you know that, then understand that there is nothing more you need to do. You don't need to prove what you know about yourself to anyone for any reason, let alone to bring it in, to bring something in that you haven't already achieved. Certain things can't be achieved through pushing harder or just, you know, trying harder or putting more work or effort in. Certain things come to you when you are at rest, open, receptive, in a state of personal fulfillment and at ease and acceptance with exactly who and where you are in your life. That's when certain things come into you, because they're not meant to be strived for or proven or like accomplished. They're meant to be gifts. They're meant to be like the cherry on top of the sundae that is you. They're not meant to be something that you kill yourself for, that you overwork yourself for, that you extend yourself for. They're meant to be things that flow in effortlessly as a result of you reaching this space of personal mastery, fulfillment, and culmination in your life, right? Essentially, some things don't need to be hard. And ironically, certain things not only are they not meant to be hard, but they actually will, um, they will resist you, or they will elude you as long as you keep trying to accomplish them one specific way. Because when you really manifest certain things, it's through being in that emotional truth, not just like logically knowing I am complete, I am valuable, I am worthy, you know, but through actually living your life out that way and trusting that fully enough to surrender the things that you don't have yet, and know that you know yourself. Trust your own value and worth, not based on your accomplishments, your achievements, how you look, how you show up on any given day, but just based on who you are, who you've come to know yourself as, right? The self-love and abundance that exists in your being. Lean on that, not on this idea that you have to do more to be ready or be good enough for something, or that you're missing something because something hasn't come to you yet. No, it's just that certain things you can't force. Certain things come to you on their own. Certain things come when you aren't looking for them and you aren't seeking and you aren't focusing on them. You're just in the sun, feeling grateful and abundant. And you're pleasantly surprised by the cherry on top of the sundae, right? But why this feels particularly scary or hard to have faith in is the King of Cups and this card, movement into balance. There's something that wants to be emotionally processed here. There's a deepening of emotional awareness and intelligence that is actually going to move you into this state of not just knowing that you are in balance, but existing in the emotional space of that balanced reality that will actually bring to you the things that you feel are still missing. You know, we have this tendency to focus on the things that elude us, or focus on the things that are missing, even when we have everything else to celebrate or be grateful for, right? And I think that that's human and that's kind of natural. But you're meant to like celebrate exactly where you are. And, you know, it's okay to simultaneously know what you want and that you don't have it yet, and grieve that you don't have it yet. It's okay to still be honest with yourself about something that you feel is missing in your life, right? A lot of cups. However, I feel like there's an emotional release that wants to happen there, because there's a fear around missing out on this particular thing, or again, like not being enough, like knowing that you're enough and that you're valuable, but not believing it to the degree that you can just live your life at peace in that truth, in a surrendered space of assuredness. I know it's not as easy as it sounds. Is there any further advice that you have for Capricorn here? I do feel like there's a tenderness and something emotional that wants to be witnessed and just kind of held space for and moved through emotionally, around that, just the weight of what you've carried and you've endured in your life. And even if that was your path, right? And you know that you chose that for a reason, or like you're strong enough to carry it, and that's why that was given to you, you can still grieve the things that you had to sacrifice because that was your path in this life. You can grieve the things that you had to give up in order to carry the weight of responsibility and obligation. You know, maybe you didn't feel like you got to experience your childhood in this like light, carefree way that most children get to experience. Maybe you feel like, yeah, there's certain things that you had to bypass or sacrifice because of your specific path, or things that were put on you that maybe you didn't totally choose, that had consequences to them. There's something that wants to be grieved here, but once you feel that grief and you kind of like dissolve it, you actually have the space to hold what it is that you seek. And it will naturally come in for you in a balanced and aligned way. But what's important right now is that you honor exactly where you're at and how you feel about where you're at. The good, the bad, and the ugly around that. All of the feelings that you have that want to come up around it, they're all valid. Even if they seem to contradict, they're valid. And the King of Cups is someone who holds the full spectrum of intense emotion within themselves, and they're not defined or thrown off balance by any of it. They can regulate and see the truth, the ultimate truth, through it. So that none of it really limits them. And then they can hold that space for themselves, and they can hold that space and offer their heart and their emotional support and tenderness and intimacy in a really beautiful and balanced way with others that they wouldn't otherwise be able to. So that's why this like phase is important for you to appreciate, be grateful for, and really honor. Because this phase is just a prerequisite. It's like a settling into who you truly know yourself to be, so that something else can be added on to that. But it's something that will come in and offer itself to you. It's not something that you need to go out and hunt down and seek and prove and strive for and make happen. This is something that wants to be bestowed onto you as a gift. And I think why it feels hard to have faith is because your life hasn't generally gone that way. You know, you have had to learn lessons the hard way. You have had to not cut corners. Things don't always come easy to you. They rarely do, with Saturn as your ruler. So then it can be hard to accept that the thing that you really want right now will elude you until you allow it to be gifted to you. Until you believe yourself genuinely worthy of that to the degree that you can surrender it. And then it will come to you. Okay? But this phase does hold value of its own, even if you feel like it's not necessarily where you want to be. It still has a lot to offer you. It's the stepping stone to where you want to be. Okay? That's what I see for you, Capricorn. This is coming to you. You're not missing anything. You know, you're not throwing it off balance or delaying it. You're not doing anything wrong. You're right on track. You're perfectly worthy and valuable. You have so much to offer. just believe that enough to be truly at rest in that truth. Okay? Okay. The truth is that it takes a lot more guts and strength to believe something and have faith in it to the degree that you can let it go and still have that confident assuredness to carry on with your life without worrying about it, without overextending yourself, stressing about it, you know, being afraid that it's never going to come. It takes more strength to trust and believe and surrender that and allow it to come to you than it does to try to force it or make it happen for yourself. So that's what you're learning now, and that's what is required to truly bring this missing piece to you. And just like all of the lessons that you learn, there are no shortcuts to this one. So get comfortable where you're at. Show yourself some love. Care for yourself and honor the beautiful place, you know, within yourself and around you that you have created thus far, because it is going to change when this other thing comes in. So use this time to really like settle into this truth, this embodied expression of your value as something that just is, not something that needs to be worked on or carried as like a burden or a responsibility. That's what you're learning now, I feel like. And I totally understand why it feels hard, trust me. But you're the GOAT for a reason, and I know that you can handle it. That's why I'm giving it to you straight, babes. So we're moving on to Aqua, but I love you so very much, Capricorn. Okay. My gosh. It's too bright. Too bright in here. Okay. Let's see. First time listening to the Capricorn message, you're making this your daily affirmation. Second house, Jupiter and Cap. I also have Capricorn in my second house. Capricorn, Mars, and stellium. Just chilling in there. Chilling up in there. So yeah, if you have Capricorn in your second house, then it's even more about like your values, right? And how you embody and express and like live out of a place of those values. Okay. It's not just like hypothetically speaking, or it's not just like a concept. It's actually believing it enough to implement it and live out of that truth, out of that space, basically. Okay. Let's see what's going on for Aqua. Why is my headache not going away? This is what I want to know. Why? Why? Tell me why. Let's try hydrating more. That might help. Okay. All right. Okay, let's see what's going on for my Aquarians. Work was crazy recently. Your much needed vacation finally started. Yay! Fun and rest. 3 of Cups vibes all the way. Good. Feels like you are perfectly aligned then to just embrace exactly what is needed. So I hope you enjoy your vacation. Sounds like it was very well earned, to be fair. I've never known a Capricorn prominent person that didn't earn their time off with hard work. The only potential downfall to being, you know, someone who can work really hard and achieve great results and be really disciplined and determined, right, is that, again, some things are meant to come to you when you are in a state of rest and openness and receptivity, right? You can become so good at like accomplishing things that you place your worth and value in that, but you're so much more than that. You know, you're just as valuable and capable when you are not working, not achieving, not improving something. Hit you up if I ever come to Croatia. I would love to. Signing off. Sounds good, my love. You enjoy the rest of your day. Okay. Let's see. Aquarius. What's going on? What does Aquarius keep asking? What is it that they keep on asking? Let's see. Okay. Okay, give me a second. Why is my throat long? It's because I've been talking for 8 hours, that's why. Okay. Aggressive throat clearing complete. All right, this is very clear as well. Oh, man. Take another Advil because my headache is getting progressively worse. Rather than take more medicine, I would honestly rather smoke a little bit because I know that it's a tension headache, and it's because of my freaking neck. I can feel it. My neck is like, ugh. My neck is very tense and it's given me a headache. I don't know why that came on. But I need to relax my muscles is what I really need. I don't need to take an Advil. Let me see. Tell me what Aquarius already knows. one more for why this feels scary to have faith in. Who had this? Two of the same cards came out, and I want to say it was either Virgo or Scorpio, I think. Your reading could be tied to theirs, or you could have strong Virgo or Scorpio, or be dealing with a Virgo or Scorpio. I am going to need to deal with this headache, honestly, because if it gets worse, I'm not going to be able to like think. It's kind of like distracting my cognitive abilities right now, not going to lie. Okay, I might need like a 5-minute moment here to deal with this, my friends. Otherwise, I fear I'm not going to be able to give you the reading that you deserve, because I do not get headaches very often and it hurts like a motherfucker. So, okay. Give me a few moments, okay? I'm gonna deal with this and I will come back. But I cannot think right now as long as this is going on. Take a break and get something to help with it. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I just saw that right now. I'm glad great minds think alike. We came to the same conclusion. All right, I just need a moment. Gua sha, but not let it turn into a hickey. Didn't even look like a hickey. I don't think... No. That feels too aggressive. Yeah, it feels like that is going to give me a worse headache, honestly. I need to be really gentle with it. So I'm possibly going to get a heat pack, or... And yeah, I might just smoke a tiny bit. I'm not going to lie. Like a very minuscule amount. It will definitely immediately relax my muscles, and I feel like that will solve the issue. Okay. Give me a moment. I'll be back. Oh my gosh, okay. I don't have anything like that. Like, I don't have any muscle relaxants. I don't have like a thing to rub on. I don't even have any peppermint oil. Peppermint oil is usually what I use, but I feel like because I have such a bad headache, peppermint oil or anything strong smelling would actually make me nauseous right now too. So I'm just gonna yeah, I know how to deal with it. Don't worry. I'm gonna deal with it. I'll be right back. All right. I think that we're okay. Sorry about that, you guys. A little delay. I do not get headaches hardly ever. And that was like deteriorating me slowly but surely. Not so slowly, actually. That was quickly deteriorating me. So thank you for letting me deal with that. It's kind of still there, but it's mostly coming down now. Okay. Let's start Aqua's reading because I have the cards in front of me already. So where are we at with the timestamp here? Okay. Okay. Hi, Aqua. How are you, my loves? I hope you're doing incredibly well. Okay, we are going to get into your reading, and we're looking at something that you keep on coming back to or revisiting. This should be interesting for you, fixed air. You know, that you already know. You already have the answer that you keep on asking. And we're going to look at why trusting what you already know feels particularly challenging or scary in this case as well, okay? So let's see what's going on for you. Okay. Okay, so you have the Eight of Coins in reverse for what you keep asking, and it's here with this oracle card, Salamander, Ouroboros, creative work, infinite wisdom, and alchemy. Okay. Well, it feels like you know your own power. You know your own ability normally to dream things into being, to alchemize energy, to apply yourself with a certain level of confidence and creativity and intelligence, wisdom, that pretty much always eventually gets you where you want to go, you know? But there's something here that hasn't worked. Like you've applied your natural magic to the situation and it still hasn't come together. It still hasn't come together, so it feels like you're asking why. I know that I am all these things. I know that this formula normally works, right? It feels like you have the ability to tune into something here. You figured out something that really works for you. There's even a level of like refinement and mastery over this particular way of manifesting. For some of you, it's like it has something to do with writing, speaking, commands, songs, incantations, mantras, affirmations, something like that. Or like writing or speaking your truth or your affirmations, because of the strength of your mind and your willpower, fixed, right? You're a fixed sign. I feel like something like that could actually normally work really well for you. It depends where you have Aqua as well in your chart, but yeah, I'm seeing here that you're asking, why is this thing not working that normally works? Why is there a glitch, you know, in the way that things normally unfold for me? In the way that I normally create. Okay. Let's see. Is there anything else to what Aquarius keeps asking about here that you want us to be aware of? Hmm. It feels like you're saying that. Okay, what is this about though? Hmm. There's something that you're picking up on that doesn't even feel, it feels kind of foreign. This is interesting, Aqua. There, you could be taking on an energetic influence. I don't normally get this, so this is kind of specific. Yeah, we'll see how that unfolds as the reading goes on, but I'm seeing you normally as being like a powerful magician kind of energy, and normally the last thing that gets in your way is your mind. You're telling me very clearly you have an established way of doing things, you trust your mind. You're kind of an alchemical badass. And you know your past experiences. Wow. The Hermit, the Magician in reverse, the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. I was just saying the Magician. I think that you are susceptible to something, or you're. It's like you let down your defenses around something that is maybe not totally in alignment with something new that you're trying to call into your life right now. And it feels kind of significant. Like the closure of a long cycle that has felt heavy, and the manifestation of a new reality, a new timeline, abundance, joy, whatever you feel like. You've evolved out of something, you're naturally closing out a cycle that's felt maybe kind of karmic and heavy and painful. It feels like you're ready to do this. You're in creative alignment with what you want to make next, right? But it's still not working. And the Nine of Swords in reverse with the Five of Swords, it's just so interesting because it's like you're like, this isn't even something that I'm stressed about. Why would I get anxious about something, right? Like calling something in, but it's almost like you keep getting pulled into this weird headspace where it's like, this is strange, but it's like you're walking on eggshells in your own mind around someone else's insecurities or judgment or something like that is what it's coming through as. The I don't know, you could. This could be like a parent whose opinion you really you really care about, an ex who was maybe like a little bit manipulative or toxic, or I don't know, maybe slightly like domineering or coercive even. But it's almost like something's here that doesn't feel like it belongs. And whether it's an influence directly from like you being close to someone and, you know, sharing intimate energy with them and taking that in, or whether it's just like an experience and something that someone said or did, or something that you internalized basically that you're realizing is now kind of standing in your way that you need to root out. I don't know. But you keep getting drawn to this place in your mind where you are experiencing tension and conflict and blocks and ego, insecurities, and things where normally you're very assured and confident. Is there anything else that wants to come out through that? It feels kind of like someone you're connected to or were connected to. They're on where they're at in their journey. the Hermit, they're moving through the Magician in reverse and the Wheel of Fortune in reverse, which is what you were kind of telling me you're confused the energy is that you're in, right? It's like normally you can manifest, you're in alignment with this creative work, wisdom, alchemy, magic. It's a skill of yours. But the Magician in reverse, right? And then the Wheel of Fortune is aligning yourself with abundant things, like allowing yourself to expand and calibrate with your dharmic path. You know, what is most abundant and fulfilling for your soul in this life. So it just feels like someone is where they're at on their journey. They're maybe a little bit isolated in their journey. I feel like they're pushing a lot of energy in your direction because they're either aware that they're not changing and they're not going to be in alignment with you, but they still don't want to lose you or something, or they're insecure. They could just be comparing themselves to you in some way. I don't know. Or else this person is trying to evolve and, you know, calibrate, like get into alignment with you so they can come together with you. But I don't know, it almost feels like the way that they're doing that is by trying to slow you down, like direct energy in your direction, whether consciously or not, to kind of slow your progress down so they can catch up instead of focusing that energy on their own journey, like empowering themselves. And I don't know, it just feels like they're a little backwards and confused. Because they're taking this approach, they're not getting what they are trying to achieve anyway. But it also looks like the energy is kind of affecting you potentially a little bit. So I don't know if this is someone's voice in your head or like you still basically deconditioning yourself and rooting out something that was established that wasn't healthy, or whether it's a situation that you're kind of currently involved in, but you would know. Okay? So it's kind of a specific message. I'm not totally sure if it will be for a lot of people, but okay, so what you already know is the Tower in reverse, and you have this other card, Ancient Amulets, Fortune, Protection, Skills, and Possessions. See, this is giving very much the Wheel of Fortune and the Magician. It's having this instinctive knowing, but a very deep knowing, not like a changeable, insecure knowing. You could have knowledge that like you're bringing abundance over, you're meant to experience abundance in this life or possess things that you didn't have in a past life, like good karma. But you know that there's something that is fortunate that's for you, and that normally you're very protected and spiritually strong. You have like skills, and you know that something is for you. So you don't doubt yourself and you don't doubt what is for you. But the Tower in reverse. I'm getting something is being avoided by someone. The Tower is Mars energy. Okay. Let me see. Clarify a little more. I feel like there's a way that you're containing yourself. You're making yourself smaller. You're not fully asserting yourself with the strength and confidence that you normally would. Maybe it's because this other stuff that you're experiencing feels like a little bit draining or distracting or like perplexing to you. There is something that you're aware that something right now requires strength of you, and you know that you have the strength to apply. What is happening with the Tower in reverse? The Seven of Swords. Your thinking has evolved. Your perspective has changed. Something that used to appeal to you doesn't anymore. But you're still holding on to that thing, or you're not letting it crumble or fall away, it feels like. Like you still feel a strong connection or attachment to whatever this is. Maybe. I don't know. There's some form of illusion, though. I feel like the illusion is that the interesting thing is this is what you already Aquarius. This is what you already know. You already know the lie. You know the illusion. It's like you're too intelligent to hide the truth from yourself. So it's just here in the open, like, I know that I'm deceiving myself in some way. You know that something's gotta go. It conflicts directly with standards or integrity that you have. Your perspective around love has evolved, and you are not where you once were. You are specifically not conflicted whatsoever about what you deserve and what doesn't meet the quota. Like, you have standards, and they're not that you're asking for too much. It's that you have very strong integrity and power and abilities that require you to meet your own needs, protect yourself because you are valuable and you have something to protect. That doesn't mean you need to be defensive. It just means you know what you're worth. You know when something deteriorates at your worth. I think that there's something that made you feel insecure, or it kind of got its hooks in you in a tender place. This would be like someone, like a karmic relationship triggering your Chiron wound directly or something like that. You already know that something didn't make you feel good about yourself, to put it bluntly. Didn't make you feel valued, seen, expansive, like beautiful, safe, at peace with yourself. And I feel like this thing chose to misunderstand you, or this person, right? You can move forwards knowing that oh, what can you move forwards knowing? You can move forwards knowing that this isn't moving forwards, whatever this is. The Eight of Wands in reverse. You don't need to consider it because I don't feel like it's really going anywhere. you know, I think that I don't know. I think someone is asserting their energy in in a direction where they're moving. Is this someone else? Yeah. I don't feel like this other individual is necessarily negative or malicious. They're also moving forwards in the way that they understand, embody, and express love, and they might even have legitimate love for you, but right now it's not moving forwards, or there isn't communication because this person is learning who they are. They're kind of establishing their own sense of self. They could also be busy with work and just like responsibilities and obligations in the physical realm. I feel like this individual is not necessarily happy with where they're at in life, but they understand that they're there for a reason. It's like this is the cycle that they're in. This is the phase of life. This is the lesson they're learning. They have like an understanding. They don't love it. There's places they'd rather be. I feel like one of them is closer to you. However, like they have this acceptance of where they're at, but they also still get in their head, or they're insecure about it because that's part of this cycle for them. They're working through some insecurities that have held them back. So essentially here to, sorry, that got a little bit confusing. I wasn't expecting someone else's energy to come through so strongly, but I feel like whoever this person is, Aqua, right now is a time where you're not meant to influence each other's energies just because you're expanding. You're both expanding, but you're kind of like learning different things. And you're in very different energies, and you're meant to be. You could have a very intense like connection with someone, or they're just projecting a lot of energy towards you, and you're like open or receptive. But it doesn't mean you need to shut them down. It just means be aware of this energetic influence. Have whatever boundaries it is that you need. Like if someone cannot, you know what your integrity is, what your standards are, why they are there, what it is you're protecting. And I feel like you know that there's something big, the Fool energy that came out at the very beginning, that you're meant to pull into your life right now. So it's okay for you to be in a season with someone where you're not together and you're doing your own thing. You can still have faith or hope, depending on the nature of this connection and the dynamic and how healthy it was, right? But there's something that you don't want to surrender. You feel pretty tied to whatever or whoever this is. You may kind of like have this idea of a future with someone, but you know that you can't force it. You can't strong arm something. It's like it's coming through as something needs to bloom in its own time, but that doesn't mean you need to like be, you don't need to sacrifice where you are on your path to align with someone who's not in alignment with you, essentially, right? You can move apart, trust the universe, surrender this, have a pure intent, genuinely wish the other person well where they are at. You know, you don't have to directly communicate it, but have this intention and gratitude for what you've been to each other and what you are to each other. And I feel like there's just growth that needs to happen individually between you and this person. So why faith feels difficult around this is the Nine of Coins. And then this secret seances card, spirit world messages, assistance, and memories. You are really connected to this person energetically or spiritually, potentially telepathically. But right now, it feels like that normally wouldn't be a bad thing necessarily, but because right now you're being called to be in this Nine of Pentacles energy where you're self-focused, you're, you know, making shit happen for yourself, your own personal goals and well-being is meant to be the focus right now. The reason that having faith that is meant to be the focus right now is because it requires a level of releasing this. And this thing you feel very connected to, this person you feel very connected to. So I think what wants to be highlighted is that by release, I don't mean like leaving or pushing out or cutting ties or cords with, whatever. I don't mean that. I mean trusting enough that something is part of the plan for you and it is protected, right? And will find its way back to you in perfect comfort and alignment if you choose to focus on your own personal alignment and abundance and expansion right now. If something is truly a part of that for you, then it will intersect with you again and it will be in a fresh, aligned, and abundant energy. Okay. Okay, anything else for Aquarius? Any other advice for Aquarius before I let them go? You're not going to stay. I feel like you're disappointed or you feel kind of emotionally stagnant or insecure, like something was an L and you just have to be at peace with it and move on. I don't think so. I think that this phase of disappointment, you're not meant to like dwell here. Move forwards, the Three of Wands. Something's just not working right now. Move forwards with an open, pure heart. Whatever is not in harmony with your most abundant and fulfilling existence, basically, is going to naturally fall away, but it won't be a loss because you'll be coming into contact with something that is a perfect fit. But if that happens to be this person, then I feel like they'll resurface when the time is kind of right. And your energies will be aligned so they won't be blocking each other's power or restricting or creating tension for one another in any way. It'll be like you'll be able to be more open. You'll be able to be open and mutually loving, and that will bring success and abundance rather than anxiety and, you know, an unquiet mind. It's just the lack of alignment that's creating that right now. The love is there. Okay? It just feels like your head spaces and the directions that you're moving as a result are not really aligned or going the same direction. It doesn't mean you can't still end up in the same place. Okay? That's what I see for you. That's an interesting reading. We're gonna move on to Pisces because nothing else wanted to come out. So yeah, I'm trying to think if anybody else's reading had that. I don't really feel like someone strongly came through in anyone else's reading. Themes of relationships did, but I can feel in the energy that it's kind of hard to read when energies like that come through because it's hard to distinguish one from the other when there's that deep of a connection. So I understand why it can be kind of confusing, and it can be hard because there are phases when you're out of alignment and you can't force alignment with another person, but you also can't like eliminate the connection that you have with one another, right? So at that point, it just becomes about awareness, intention, and healthy boundaries, honestly. So you don't need to totally like be defensive, build guards, or shut something down. You can just let it go to do its own thing and kind of pay attention to set your own intentions, be clear about them, and pay attention to yourself until that thing potentially comes back around, until you're both finished your work or whatever the case may be. Ugh, okay. Yeah, but I do feel there's something interesting going on there. Or if that connection is evolving and it's meant to kind of be in your life in a new way, or in your life in, you know, less of a physical way maybe, or less of a prominent way, so that something even better can come in for you, then the space and the healthy separation and discernment between the two of yours energies for this period, right? It will help that phase. It'll help you transition more gracefully through that without feeling like you're losing your abilities to, you know, function in the powerful, sovereign ways that you normally do. Okay. Let's see what is going on for Pisces. Okay. Good morning. What's up, La Unique? La Unique? La Unique? Let's see. All right. So that's for you too. Ouch. Hit my knee. Okay, what's going on for my Pisces? What is it that they're having trouble trusting or not returning to here, leaving alone? What are you struggling with faith around, Pisces? Asking. Okay. Okay. clarify this a little bit. Okay, tell me more about what Pisces is asking here. Okay. Kind of loving this, not gonna lie. In some ways. We still have to talk, but why does faith feel difficult surrounding this? Okay. All right. Let's figure out what's going on here. This looks interesting, Pisces. Okay. I need to see this so that I can timestamp. Sorry, lip gloss sounds. For people who don't like ASMR. Okay. Hi, Pisces. Hope you're doing well. All right, my loves. Forgive me if my energy's slightly low. I have a little bit of a headache, but we're working through it. So we're looking at what it is that you keep on asking, or essentially something that you already know that you keep on returning to and doubting or asking again and again. And then we're going to look at why faith around this particular thing feels a little harder than usual or a little bit scary, okay, to maintain. Okay, so what you keep on asking is coming out as the Four of Swords. And it's with this oracle card that says innocence, a trusting nature, originality, spontaneity, open-heartedness, simplicity, and the unexpected. Aw, Pisces is being a little Pisces, and I kind of adore it. And you, and us. Fishy fam for life. There's something that you are asking, but you're asking, I feel like, for a very good reason. I think you're the only sign that it's like, no, this is really solid, like outright solid, that you do return to this. And because it's less of a doubt and an asking, and it's more of like a constant making sure that something is in alignment or calibration with your vision, with well, the Four of Swords is about peace of mind, right? But in this particular Four of Swords, the Muse Tarot, it's like she's dreaming her vision. She's at peace with it. She's resting in the beauty of it. What is your dream life? This is like someone romanticizing their life into a state of being, right? So I feel like you keep on revisiting and saying, does this thing align with my vision? Am I at peace with wanting this? Do I really want this still, right? And I think that what you're testing that like up against, the standard, is that who you are and who you want to be able to be in a situation or with another person, like in a relationship or an environment, right? You want to be able to be yourself, to be open, creative, in this like innocent, really it's like a purity, it's a divinity. That is your gift to offer others. It's very healing, it's very safe, and it's your true nature. And so there's something that you don't want to have to like question if you're safe within or if you can be yourself around. You just want to flow spontaneously with what comes up with an open heart and let it be simple and easy and soft. And so it seems like you're coming back to this to ask if there's a place for a specific person or opportunity or environment within that vision. So I kind of love it. I kind of love it because I think that that's very important to do. And I think that it also helps us remember, essentially stay centered in our own lives and empowered in our own lives, right? It can be really easy, especially when you really care about someone or when you are very open-hearted, generous, and giving, to put somebody else's needs above your own, or to get into this loop where we ask like, well, what are they doing and what are their intentions and what do they want and do they want me and why do they or why don't they or what do they want instead or why isn't this coming to me, right? Whatever the case may be. But when you focus on that, you're giving your power away ultimately, right? That stuff isn't in your control. You're in your control. And it's not about making something prove itself to you, right? That it belongs or that it's worthy. It's just about genuinely reconnecting with your truth and your baseline and just making sure that something still feels good there, that you still feel like yourself there, right? That just prevents you from losing yourself. That just is an act of loving sovereignty and honoring your own energy. So I think that's really positive. Not always easy for Pisces either. So good job. Good job, babe. Okay. What you already know is the Magician, which is Mercury energy. With this card, what does this say? The taming powers of the small. Self-restraint, self-sufficiency, careful preparations, resourcefulness, minor impediments, and adaptability. You know your power, and so you're aware that you are approaching this with, moderation, with consideration, with a level of self-restraint. I don't think you're repressing yourself. I think that you know your power to manifest things, to dream things into being from this beautiful, pure-hearted, pure-intentioned place, because it is divine. So it's like having a loudspeaker into the universe, having a direct line to source. Bring, bring. Yeah, this is what I desire, right? And because you're asking from a generous, gracious, pure place, you get what you want. But it's important to know that power so that it doesn't get. You have to keep the waters that you swim through clear, Pisces. They can't be polluted or muddied or, stirred up for you to manifest clearly. And yeah, it feels like you know your own strength. You know what your healthy boundaries are. You know what your standards are, what your needs are. You also know what you offer. And it just feels like you're aware that you're still considering something. And that you're not truly, you haven't decided yet. You're not actively manifesting something because if you were, and it was aligned with you, then you would have it, because you have this spiritual resourcefulness and adaptability and strength that's incredibly powerful. You know how to align yourself emotionally and intuitively with what is for you. And that's really powerful strength. So when you're swimming in clear waters, you're making it rain, babe. So it looks like you have some, it's like you have some manifesting power or energy stored up or backed up, and you're aware of the potency of it. You're aware that it's coming from the right place, which means it's going to hit exactly how it needs to. So it's like you're refining your vision, and you're basically reassessing. Like, everything looked good here before I send out the final order. I like it. I think it's responsible. It's self-aware. It shows a level of mastery and patience. And wisdom and faith. It's pretty beautiful, actually, Pisces. All right. Is there anything else about what Pisces already knows that wants to come through? No. You're pretty clear. There's active decision making taking place. But you don't feel totally clear and convicted about something enough to assert the power of your energy, your magic in its direction. You're not sold. So, and that's okay. You trust, you have enough faith, and you trust yourself, and you're also just complete and good and fulfilled where you're at, enough to not push something and not push your readiness to pull something in. And that in itself is you trusting your own intuition. So that's really powerful. A big part of manifestation is knowing when you are truly aligned with something and ready to receive it. It's not just about what you want, right? But that's a talk for another time. So, why faith feels scary or difficult around this? The Three of Wands, the Three of Inspiration. Because there is something that you want. And you know the potency of your wanting it and dreaming for it. And you know that the second you direct your energy towards this, the second you envision it on your horizon and align with it, that has a domino effect. That has implications, right? So that's why you are being not cautious, but you're giving it careful consideration, and you're taking your time with something. And that also doesn't show that you're lazy or that you don't value or desire something. If anything, I think that you're honoring in an evolved way your desires and the things that are meant for you. It's like you know that you can't miss what's for you. And you know the value of what it is that you're doing right now. But there's still something that it's like hard to hold back. And that has something to do with, well, because you're holding back, it feels like you've faced some unexpected obstacles or frustration that have been a bit discouraging, or it's been difficult to hold on to hope, right? Like, choosing to wait to assert yourself or manifest something specific, it has created some form of unexpected struggle here. It doesn't feel like anything too crazy, but it feels like this has been necessary though, because there's something, what is this? I'm going to clarify this, but you have this knowing, you have this self-awareness that whatever you are closing out right now, you're completing something that has been unstable and really difficult. It could be a phase. It could be that you're moving away from an old environment or a way of being, and you're integrating or releasing something significant, but you're very close to completing something. And you're saying that it's important that you proceed with caution, sensitivity, and that you basically act responsibly or make sure that you handle something with the correct behavior or conduct. There's something it's important that you tread carefully as you leave something or complete it. There's something about you closing this out gracefully and being authentic to your self-expression. Basically, like embodying and expressing yourself from personal integrity and alignment is important right now while you close something out. So that has something to do with, okay, so it's not just that you're reassessing whether things fit in your overall vision or not. You're also closing out something. You're releasing yourself, freeing yourself from something. And when you close that out and you feel the time is right, is when you're going to manifest or direct your energy to pull something in. But you are restraining. There's a level of self-restraint, and that's for a reason. Even if it has brought up some, maybe some unexpected difficulties. Let's clarify a little bit about this. I want to know what these obstacles are that are creating a bit of weight for you here. And I also kind of want to know what this is that you're closing out that you are needing to like tread carefully with. So tell me about these, the struggle or difficulties here that maybe are adding some discouragement. The Eight of Swords. Some unexpected fears have popped up here in this little period of assessing, waiting. Waiting is not really the word I want to use, but it is a bit of a waiting though, but not for something or someone specific. It's for the right time. It's like for your own intuitive green light. But as you've been trusting that, trying to trust your own knowing around something, there have been some pesky kind of like fears that have popped up and created a bit of frustration for you. You could just be trying not to lose hope. There's also some pretty deep emotional waters that you've been moving through. Okay. It is you making the choice actively, though, to suspend yourself. Like, you are choosing this from an empowered, wise place, and you're not convicted about it. You know that something is maturing and deepening right now, and it can't be rushed. Maybe this is what you're wanting to manifest, like growing or coming into calibration or alignment with you, and you're just giving it time to do so. You're not like watching it or spying on it, but you can just feel intuitively like when is the right time to move towards something and when is not. It has to do with both your readiness and the readiness of this thing, though. Like, you'll know when something clicks into alignment. So what is this thing that you feel that you're having to kind of like act responsibly and proceed with caution and sensitivity through to complete? The Five of Wands. Something that you have been in a state of conflict around. Something that has put you in a state of tension here. I feel like you're not in your head about this anymore. You are communicating, you know, embodying and like moving from a place of personal empowerment and sovereignty. But that doesn't mean that you've totally dropped all like anxieties around investing in something or dropping it. No. There's a tension there with something that you're still moving through. There could have been a bit of a loss of faith around something that has felt a little bit turbulent. There's something you're trying to give it its space and just offer it grace and kind of do your own thing, reassess your own stuff, focus on other things that you're working through and closing out and dreaming, you know, refining your vision. But it's like you want something to be a part of that vision, and it feels like if this is another person, maybe they're going through a bit of a time of conflict where they're gaining a lot of self-awareness, but there's also a lot of doubt, hesitation, uncertainty, internal discord that they're opening themselves up to in order to, essentially, it feels like, reconnect to their heart and be vulnerable so that they can be intimate. Yeah. Feels like someone's working through some shit and they are coming to the end of it, but the end is like the struggle is real, right? They're about to cross a threshold. I think they're trying to tune back into their inner child from a confident place where they can trust their heart, because an opportunity hasn't been coming together. There's been an unequal reciprocation with something because someone has been very much in their head. It's like something hasn't moved forwards because of some form of conflict. And it's either well, it's not you, because you said that you're not in a state of conflict. This is something outside of you that's being worked through. And I feel like it's difficult to have faith because this isn't your shit. It's like basically what is being asked of you right now is faith both in yourself and potentially someone else or something else that you want to come into alignment with. But it feels like you're only part of that equation. So your part of the equation is to like really become centered and strengthened in your truth and your open-heartedness, your true essence and nature, right? As established as you can be in that, and as at peace as you can be with that, and as clear around what it is that you want, and then just embody that and tune into the right timing without fixating too much on it. But there's some stuff that's coming up for you to process while you're not waiting. You're processing. You're doing some work of your own here. But essentially, you're having to have faith and not lose hope while you work through something. And I feel like you're also trusting that someone else is working through something too, even though it's maybe requiring a lot of them. It's like there's something that you know, and you're trying to be compassionate and offer someone grace because it's like you have an understanding that they're going through something. I heard I'm doing my best. Maybe you and this person, you're both doing your best right now to hold your hearts open or to find your way back to a place where you can open your heart fully. Okay. Do you have any final advice for Pisces here before I let them go? You're gonna know. Yeah. You're gonna know when it's time to move on something. Like, inspiration's going to strike. And at that point, don't hesitate. But it's coming through as almost like an energetic breaking point, which is an interesting like cue that it's time to go. It's almost like, it doesn't have to feel bad, but it's like when inspiration reaches a breaking point, there's something about you're gonna feel in the energy. It's coming through almost like a cloud that is like so full of moisture that it's about to break, right? The moment before it starts raining. But energetically. It could be your desire, but you're gonna know what to choose and what not to choose. You're gonna know what inspires you and what fits in the vision and what doesn't, no matter what that is. Okay? And when the time comes to choose it, you're going to have the power to do so with confidence. And it's beautiful. All right, Pisces. That is what I have for you. That is the last of it. I'm going to sleep because my head hurts. But I love you guys so much. Oh, thanks. Oh, hi, Vanessa. What's up, babes? Thank you, Sprinkled. Is that what that says? Thank you, love. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you. Thank you so much for being here. Don't forget to like the stream. If you like my face, then subscribe, come back and hang out again. Sorry that I'm leaving this particular live with a little bit lower energy. That headache kind of fucked me up at the end there. But I really hope that you guys received messages that are helpful for you at this time. Like I said at the beginning, I do feel like we're kind of being asked. It's like, you already know, you know, you already know. Pluto's already in Aquarius, revolutionizing what we know, how we embody and express what we know, how we call that into being for our highest and best good from a place of unique individualism, but also understanding that it's important for us to attune with our highest desires and boldly pursue those things. That is the revolution. That is what creates the change on a grand scale, on a collective scale, when we all do that individually. Because we're each a vital part of this whole humanity machine. You are unique, vital, and needed. And so it's important that you dream, that you go for the things that make you happy. You know? You're here to do that. So the point of this reading is not to highlight all the ways that you're getting in your own way, but to validate that you already know, okay? And you can trust yourself and you can have faith in yourself. And it doesn't need to feel scary and hard. But it's also okay if it has its moments where it does. Faith isn't always easy. Take it from me, a Pisces myself. So, yeah, as much as you can, trust yourself. Trust your heart. Trust your desires. And become open and receptive and settled in that. Know that you're worthy of and ready for it. And yeah, then have enough faith and certainty and confidence in yourself and your dream and the magic that is source to surrender it to the universe and see if it comes back to you. Okay? I love you, all of you so very much, but I am going to sign off for now. And I will see you again next time. I'll be on again this week at some point before Friday, okay? So I'll see you guys again soon. Thank you again, Sprinkle. I appreciate you, love. And yeah, I will see you guys again soon. So stay safe and well until then. Bye for now.